什么的，当时就去了，就稍微打了一下训练，因为打游戏电竞嘛，就都会有一点那种职业梦嘛，然后就去尝试了一下。我的性格吧，我感觉是比较那种儒雅随和的人吧，有点可能就是我玩得很开，就周围的人都挺起来跟我一块玩，就比较自来熟吧，有点。然后缺点可能就是有时候遇到一点事就不爱说话了。 因为我是比较好强的人嘛，我不管在什么上面，我都就有点就是想争个输赢嘛，就可能我打这些就是在我能打得动的时候，然后而且我成绩好的时候，我就会一直打。雕哥属于那种就是他的大局观很好嘛，然后加上就是他打得很稳重，然后天花属于那种就是有冲劲的，就因为可能年轻人就有点那种年轻人嘛，有点愣头青，就很有冲劲，有时候就很上头，但有时候就打的就很，他能给你打出一些比较奇迹的东西。我们的风格，其实我们的风格就是在不同的阵容有不同的风格，就是在双面奶的时候，我们可能就打得很稳重，但在其他阵容，其实我们3个人打的都很有冲劲。不在训练的话，休息的时候，我可能就会陪我女朋友玩一些，因为她很爱玩这个游戏嘛，然后我可能休息的时候我会陪她玩。比如说我们今天吵架，但明天如果是比赛嘛，她就会自己先忍着，等我打完比赛我们再吵。 我们吵架很少，因为我成绩好坏去吵架，但他看比赛有时候看得挺心急的，就比如说刚最后一把我们白给了，我下来就看到他微信在一顿说我。他其实挺支持我打职业吧，然后我有时候就打的话很烦心啊，有时候有跟他吐槽，他也会开导我嘛。然后从去年开始就是，然后我家里人也挺支持我打职业，就是因为老一辈嘛，对电竞这方面也不是很懂嘛，就他的意思就是，我都支持。 就父母都支持你的选择，但是你只要自己注意一点，不要被骗了就好了。就他们最开始我来上海打职业的时候，他们就很怕我是被骗过来的，然后他们叫我多长点心，就他们就挺开心的嘛，因为就觉得自己的孩子在他喜欢的方面就是能拿到一个很好的东西，就成绩啊，或者不管是成绩啊还是怎么样，就他们其实就心里挺为我开心的嘛。 T 在我心中是觉得，他们是3排队伍里面纪律性啊，还有执行力是最好的队伍。客观评价的话，我觉得谭旭杰能把就3排的神，他能把很多，就他是能在指挥的同时把自己的操作拉到最满，然后就是他就打一波团，他能说出特别多的话，就是他能把这波团该干什么的事情，他能说得很细。 就对自己这个赛季表现就还是挺满意的吧，就除了一些小细节，再稍微弥补一下一些小细节吧，就是再给自己增强一下嘛，其他还是挺满意的。最明确的目标就可能就是总冠嘛，因为比较争强好胜嘛，我们比赛上面啊、训练赛上面犯的一些失误啊，就复盘啊，就是然后给最好争取到总决赛上不犯失误嘛，打好每一把嘛。
乐在院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房柳。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
Oh, ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
因为当初玩《永劫无间》这款游戏，好像就是我之前玩了一款，就玩了很久的一个游戏嘛。刚好那天停机，然后我朋友在玩，就我发小就跟我一起玩那游戏的朋友有在玩的游戏。最开始喊我玩的时候，我其实没来。完了以后，我就之前玩的游戏我就没有玩了，就天天就搁那震刀。就以前家里的电脑玩永劫有点卡，配置有点大，但是当时就是一边卡着一边玩呢，就很上头。游戏挺卡嘛，然后我就在过年的时候就把自己存的钱就直接把电脑大换新，换了一个就是当时的顶配嘛，然后就来为了玩那个游戏换了个顶配。然后后来换了个配置以后就跟顿悟了一样，就以前我可能只是个万三修罗，换了个配置以后，我当时是那个赛季唯一一个就2万多场上的天选，就前10嘛。然后后来就去打了天人以后就有人加我问我有没有兴趣打一下训练赛什么的，当时就去了，就稍微打了一下训练赛，因为打游戏电竞嘛，就都会有一点那种职业梦嘛，然后就去尝试了一下。我的性格吧，我感觉是比较那种儒雅随和的人吧，有点可能就是我玩得很开，就周围的人都挺喜欢跟我一块玩，就比较自来熟吧，有点。然后缺点可能就是有时候遇到一点事就不爱说话了，因为我是比较好强的人嘛，我不管在什么上面我都是有点就是想争个输赢嘛，就可能我打这些就是在我能打得动的时候，然后而且我成绩好的时候我就会一直打。雕哥属于那种就是他的大局观很好嘛，然后加上就是他打得很稳重，然后天花属于那种就是有冲劲的，就因为可能年轻人就有点那种年轻人嘛，有点愣头青，就很有冲劲，有时候就很上头，但有时候就打的就很，他能给你打出一些比较奇迹的东西。我们的风格就是在不同的阵容有不同的风格，就是在双面奶的时候我们可能就打得很稳重，但在其他阵容其实我们3个人打的都很有冲劲。不在训练的话，休息的时候我可能就会陪我女朋友玩一些，因为她很爱玩这个游戏嘛，然后我可能休息的时候我会陪她玩。比如说我们今天吵架，但明天如果是比赛嘛，她就会自己先忍着，等我打完比赛我们再吵。我们吵架很少因为我成绩好坏去吵架，但他看比赛有时候看得挺心急的，就比如说刚最后一把我们白给了，我下来就看到他微信在一顿说我。他其实挺支持我打职业吧，然后我有时候就打的话很烦心啊，有时候有跟他吐槽，他也会开导我嘛。从去年开始就是，然后我家里人也挺支持我打职业，就是因为老一辈嘛，对电竞这方面也不是很懂嘛，就他的意思就是，我都支持。就父母都支持你的选择，但是你只要自己注意一点，不要被骗了就好了。就他们最开始我来上海打职业的时候，他们就很怕我是被骗过来的，然后他们叫我多长点心，就他们就挺开心的嘛，因为就是觉得自己的孩子在他喜欢的方面就是能拿到一个很好的东西，就成绩啊，或者不管是成绩啊还是怎么样，就他们其实就心里挺为我开心的嘛。T 在我心中是觉得他们是3排队伍里面纪律性啊，还有执行力是最好的队伍。客观评价的话，我觉得谭旭杰能把就3排的时候，他能把很多，就他是能在指挥的同时把自己的操作拉到最满，然后就是他就打一波团，他能说出特别多的话，就是他能把这波团该干什么的事情，他能说得很细。就对自己这个赛季表现就还是挺满意的吧，就除了一些小细节，再稍微弥补一下一些小细节吧，就是再给自己增强一下嘛，其他还是挺满意的。最明确目标就可能就是总冠嘛，因为比较争强好胜嘛，我们比赛上面啊、训练赛上面犯的一些失误啊，就复盘啊，就是然后给最好争取到总决赛上不犯失误嘛，打好每一把。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房里。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
太过耀眼，往往成为众矢之的。但如果没有傲视群雄的心态，你永远不能以神自居。
又一次在周决的舞台上落败，我们拥有不输给任何人的个人实力，但是3排赛绝不是靠身法就能打好的。
利用提前倒下了之后，对面赤焰无名开了，是小伟开的。
这一波直接波将里面带对方。
吉安行也交了斩马刀伤害太高了。
是这一波这个计算顺拆了一下火，但这1、2人都是残血，小伟这边直接被索命。
天赋或许是大家成为职业选手的关键，但如果没有一颗追求胜利的心，终究会被其他对手超越。
这个赛季 Nbpl 队伍的整体强度上升了一个台阶。虽然我们以大佛阵容著称，但是新体系的运营，我们也不逊色任何人。
把对面的天海大师跟小人全部隔开了。
是这边要硬拆，后面这边血线已经很长了，这边再被震一个，小辉这边有可能要被秒。
直接开始单防了，人数上也占了优势，并进过来打一刀，但是又是个重剑器，血线很残。
但现在就剩老实人了，这边也没有奥义，虽然说有个斩马刀，但这边被震。
XCG 仿佛陷入了周决赛魔咒，与常规赛截然相反的表现让我们十分苦恼。我们也在尝试走出困境，最后一个双周拼尽全力。
虽然我们2次夺得周决赛亚军，但是在大家的心目中，我们依旧缺乏稳定性。最后一个双周，我们势必剑指周冠。
多蛟是等到最后才闪失出来的，自己掩护一下自己队友。毒这边有追魂吗？而且这边帮拆了一手，如果追魂能先闪走，而且这直接索命，队友配合，再来个七星夺鞘，这一波
七星夺鞘立大功。
经历过去年杰杯的洗礼，我坚信当前的 G Team 已经完成蜕变。
这边直接把风之牢笼交了，看见扎克这边又有了，
一解除要袭要推了。
他怎么这么快的大招啊？现在又有一个妖袭，然后配合自己的人马连斩，这边2刀带走苏苏，再吃一个花，这个里面又有一段妖袭，再开始。
他疯了，扎克依靠这个风衣简直拿了太多淘汰分，金色斩马刀跟他合二为一。
他这个人马连斩伤害打的真的太疼了，这里也虽然说是神将，但是撑不住啊。
我们的目标远不止这一次的周冠军。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and your caster this evening, the Runekeeper. Joining me this evening is going to be my boy Seb as we get ready to lock in for our 4th bi-weekly and our first day of trios here in our spring split. Seb, how you feeling, buddy?
I am feeling amazing. I'm loving being back here. And trios, we know it's the best mode here. It's the best mode out in the game. Like, who doesn't want to play trios? It's so much fun, so much action. We're going to be getting into it very shortly, but I'm just so excited to be back here watching the Nbpl. We're by week 4. Day 1 of trios, so we are going to see these guys coming hot out the gate. Rune, you want to talk to us a little bit how our teams have been shaping up so far in this Nbpl?
It's been a very, very interesting season for a lot of these teams and a lot of these players. We've seen some new metas shifting forward. Of course, Faria coming into the meta, changing things up quite drastically. We have that new particular comp that we like to call that Pacific Rim comp, where the monk is able to just go ahead and hop out of that kaiju form, jump straight into the mech, start wreaking havoc and building that old gauge back up. And then, of course, we've seen some teams starting to experiment, starting to bring Justina back into the meta as the Yodohime picks have started to fall out of favor in trios. And then, of course, we've seen some very, very interesting picks coming through with the Takedas and Z-Pings teaming up together, either bringing the Temi in or using it as an alternate version of the Transformers comp, where Takeda covers Monk out of that transformation and Z-Ping uses the healing to try to keep that Monk up and alive. This season has been absolutely insane. You know, we've got newcomers like KLA coming in, taking our first bi-weekly for trios and absolutely rocking that week out. And then we have, of course, TE, formerly Fun Plus Phoenix, finally able to come in a first place position in a bi-weekly final, and instead of just falling off the map like we've typically seen out of Fun Plus Phoenix, finally able to take their first place finish after 6 bi-weeklies. It took them 6 coming in first place to finally actually win one, Seb. Absolutely insane to see coming out of them. And then, of course, J Team continuing to be a complete monster this year. Very different from the J Team of last year, where we saw J Team, of course, take the first world championship, come into our Nbpl, have one big pop-off day, and then sputter out and do nothing all season after that, to come back and, of course, win the world championship a second time. And then this season, they have come together and really just kept the pressure going for themselves. But a lot of other teams also doing very well, teams pioneering new strats, and teams coming in like XCG, just keeping that consistency alive across the board. So it's going to be very interesting to continue to see how this meta shapes up. And, you know, of note, interestingly enough, is we are on the patch where Akos was released. We haven't seen Akos come out in trios yet, but notably yesterday we saw our first game that actually had Akos for the entire season coming forward and being played in solos a little bit. So I think the question on everybody's mind going forward here today in trios is whether or not we're going to see Tiger Boy come out or not, Seb.
And we would love to see Tiger Boy, especially with V3. There's some crazy things that you can do
with the V3, isolating these 1v1s in these fights and playing around, just caging someone in.
So unfortunately, we are on release Akos, which means we don't even have the adjustments in the follow-up patch, much less the V3, which is why we haven't seen a lot of our Akos Tiger Boy. I would assume, you know, as a pro player, I kind of agree with the decision to kind of wait it out. You know, there's these huge changes coming to Akos, and let's be honest, the difference between release Akos and then that immediate follow-up patch where they made the massive changes, the fact that you can double jump while in ult now, you can have a ranged weapon in your hand and not trigger the Tiger Claws, the fact that the Tiger Claws also don't trigger stone form on things like the pole sword or great sword now, the fact that you don't have to sprint to get that extra movement speed from the leaps as well on Akos. He plays almost like a completely different character in release patch versus the changes that came out afterwards. So as a pro player, I kind of understand that mindset where it's like, okay, I don't want to play this version of Akos when I've been practicing this other version of Akos, because then when we finally do move to a patch where we have the updated version of Akos, you almost have to unlearn the bad habits you teach yourself playing this release version of Akos that is kind of just a lesser version of what the hero is now.
Well, yeah, you definitely wouldn't want to, you know, teach yourself all of the using the same combos, trying to do everything, because your playstyle is going to have to be so much different with the new Akos that we've been seeing in this, you know, future patch, right? And that, you know, it's understandable from them, of course, that they might want to mess around with it a little bit, because, you know, that Tiger Boy is just so strong, man. I've been loving playing with Akos, Acorn, whatever you want to call them, in these new in these new game, and it's just, obviously trios, he might be a little bit of a detriment, because he's kind of like, I feel like he's kind of similar to Tarka in a sense where he does a lot of damage and he hurts a lot, but team comp wise, I don't know how well he will fit in. Rudy, you might want to shed a little bit more light onto that, seeing how he would be able to fit into a trios comp.
Well, you know, there's a lot of experimentation going on in both NA and the CN meta right now with the current version of Akos, especially with V3 being released as well. He has a lot of tools in his kit that are going to allow him to kind of mess with these transformer comps. And of course, transformer comps being a massive or having a massive presence in the current meta is very, very obvious that Akos is going to find his way into the meta in some way, shape, or form. You know, we thought for a while we weren't going to see Takeda sort of fill that slot in trios ever, for similar reasons, that he didn't do a whole lot. He was very much a damage heavy forward sort of hero. He very much kind of played similar to Tarka. He does a lot of damage. He wins 1v1s. But we've seen in the past, of course, we see now Takeda has made his way drastically into the trios meta. People have figured out how to pilot him and who he works with. As we take a look here, we're going to take a look at the overall scores that teams have brought themselves towards going to Worlds. These are, of course, your Worlds qualifier points. Every single bi-weekly, if a team places 10th place or higher in that bi-weekly, they earn themselves some of these crucial points that they're going to need if they want to qualify for the World Championship here. And you can see quite a few teams here at the bottom, Bauda, OC Wolves, KZ, and TK. We're 3 bi-weeklies into the first season of the Nbpl, and they all currently have 0 points. A lot of those teams probably going to find themselves in the rep change, heading into not only the overall grand finals for the season, but probably rep change heading into Worlds as well. As we take a look here, Alliance with 8 points on the board, and you can see how drastically the point difference changes as you go from 14th place to 8th place. Team GD with 21 qualifier points, as they were able to place themselves into all 3 bi-weeklies thus far and place well enough to walk away with a substantial amount of points, 6 or more points every single week. And then you got a team like J Team. Again, all of these teams going to have placed in all 3 bi-weekly finals, but J Team with 27 points, TE coming in just behind that with a total of 25 points. KLA, EWG tying for 3rd and 4th respectively. Oh my God, no, we've got a 4-way tie for 3rd between KLA, EWG, XCG, and Team JL at 22 points. Man, wow. Can you imagine that? A 4-way tie.
And imagine if they keep that 4-way tie going as well, because there's a huge chance that could happen. Right now, it is going to be down all the way to bye week 4. If they play well here, they're going to be a lot higher up in the standings, but they've almost basically secured their spots at 22 points, where we've seen even 14th place only has 8 points up on the board. So they are looking like they're pretty much in the clear. And obviously, as we saw, I just have to mention this one more time for my J-Team fans out there. J-Team up top. And that's right. And they're staying up top. That's my team.
J-Team's been playing a lot more consistently this season, and a big part of that being they've started to figure out how to play around Eagle. If you remember last season, of course, we had some huge changes coming into season 2 of the NBPL, and one of them being that J-Team lost most of its members. They brought in a lot of new players, and the growing pains were most certainly visible during season 2 of the NBPL. They had sort of adopted this strategy where they would wait on the outer ring of circles to close and try to catch stragglers off coming in. But Eagle was really the centerpiece of that comp because he is one of the best Monk players in the league. And the problem with that strategy for J-Team was the fact that J-Team simply couldn't scrap together enough gear to really make that Transformer comp function the way they wanted to, with how dependent the Monk is on having good gear going into those final circles. Just picking stragglers off coming in from outside of the zone, it never netted them the number of kills that they wanted or the gear that they needed to make things happen. This season, they haven't had that problem. J-Team has played very aggressively. They've gone back to playing that more traditional Transformers comp, which has a massive win percent rate inside those realms of Yang, so that you often see J-Team looking to prioritize those realms of Yang so they can secure not only some eliminations to take into the end game, but the gear that Transformer comp needs so drastically to pop off. And of course, Eagle just, when he gets in those final circles, the man doesn't miss. He gets those double grabs left, right, and center, Seb.
And watching those double grabs happen left, right, and center is one of my favorite things. As a Monk enjoyer myself, watching somebody who's absolutely just able to come through and tear apart a team and take away their entire plan, because yeah, you're grabbed, double slam, you're dead. It's one of my favorite styles of combat, and I know the meta is shifting a little bit further away. I know we still see the Pacific Rim comp, of course, and we're seeing, the Monk come out a bit more. We still have the Monk as a prominent comp, but seeing that still there when other comps are still succeeding, where we have less people solely relying on Monk comps, right? We see these other comps with their Yodos, their Vipers, their Justinas, their Monk Takeda, and Temmie is making a comeback as well. We have all of these different plays where when you have a really good Monk, it's just so fun to watch them go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, a good Monk is hard to find. There are a lot of teams, of course, going to be playing those Transformer comp just because of how strong the Monk is. But there certainly are players, and we talk about them often, who have separated themselves from the rest of the pack really as some of the better Monk players here. We're talking about our J-Team's Eagle, our GG's 330s, WBG's Sleepwalker. When these guys Monk up, they mean absolute business. They will tear through teams in an instant. They will find those double grabs left, right, and center. And even if they don't find the double grabs, they know how to capitalize on single grabs. The communication between their teams, very, very strong. Something we've talked a lot about this season is target acquisition coming through from these teams, right? Knowing exactly which target that they need to focus down out of specific team comps to be able to come out on top in a fight and kind of pull some of those threats off of the board, as it were. We talk about that traditional Transformer comp where it's Tianhai, Yueshan, and Kurumi, and we always talk about the fact that Kurumi is the key domino in that team, right? So you'll often see these teams try to either lock down the Kurumi or completely separate the Kurumi from the group so that once she's split off, they can deal with that comp if they can keep her away. And that's kind of where that target acquisition comes into, is understanding how these comps function so that you understand how to tear them apart. And Kurumi is the weak link when it comes to those Transformer comps. And we've seen changes coming out of these teams as well, where typically you would want to put your legendary armor onto your monk, your Tian High, give him that extra survivability. What you're actually seeing is if the team has one legendary armor and purples for the rest of the team, they're giving that legendary armor to Kurumi so that she has more survivability because she is the target. These other teams have understood for a while now how to play against these particular compositions and who to target out. We're getting ready to lock in for game number 1 here, so we're going to see which particular compositions are coming through from these teams. This is our first game and first day of trios for our 4th bi-weekly here in the spring split.
And this is going to be a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be seeing these hero picks coming out very shortly. We're seeing a bit of Monk here coming through. We're going to see KZ, OCTE, and the likes of them, EWG as well, AOW, WBG, and JL playing on that Monk comp. But we're going to see a really interesting comp I like from Baoda. Mao Mao is going to be on Takeda, and they're going to have Moon and Lion TT playing Zipping and Matari. That's going to be a very interesting comp, seeing how it's matched up. The target ability of that Matari is going to be, they are going to be the only Matari in the lobby. They are going to be very easy to spot out, as we're seeing a lot of these other comps coming in with their Viper, Yodo, Justine, or Viper, Yodo, Wu-Chan. Sorry,
whoa, hold on. I need to talk about KZ right now. Is KZ running Viper, Tian High to Molt? I don't, whoa. There's a lot to break down here. I don't understand why this comp is going to be running Viper. Yeah, if you get the Viper stun out, the Monk can kind of wombo a little bit. You potentially get those double grabs, but Viper not really buying a lot of survivability for Tian High. Temi able to kind of wind wall for the Tian High, but there's nobody to cover for Tian High as soon as he comes out of that transformation. Typically, you have Yuashan, who's going to, buy you a little bit of safety, is able to transform when you detransform. If you have Faria in that comp, you can just have your Monk hop into the Faria mech. If you have Takeda in the comp, Takeda can use his ult to shove people away from Tian High as he's detransforming and take control of the fight. This particular comp doesn't really buy any safety for Tian High outside of the Temi ultimate, and that Temi ultimate can be canceled out by another Temi. I don't know what Team KZ is thinking.
Well, I mean, we don't know what they're thinking right now, but we could have our minds changed very shortly here, as we're going to see TE's VVV already picking up 2 blue weapons here. As we know, in Immortal War, weapons of the blue and purple and gold rarity are a lot harder to find in these games, so having a bit of an advantage with those blue weapons are going to be a super huge advantage. We're going to see Xiao Hui here getting parried, losing a lot of his armor here, but he's going to be able to come back around, pick his pole sword back up, and get back out of this fight for the reset here. As Baoda's Mao Mao is going to be fighting on Xiao Hui here. It's going to be a 3v1, and this looks like it might be it for him. And Baoda picking up 2 kills right off the bat here. Looks like there is 1 player left on that JDG team. They're going to try and get... No, it looks like they have all gone out their spirit form. They're going to have to try and regroup and salvage this game back here. As we're going to flip over to the Celestra area here. We are seeing Alliance and OUG coming up very close to each other. We're going to see Lucky in the background with those purple nunchucks. That's going to be a huge advantage for them to have. So we're going to see an F getting popped a little bit early here as Alliance's Lin not able to get silenced off this here. Its entire OUG team is going to end up getting silenced. Lucky trying to come back around on the chase, and it looks like they're trying to make something happen onto Lin. Lin incredibly low here, as we're going to see SS already popping the ult, trying to invest his ultimate, but it looks like he's not going to be able to get anybody here. This could be a bit of a problem. OUG is going to start to regroup here, trying to get Lin. They are able to get him off of that ledge here, but SS taking a lot more damage than he intended to, trying to back away. So we're going to see OUG popping their own Yodo ultimate here. We're going to see the Soul Bloom Essence coming in super clutch for SS, able to get most of his health back, and it looks like they're going to just Wu-Chen themselves out of their Alliance. Narrowly missing that fight as we're going to flip right back over Wolves versus Team GG. 14 already gone down. This is a 2v1, and it looks like Ben Chu is going to go down, but a huge double parry coming out from Li Shiqi. LXX here trying to run away. Goes into the full metered up to try and get out of this in the gold focus, but he is going to go down. The double parry did not matter.
Yeah, unfortunately, Team Wolves has been quite out of shape this season, and they continue to find themselves struggling here in our fourth bi-weekly going forward. Here, Miski, of course, using that golden focus off of the Takeda F to be able to break out of that nunchuck meter dump so that GG could easily flip that fight after the double parry coming through. Taking a look here, Team TE on that more traditional Transformer comp here, though, lacking quite a bit of the gear that they would hope to be seeing here. They do have a minute and 40 seconds before Zone 1 collapses onto Zone 2, and TE on this comp typically looks to go for those Realms of Yang. But they need to find at least another set of blue armor so that when they head in, they're not extremely far behind in terms of gear. Because if they end up against that mirror matchup and they are behind in gear, they are almost guaranteed to lose that particular engagement. And quite a few mirror matchups with that traditional Transformer comp coming through here in this particular match. So TE needs to be careful about their decision-making going forward. Taking a look here at WBG, who's managed to find themselves blue armor across the board. No purple armor coming through for them just yet, but a decent stack of gear. Things going to take a slow turn here, as typically we see a lot more purple armor at this stage of the game as teams find themselves a little bit luckier, but it looks like luck has not been on these teams' side thus far in game one, as many teams still rocking white and blue armor across the board. Not even a single set of purple between most of these teams. Team KLA here looking to engage onto OC down below. Annalie able to catch out CXZ, who comes down from the treetop there with the nunchucks. They're trying to keep the pressure on here and continue to blitz through CXZ. Not quite sure where the rest of KLA has gone to as they finally do show up. CXZ playing a little bit of bait here, using that Takeda ult to lock down all the members of OC into the Viper stun here. Unfortunately, it is the V2. They're not going to get a lot of mileage out of that stun. They're going to be forced to pop the Wuchen ult as well coming through. OC able to just keep things alive here as KLA burns multiple ults to find no value. Turning now to Team GG, looking like they're going to go head-to-head with Team Wolves yet again. And this is a nightmare scenario for Team Wolves, as they have already used those resurrections and lost the fight against GG once. They're going to pop that Wuchen ult and look to head the other direction. The question is, does GG know which direction they're heading in? Team Wolves hopes not, as they try to break away.
And it looks like they were able to make a speedy getaway with that Wuchen ult. They saw the Temi ult come out there. Just so you know what? Yeah, it's better if we don't fight this. And it looks like the rematch is coming out. KLA versus OC here. Looks like they're going to fight a little bit of range first before OC starts to bring it up on two of these players on the roof here. But it looks like they've been able to isolate KLA's QGG, who is going to be playing a little bit lower here, getting locked into that stone form. And they're taking a lot of damage here. QGG forced to take his ultimate here, but QGG is going to go down to OC's Slayer here. He's able to get one of them. They're trying to get one more, as YKC is going to end up going down. And that looks like it could be the end of that team. KLA going down very fast here. They do still have the resurrections, and they will be able to come back into this fight, as it looks like EWG and JDG are going to be coming up close to each other in this fight. They're just doing a little bit of looting here. Yiran with a purple dagger. This is a huge advantage in a fight where most of his opponents only have blue weapons, as Xiaohui does have that purple katana and a purple bow here, so he does have that weapon advantage here for this comp. Obviously, they want to give the most damage to that Yodohime, because they're their main damage maker in this comp. It looks like they're not going to be taking this fight too quickly here, and Yiran is going to end up backing off. JDD doesn't want to get too involved in the fight. They do have their resurrections here, but looks like they might not want to be taking this fight too early, as we're flipping back over to WBG here. They have almost all of Celestia to themselves here now, and they are just having a good time. And it looks like, is he running Parry Bell? Is Sleep running? You're running Perry Bell.
I do believe he is running Barry Bell here. Very interesting. This is typical double WBG going forward as well, right? We've seen a lot this season. WBG just trying to play for late game, just trying to get Sleepwalker to those final circles. They don't want to take a lot of fights early on. KZ here, of course, popping that bell, knows exactly where WBG is, so they are on the hunt. They are hungry to find that fight, and WBG just wants to keep things moving here. They do not have the gear that they want. And they want to find themselves heading into late game. Unfortunately, WBG is going to find themselves running into OUG as well. So WBG stuck between a rock and a hard place as they have to decide who they need to engage on here to try to turn the attention of either OUG or KZ away from them onto this other team. If you notice, WBG taking a line across the map where they're not forced to hard engage with either of these teams, but allow OUG and KZ to continue to trail them as they exit Celestra here on the east side. Taking a look here, we're getting ready to see those Realms of Yang come forward. You can see Team TE hungry to take into that Realm of Yang, as well as the members of EWG. It looks like OC trying to find their way in, as well as AOW and KLA on the northwestern side of the map. Those three teams going to find themselves probably engaging with each other as they try to claim the portal here for the Realm of Yang. It looks like EWG standing right on top of it out in the open, though. And this could be pretty bad for EWG if one of these other teams descends on them, but it looks like they are going to get in for free here, as they will find themselves inside the Realm of Yang, going head-to-head with GG. JL and OC going to be the other two teams who make it into the Realm of Yang. And we're going to take a look here as EWG and Team GG get ready to go head-to-head inside the Realm of Yang. EWG's Iran starting to pressure out here. Not going to burn the Munkle very early here because they are into that Takeda comp. They want to make them burn some of those ultimates before Monk comes through. As soon as we see the double Temi ult come through, EWG's Yiron knows he needs to go and pop the Monk ult to get that advantage here for the team. Trying to get those grabs out. Will get his hands onto Miskia. Looking for the second grab. Isn't going to quite find it. So will go for the slam onto Miskia. The heal going to come through from Zipping. Going to keep Miskia up here and topped up. EWG's Yiron going to take a ton of damage here. Unfortunately, his armor already blitzed through as well. Yiron needs to find a place to reset. No healer for the team here. So Yiron going to struggle to keep things alive here. We're seeing that Merciless Havoc come through, but not able to connect on to anybody. And EWG will lose Yiron very, very quickly in this fight. Zhao Lily with a massive parry, though, coming back on the pole sword, able to connect onto all three members of Team GG. That Merciless Havoc coming through for Team GG, though, will find Zhao Liui, and that's going to be it as EWG gets sent back out from the Realm of Yang. They're going to be forced to find a way to get rid of that Yang depletion. Team GG coming out on top.
That parry was the most insane. The riposte into that other slam, taking two players with him as well, just dealing the most amount of damages. We're going to see WBG's PP here going down to KZ's Gen. They are going to solo ult him here, and it looks like they have found the other members of this team. They are going to just blitz away here as we're seeing OC and Team GG have that Vermilion's Bird Might buff for another 190, 180 seconds here. And OUG does have that Draco Storm, so they are going to want to do something about that, as WBG's Jing and Sleepwalker are going to try and make their way a little bit further away from this fight, as Efang here does need to come with that revive here from Team JL. They did lose that Realm of Yang, as we're going to see OUG's Xin Yu. The blue dagger, they're going to be scale rushing up this mountain here, trying to get away. It looks like they're not trying to engage too quickly into this fight. They did have somebody pressuring them from behind, but it looks like they are going to be backing off now and ratting it out, it looks like, using that ceiling interaction to give them a bit of extra hiding place on the roof, as we're going to see JL's Efang here, One Fang, bringing it back in. They do have this Yang depletion for another 3 minutes and 10 seconds. They will be alive. If they do not find somebody to kill within these next 3 minutes and now 3 seconds, they will go away. As we're going to see already Team GG on to EWG's Tuck, trying to make something happen. And it looks like we're going to see these ults coming out early here. Both the Temi ult and the Yushan ult coming out right away. We're going to see try and deal as much damage as they can, but we're going to see the Takeda ult just dealing so much damage at that gold state. We're going to see Yiran bringing out
the Tiana High early here, but is not able to get grabs. He's taking so much damage here. It looks like he's already gonna de-ult, and this could be it for Team EWG. EWG taking so much damage. It looks like they only have one player left here, and it looks like they might go down very fast. EWG getting wiped out as the first team to be fully eliminated.
Yeah, Team GG here going to pick up all 6 of those eliminations as well onto EWGs. We take a look back on the fight between Team OC and Team JL inside the realm of Yang here. ZU getting completely pressured and caught out here. And this is exactly what we talked about, right? We talked about how important that target acquisition is for these particular teams. And of course, we see OC here look to pick out the Karumi. And as soon as the Karumi goes down, all of the members of JL here lose their available healing, and that team starts to crumble one after another. OC coming through here, going to be able to lock down the members of JL as it turns into a 2v1, and OC cleans up the elimination onto AS, and they walk away victorious inside that realm of Yang here. As we turn back to JL now, still with that Yang depletion, 1 minute and 26 seconds left remaining here. You know, we talk about this all the time. So many of these teams carrying that repeating crossbow to deal with these Tian highs, and GG no exception to that. They were able to use that repeating crossbow with the Venom tip to just completely melt through the Tian high of the enemy team. We're going to see it again here. Fang getting ready to pop up here. GG not wanting to take the fight though. Yes, they have that repeating crossbow to start doing some massive damage to Fang, but they are sans most of their ultimates because they just got out of a fight. They no longer have that safety net from the Vermilion Birdmite. So they just need to buy as much time as they can here. JL here with the Yang depletion. GG doesn't want to be where they are as OUG shows up for the third party as well. GG needs to regroup after they've been separated in this fight, and this turns out the best it possibly could for GG as OUG turns their attention to Team JL. JL with mere seconds left remaining on that Yang depletion needs to pick up these eliminations very quickly. They're able to find OUG's SS, and it doesn't look like they were able to get the Soul Bloom off of the body though, as we see the teleport come through, and GG comes back in for the third party. JL here, no time left on the Yang depletion. Fang looks to find an elimination, but unfortunately he's not going to. The Yang depletion comes through, and the members of Team GG will pick up both of those eliminations on to JL. Team GG off to a ripping start here today.
And yeah, Team GG has been coming out hot out of the gates here. We're already seeing them with 9 kills, sorry, or my mistake. 9 kills, 12 kills up on the board, as we're seeing OUG's the king with the only kill for Team OUG here, as they're hiding in this Celestia area, just playing directionals. We're going to flip right back over to JDG, taking out WBG's PP here, trying to get away from this in this 1v3 scenario. We don't know where the rest of WBG is. It looks like they are alive, but they are nowhere to be found. They're trying to get this kill and deal as much damage as possible to be able to come away with this, and it looks like PP is going to be taken out here pretty fast. Nothing really you can do against in a 1v3 scenario like that. WBG has lost one of their players. They still do have 2 other teammates alive, as Niskia. That gold Takeda ult is so powerful. Coming back into this Yang is OC's Anali here coming. It looks like they're playing pretty directional right now, and they are going to be playing a lot of range fights here. So we're going to see the Assassin's Lunge come out, but the Bell able to stop them. Niskia almost getting in a bit of trouble here, but using that Takeda ult to get out of it very nicely here. As we're going to see an Assassin's Lunge, the Takeda ult into the Assassin's Lunge, almost taking out Anali. Anali getting that heal really fast here, and then is going to end up getting the grab here, trying to go for the second one. Almost gets the second one, but it looks like Niskia is going to be able to bounce out of there, and that ult is going to go down. Anali is going to be able to go out here, and GG just absolutely destroying.
Look, I mean, GG's 330 here, just putting in work. You know, this particular comp can play well into these Transformers comp, but it's off the back of GG's 330 that they are doing so extremely well right now. That repeating crossbow with the Venom tip absolutely just deletes Monk. Every time we turn back to Anna Lee, there was like another third of their life bar missing. They didn't even get the one slam coming through for them. So unfortunately, we do get to see them just get absolutely blitzed through here. And quite interesting, because GG and OC were the two teams who won the first Realms of Yang, and then both of those teams head into the second Realm of Yang, which is kind of counter to the strategy we've seen a lot of these teams recently doing, where they've been avoiding the second stage of the Realm of Yang because of the extremely high risk that there won't be any extra charms left to purchase in the box to resurrect players. So if you lose a player to Yang depletion, there's no way to buy them back. Even if you win the fight, you lose that player for the rest of the game. So very interesting to see both teams who won the first stage of Realm of Yang heading in towards that second stage. But GG absolutely ripping through the competition here in game one. That repeating crossbow with the Venom tip, just shredding any hope of these other teams coming out on top, Seb.
And one thing I just wanted to acknowledge really quickly is KLA's QGG is using Focus Slide. I don't know if anybody else saw that, but if we see a Focus Slide kill in the Pro League, I will be very happy myself. And yeah, it's undoubtable and undeniable what Team GG is putting through this game. 15 kills right now in the game, where the next team only has 6. OC with only 6 kills from the board. Bow down with 4. As we're seeing lower to the lower side of the leaderboard, EWG, JL, and Alliance have all been knocked out already, as we're going to see this fight coming in almost right away here. OC Slayer popping that all right away, trying to go for the double charge here onto KZ's Heisey, and he gets the double slam onto Anna Lee, but Anna Lee is going to monk up right away, but he gets grabbed out of it here. So we are going to see him get held. It looks like he's not going to be able to go down. He is going to be able to end up monking up again, and KZ's Jen sold the bag as KZ able to come out with the Viper ult. The Viper ult is going to get grabbed. Anna Lee here coming in super clutch here, as KZ's Jen is going to go down. OC's Anna Lee here trying to get the grab off onto KZ's Lily. Is unable to, is finally gets the grab here, as we're going to see a lot of damage go onto KZ's Lily. Tries to go for the double grab, isn't able to get it. Tries to go for the re-grab here, is not able to. Lily able to escape here really quickly, as the 2v1 focus from Slayer and Zomang on to that other KZ player, Hazy, right now. And Lily, the last one alive, trying to just come away. The 2v3 is we're going to see a parry come out. Lily getting parried is going to be the end of Team KZ here. OC Slayer doing a very good job at just making sure they weren't going to fall to any charged attacks here. We're going to see another team coming in right on the third party here. OUG trying to charge through, as Anna Lee taking a lot of damage. That Assassin's Lunge going absolutely raking through Anna Lee's health and shield here. Shinyu trying to deal some damage. We're going to see OUG's SS coming through with the Viper ultimate here, and gets the stun onto a couple of them. Zermeg is going to go down, but the Mortal Defiance from the Z-Pig coming out, and OC Slayer and NLE trying to deal some more damage onto them, as OC Slayer trying to get away as fast as possible. They did get one of them, so they are going to be short a player for the rest of this fight, as WBG and Wolves are now converging onto this fight. Zermeg still down, not able to get resurrected, and it looks like they won't be able to bring them back as Wolves converges onto the scene.
Yeah, very unfortunate for the members of OC here, as they were able to actually find those soul blooms they desperately needed to get back in the game, but they are going to lose their Z-Ping here. And we just got done talking about how important the healer is for that Transformer comp, and they are going to be down a healer, and really only Takeda to buy the Monk any amount of safety. And that Takeda not going to be able to stop those repeated crossbow and range weapons, and they have no Temi to do that either. So Monk going to be very, very vulnerable when they transform going forward here for Team OC. But man, all eyes on Team GG. They've got ballistic control right now. They've got 15 eliminations under their belt. We're only zone 4, down to 28 players alive here. LXM going to find another elimination here with the cannon onto KLCXZ. The ballistic control continuing to come through from GG as well. Miskia down below with that legendary dagger and that assassin's lunge, putting in work as they pick up OC's Slayer as well. OC going to be down to a single player left remaining alive. After that, GG going to come in now and look to secure the Moor's Blessing as well. It's going to be their first set of legendary armor for the team here. They're going to pick up a Flamer as well as some Soul Jades here. LXM more than happy about this situation. We see a couple players looking to pressure onto this, but GG also has ballistic control topside. As soon as that first ballista shot comes out, the members of OUG decide to back away. LXM had already secured themselves the Morris Blessing. There was no need for OUG to pressure onto that and potentially take the ballista to the face. GG right now with at least 17 eliminations under their belt here, and it's not even zone 5 yet, Seb.
And that is just a phenomenal thing, especially since they're still alive and they're going to be able to come into this late game, get even more eliminations on the board. And it looks like OC actually has been completely eliminated here. They did lose their last player to Team GG. 17 kills up onto the board, and OCC, they got 9 kills, but they're not going to be able to place higher because they're now eliminated. And now we see Team GG with 17 kills on the board. They're able to put so many more, and they are hungry for more, especially these other teams as well. They are also hungry for these kills because they need to put the points up on the board. They're the ones struggling down at the bottom of the leaderboard right now for this game. If they need to put some more points up on the board, or that placement is not going to save them. They want to have those extra points for that kill multipliers. GG is going to be converging up onto Team Baoda here. Baoda looks like they're going to be playing this pretty calmly. They're not going to try and enter too quickly into a fight, but we are going to see a burst arrow shot come out from Lion TT in the far back corner as Miskia sending a couple pop shots off with the musket here. Looks like he's going to be hitting JDG on the other side. They are popping that Wuchen F so they do not get hit by these shots, as Kopi does need to heal as fast as possible before re-entering into this fight, as they're going to find AOW as well. We're going to see a no ult zone getting popped here by JDG. Super smart play by them here. Just make it so nobody in these teams can use their ults and just take advantage of a fight completely. They are going to have to rely completely on their F abilities and their gameplay with their team comps here, as we're going to see the poison is going to be dealing a lot of damage to KLA here. It looks like they are going to be able to get their teammates back. And JDG's Kopi, the last member of their team alive, is going to end up getting swarmed by KLA. KLA did find them, and Kopi is going to go down. KLA coming away with a couple more kills. Is OUG bringing in the atomic nuke with the Viper ult, but doesn't get a single player here, and they're now backed into a corner.
Yeah, that corner absolutely dangerous. If you look, there's legendary loot on all of those bodies, but it is the worst possible place you can be as a team. Many of these players going to potentially give their lives just trying to claim some of those goodie. Team Wolves still in this game, only 1 elimination under their belt, but still holding strong as we get ready to head into the end game here. Taking a look, OUG with this building lockdown. This particular building, I feel like, is pretty deadly for teams heading into late game. There's so many windows into that building where these teams can just take shots from so many different angles. You feel like you have this net of safety with those walls, but you really do not, because of how small that particular building is and how many angles players can get on it from so many sides. We're going to see Team GG more than happy to just sit topside here. 17 eliminations are their belt. GG at this point just needs to play for endgame, right? Like, they don't have to force any fights. They don't need to burn ultimates and leave themselves out in a vulnerable position. They can just let some of these other teams start to do the work for them, because they just want to make those 17 kills count for as much as humanly possible. Taking a look, TE topside here with the Swarm, trying to put in work here. TXJ looking to find damage on anybody that they can. AOW coming into the zone here, are going to lock down GG's 330, but 330 going to stay in it. That Merciless Havoc coming in huge. The Takeda ult going to buy a little bit of safety for the rest of the members of AOW. canceling out that merciless havoc from GG's 330. Alex X going to come in and catch out Ping Tao from Team Wolves here and buy themselves a second elimination for the game. AOW finding themselves down a member here is going to continue to fall further and further behind as WBG Sleepwalker actually finds the double grab, is able to pick up both. Two members of GG go down. Oh my goodness. One of them to another team and then another one to AOW's Zhang Wukong. 330 goes down. GG down to a single player left remaining alive here. And it's going to be very, very hard for GG to get anybody back into this game given their position. They're going to have to hope that Miskia holds on for as long as humanly possible and makes those 17 kills count for so much. That said, it's going to be really hard for any of these remaining teams to play catch up to Team GG. The closest team is Team BioDot, and they would need 11 eliminations out of the lobby to even catch up in terms of kills here. And there are not that many eliminations left to go around as we see more and more teams go down. There's 12 possible eliminations on the board for Team BioDot. TE stuck out in the zone here. BioDot will pick up that elimination onto TE's TXJ and go to 7 eliminations now. Only 13 possible eliminations left remaining on the board. Miskia just trying to stay alive here, trying to keep it moving so nobody sees them, using that gold dagger, the scale rushing to keep themselves airborne here. I like this strategy from Miskia. Just stay as minimal as possible, make it as hard as possible for any of these teams to catch me or hit me. TXJ here gonna monk up, able to find a grab onto Shutong, gonna get the slam through, not able to find the second grab though, looks for the re-grab onto Shutong, unable to find it, starts to turn their attention to WBG, is unable to find the grabs they are looking for though. Sleepwalker going very low on the other side of the circle. They will find a member of Team Wolves. Benchu gonna take a ton of damage here. We're gonna see that longsword come through, catching him out with the Hepta detach from the legendary longsword Soul Jade. They're doing a ton of damage to Wolves. Benchu able to find a little bit of a reset, go topside, but many players looking to capitalize on it. GG's Miskia is still holding true here. Benchu finally going to be caught out by WBG's PP and will be eliminated by the pole sword here. AOW Zhang Wukong here going topside with the monk, looking to find those grabs. The swarm coming through, just blitzing through their HP bar though. They're able to find a slam onto BioDot's Moon, but no follow-up or re-grab from Zhang Wukong. Zhang Wukong will find BioDot's Maomon though, looking to find the double grab. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it. Doesn't look like he was going to be able to get the slam, but he was able to find that slam coming through. TE's VVV will find the elimination onto Maomon though. GG Miskia is still alive here, just in the mix, using those scale rushes to keep everybody off of him. And this is exactly what GG needs. No team could possibly take away first place from Team GG now. Even BioDot with 9 eliminations under their belt, there's just not enough eliminations left in the lobby to make it happen here. And GG's Miskia still being alive is going to make it more and more difficult for these teams to do any sort of catching up. TE here going to pick up multiple eliminations onto OUG and WBG's PP. A slam onto BioDot's Moon. Moon going to be locked out in the zone with the Hepta detach. No place to go. TE continues to find an advantage here. They go to 4 eliminations. It's just OUG, TE, AOW, and Miskia all by his lonesome here for Team GG. Miskia going to get knocked down here. Still holding on to their ultimate, though. This could be a really good position for GG's Miskia. The ult's going to come in. He's just going to shove everybody into the zone. Going to use the Abyssal Roar on the dagger here to start locking players down. Goes for the Soul Bloom so that he can find another pop on the ultimate here. We're going to see the Yodel from Xinyu come through, start tearing through these players. GG's Miskia going to be picked up by Xinyu, but there's no question at the end of the day, it's all going to come up Team GG.
Oh my god. Miskia with the place. He was playing like a Matari. He was just going up and around. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to TP up here. I'm going to dash. You're not going to catch me. That Phantom Step played a huge role in his just not getting grabbed. We saw as soon as that Viper stun came out and then WBG Sleepwalker was able to get the grab on that one Team GG player, the rest of them were just not able to come through and keep themselves together as a team. He got grabbed from all the way across the map. He crossed there was no way they were going to be able to get their teammate back. They got down to 2 players, and then they got down to 1 player. Miskia putting in the work to keep them alive, even picking up another kill, putting them to a total of 18 kills in that final circle was just the most amazing thing I've seen in a minute.
Yeah, this is an absolutely huge game for Team GG. Coming into the final circle, there wasn't even maybe one team that could have possibly caught up to Team GG here. Unfortunately, there just wasn't enough eliminations left in the lobby for anybody to really make anything happen. Like, we saw Team TE start to pop off there in the end, but they go to, 4 eliminations off the back of some of these other teams being eliminated. I think Baoda goes out with 9 eliminations, is the second most eliminations in the entire lobby. It's just an absolutely massive game for Team GG here, coming in with that many eliminations. 17 eliminations is where we see teams end a game when they've dominated a lobby, much less going into zone 4 with 17 eliminations under your belt. They just had this massive control. Unfortunately, and we see one member get grabbed up by WBG, and then on the other side of the map, OUG grabs another member. The whole team gets completely separated. They lose 2 members, but Miskia has the wherewithal to keep it alive, to keep things going. And even if he had gone out early, it still is very likely that Team GG comes out on top. But Miskia knows they want as many points as they can possibly get. He's able to get to that final circle, do exactly what Takeda wants to do, pop that ultimate, shove everybody out into the zone. He picks up an 18th elimination and just keeps it going. Unfortunately, there is a Yodohime there, so he's kind of forced to go back out into the zone, starts taking a lot of tick, and the Yodohime, seeing him as the threat, throws a lot of damage onto him. But Miskia, he's already done his job, right? He picked up another elimination. He got the team all the way to top 3. That's all he really needed to do there to guarantee that GG is off to a huge start today.
And yeah, that Yodo ult was the one thing that was just such a detriment. We saw him trying to go from Soul Bloom to Soul Bloom to just get as much health back as possible. He's like, no, I'm not about to die. And then, yeah, obviously, it was sort of inevitable at the moment. He was getting locked down by players on the ground, and the Yodo with the Demon Blade. It's just sort of a sticky situation, getting caught between not only a rock and a hard place, but a Yodo ult and 3 other players. It's just... It's very difficult to get out of those types of scenarios. So obviously, amazing job, right? Coming through, even picking up a kill in the end, just being able to break everyone's ankles and just slide through everyone. I thought it was a phenomenal play. We've got to give shoutouts to as well Team WBG with those grabs at the end and being able to put up a lot of kills, especially as well Team TE. When they were up on the top and they were just able to rain down on these other players, sending the grabs and then using that longsword 1.0 to just take out the rest of these players. They're having their other player on the ground, use that one longsword 1.0 to be able to just combo these players and take out teams. I thought that was a phenomenal play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team TE came into that final circle with next to nothing. Being able to walk away with any number of eliminations when you get that, top 4, top 3 level placement is huge for a team. We've seen TE in the past struggle with that, being able to make it to final circle with no eliminations, and then not really able to find anything to make that placement worth it. So TE's got to be pretty happy that in the end they were able to find anything. And I mean, it's enough points that, look, they're going to be 3rd place here. That said, it's kind of a pretty drastic difference between 1st and 2nd place here. It's almost night and day. It's almost double the amount of points for 1st place from 2nd place. As GG walks with 18 eliminations, they're going to walk away with a game score of 29.5. OUG in that 2nd place position with 8 eliminations will be walking away with a 15.8. And TE with their 6 eliminations, but the 1st place finish means that they are going to walk away with a 14.6. TE kind of disappointed in themselves that they weren't able to scrape more together in this particular game, but against the fact that GG already had 17 eliminations going into final circle, they've got to be happy about the outcome that they got whatsoever, Seb.
Yeah, and I think that they did an amazing job, and I just want to see some of these other teams that are down at the bottom as well get a little bit higher up. And like EWG, KZ, JL, Alliance, I want to see these teams put in a little bit more and get some more kills up onto the board here, because, we did see GG dominate and it was amazing to see, but we do love the underdogs coming through and coming back up to the top, because GG, they're always a strong team.
You know, it's been very interesting. GG has not been the same team this season whatsoever. They've struggled during the first 2 bi-weeklies, and the third bi-weekly they finally started to come alive a little bit here, and they are carrying that momentum over into the 4th bi-weekly. You know, GG is typically a team that, you know, we talk about during season 2 last year sort of fell off. They were a team that everybody talked about during season 1 of the NBPL. I mean, I think every time you looked at Team GG during season 1, they were at the very tippity top of the leaderboard. In season 2 in Worlds, they just didn't perform as well as they possibly could. And we've talked a lot this season about them potentially making this comeback to form. We've seen glimmers and glimpses of it coming out from GG during the first 2 weeks, but then they would kind of go back into that old GG, you know, mentality where they would fall off after having a big pop-off game. So it's nice to see them able to have not only found momentum during last bi-weekly, but continue to carry that momentum over into this bi-weekly and continue to find success as they go, you know, deeper and deeper into the season. This is what we have been asking for from Team GG, and they have most certainly been delivering.
Oh, 100%. And this play, what I was talking about, GG going down here, but TE's VVV with the Hepta dash there, able to just absolutely decimate the competition here, as we're going to see the MVP from Team GG is going to be LXM on that Temmie. The Temmie is a hero. Using that V1 and V3 is a hero that is so good for their control as well in this comp, especially. Having their Monk, or sorry, having their Takeda and their Zipping and their Temmie, being the way that they were able to play this, it was just absolutely amazing. They advanced heal, the group heal Jades, helping themselves out as well. And I think the reason their Temmie was a very great way for them to be able to control these fights. Even though we did see Miskia obviously carrying away at the end, LXM did get the more amount of kills and did have the more amount of assists here. He did have 10 assists up on the board. So when he was there, he was dangerous.
Oh yeah, for the time that he was alive, he had 100% kill participation for his team. He literally participated in every single kill that that team locked together for themselves. And like you said, you know, Temmie here really playing a hyper support role for the team, as they already have a Z-Ping healing, but he locks in that group heal and that advanced heal to be able to lock heals together for the team. And it kind of makes sense for them to go ahead and put that onto the Temmie, given the fact that he can just drop that ultimate. And a lot of times players will look to get out of that ultimate, right? So if he's able to go ahead and get that down and teams look to back away, Temmie is in the optimal position to go ahead and use the group heal and advanced heal to start topping his team up while they actually can pressure onto the players locked down in his ultimate. If you noticed as well, most of his damage coming through from the pole sword, where he's able to find players on the edge of that ultimate and then immediately hit them with the quick 1.0 charge coming through from that horizontal on the the pole sword, not the long sword, which does a ton of damage when you're able to follow it up and guarantee it. And when you have the safety of a player locked down in your sandstorm, that's exactly what Temmie can do. And we saw him do that a couple of times, especially in some of the fights with OC in the mid game there. So Team GG really just pulling everything together here. Of course, LXM also coming through massively for the team, but 330, another person I want to talk about that did extremely well for Team GG. Every time we watch Team GG engage with the Transformer comp, 330 was lasered onto the Monk with that repeating crossbow, and of course the Venom tip coming through, and we just watched Monks melt in the face of that, right? You know, probably one of the most underrated soul jades in trios is got to be that Venom tip for the repeating crossbow, just for how quickly it can shred through the Monk. We watched that first Realm of Yang fight. As soon as Yiran monked up, the other team, you know, had popped the Temmie ult, they countered with their own Temmie ult, and 330 just stood in the back, and Yiran's HP bar literally disappeared almost instantaneously. He was forced out of that Monk transformation, and when he came out of that Monk transformation, he had the tiniest sliver of health, and he could not do anything to back his team up. He couldn't get any of the slams he was looking for. He couldn't create the pressure that Monks look to create for these teams, and because of that, GG was able to just steamroll through EWG. They come out of the realm of Yang. They immediately go hunt EWG back down a second time and eliminate them. And they just keep that ball rolling. GG takes the risk of going into the second realm of Yang. And this is something we've been talking about all season, is how so many of these teams have shifted away from even participating in the second realm of Yang. Because when you come out with that Yang depletion, yes, you technically, have a safety net you can keep your team around if you're able to get those soul blooms. The problem being is many of these teams will come out of that second realm of Yang to find that there are no more charms, those rebirth charms, to be purchased from the shop. Meaning that once one of their players dies in a fight where they're trying to get those soul blooms to keep themselves running, that player is gone. There's no resurrections left available on the map for them. And it's not like you're going to go secure one of those late game Morris blessings with only 2 players. You're just out of a player entirely. So to see GG aggressively go ahead and pressure that second realm of Yang, the level of confidence that this team had for game 1 was insane.
Yeah, and I thought that if they can bring this energy into these next games as well, they are going to dominate the day. Coming through with, if they have the same performance, averaging out at 18 kills a game, they're gonna put huge numbers up on the boards. None of what we've seen before. We haven't seen Team GG come out this season, I don't think, with this many pop-off games if they keep consistent.
Yeah, no, that's kind of been the big thing for GG, right? Is they'll have like these pop-off moments in the first 2 bi-weeklies. And then we're like, okay, cool, we're going to see GG make this sort of return to form. And they just were never able to follow up on those sort of pop-off games. Into our 3rd bi-weekly, we started to see that pattern where they were starting to able to kind of capitalize on their previous successes and start to keep that ball rolling. And now coming into this bi-weekly, clearly they're able to keep the momentum going. They come into this game and have just an absolute massive game right out of the gate. So hopefully we will get to see them continue that level of dominance throughout the day. And we can watch them walk away with multiple MVPs for the day instead of just one.
And yeah, we always love having a back-to-back or even a 3-peat because, when we see the 3-peats go off, we start to go a little bit rowdy on our ends here. Being able to consistently play in this game is one of the most difficult things I think you need to do because there's so many factors that it's like you can't just say, oh, I'm a better player, I can win 9 out of the 10 times. There's always something that's going to change the scenario, whether it be terrain, whether it be environment, whether it be your mental. That's why we play the games. That's why it's not just a simulation. It keeps us all on our toes and it keeps these players ready.
Well, importantly with NARAKA as well, right, is at the end of the day, it all comes down to the decision making of the team. It's so important for these teams. You could be realistically the best skilled player in the league and you can still lose fights to bad decision making. You can have the best, we call it micro, right? Just your raw skill and your ability to perform things in the game. You can have the best skill and still end up losing fights because you make a bad decision. And we saw some teams do this last week where they just were making absolutely, terrible decisions. Team TE being one of those teams, we talked about. J-Team came out on top, during the bi-weekly final for our 3rd bi-weekly here, but it was off the back of TE making terrible decisions. TE had set themselves up to walk away with a 2nd bi-weekly championship, a back-to-back dub for Team TE, and then they just started to play extremely poorly in terms of decision making, and it cost them the entire bi-weekly final. Yes, they still placed well, I'm giving them a lot of props, but they could have placed at the top and got a back-to-back, and that's why decision making is so important for these teams. At the end of the day, anybody can walk away on top here in NARAKA BLADEPOINT. As we get ready to lock in for game number 2, we're going to take a look here at the decision making the teams have in terms of the hero selection going forward for the day here. Let's see what these teams get ready to lock in. I'm very interested to see KZ. We're running this again, KZ? We scored a big fat 0 in this last game, and KZ is going to run back this same comp with the Viper that it was so questionable for them to run in game 1 here. Balda going to be running the Takeda, Z-Ping, Matari again as well. Going to take a look over to Team GG, who's going to be running that very classic Viper comp here, that sort of counter transformer comp. And this is something we typically see coming out on this first map of Holoroth. We see a little bit more of those counter transformers come through because we start to see teams like EWG playing what we call that Pacific Rim comp, where they're running the mech and the monk transformers coming through, and Viper able to deal with both of those players and keep them from buying themselves back with the safety of the mech, and of course the stun, being able to stun out the transformers as well.
And yeah, that'd be a cool thing to see. You know what I want to see, Rune? One of the things I want to see, somebody go triple transformers. I know it's not gonna happen, but triple transformers, Yushan, Feria, Monk comps. We're gonna take a look at these spawns really quickly. We are gonna see a lot of people over at the Imperial Village. Some of them by the waterfall, then close to the southern area of the map here. We're gonna see by that city of Tang. We're going to see Team GG in the city of Tang. A couple of players over by Plume. Plume is in a gold zone, and then we are going to see one team on the puzzle area where they are going to be able to have a chance to get that red armor. And, you know, if you get the red armor on your monk, it's going to be very difficult to bring him down compared to bringing him down with just blue or purple armor. So we're going to flip things off right away here. Team JDG is going to be facing off against JL right off the bat, but it looks like they're not going to try and engage too quickly. Xiao Hui already with no weapon, but he does have that purple armor here. They are dropping some range and some grays to go around, enough to feed the family here, as we're going to see Alliance coming in and sharking JL's AS quickly here, bringing him around, and it is a 3v1 situation already. We're going to see the F come out, and JL's AS is going to go down, not in time. His teammates came in, but they were not fast enough for them to come back into this fight here, and it looks like Alliance is going to back off here as they do see a couple other players. JDG is going to be entering in here, and Alliance is Lucky is going to get super low, and it looks like JDG is going to be able to take out Lucky. Zuan able to come through. Alliance's Lin coming with a crazy parry into the Ninja's Might, and we're going to see Zuan as well go down from Alliance. The ultimate is going to be able to come out here from Alliance's Lid. Last player alive on that team. It looks like JDG's LSR is going to be hiding on to the side here. Doesn't see them. This could be a fight where Zuan is going to be able to revive the rest of his team here, as the others have been preoccupied with JDG. JL and JDG are going to be taking this fight up early. Tries to go for the parry, is not going to be able to come away with it here, and one member of JL is going to go down here. It looks like this is going to be their last member. Ziyu able to come away with a huge parry on the Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui is going to end up taking that away, and One Feng is going to go down as well, because KLA is coming in on the third party.
Look, I don't care what anybody says here. JL takes the moral victory here. They were able to catch out Alliance's Lucky not once, but twice with bear traps. Alliance's Lucky just walks into them as they chase JL, and if you've ever been caught in one of those bear traps, you know how terrible that feeling is. So JL's AS over here gonna take the moral victory, if you will, over some of these other teams. ZU caught out a little bit here, but JL still holding on here. All three with the resurrections, by the way. ZU was able to get the resurrections onto all three members of JL, and they weren't forced to use those early resurrections. Unfortunately, we do see AS go down. KLA giving a chase here, and Fang really trying to find that double grab here for the members of JL. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to get lucky twice and find it, as KLA will clean up all three eliminations this time on to JL. So JL finally going to be forced to use those resurrections and head back to the Soul Altar. And while we speak, two of the members of KZ being eliminated and going to find themselves heading back to the Soul Altar as well. WBG waiting in the wings, looking to pressure on with a third party here on to KLA. KLA not in the best of situation. They've been third party multiple times here. So it's going to be a question of how many ultimates do they have left. It looks like they have the Temi ultimate to make something happen here. YKC going to go extremely low here, going to be able to find that ultimate in the final seconds before he's able to be eliminated by the Yodohime ultimate coming in. WBG just trying to take back control of this fight, but KLA able to find multiple eliminations, and we will see WBG be forced to use that Wu Chen ult to get out and buy themselves back into the game here. KLA survives yet another third party and finds themselves ahead with 7 eliminations here in game number 2.
And this is going to be crazy. 7 eliminations for KLA already. 2 eliminations for Team GG on the board. So they are still on the top with their total points in these 2 games. But they do need to put a couple more points onto the board if they want to stay consistent with their last game here. We're seeing Team OC with 4 kills up on the board, and we're going to come into a huge fight here as WBG already back into it. Is going to get the stun off onto one of these players here, and it looks like Jig is going to try and get the kill, but he isn't able to go off. CXC is going to get stunned here, trying to get that charge attack, and oh my goodness, PP is going to go down, and KLA able to pick up a couple more kills in this fight. He tried to go for the Abyssal Aura, but was not able to make the play.
Yeah, huge start here for KLA, looking to have repeat performance of Team GG's last game, where they're already off to 10 eliminations before Zone 2 shows up. If KLA can continue this pressure and keep finding eliminations, we might have a record-breaking game on our hands. Only time will tell, though. Turning your attention now to Team Wolves, and Team Wolves here off on the outskirts, not really looking to take those early fights here. And this is typical Team Wolves of what we've seen lately this season. I really don't know what's been going on with Team Wolves. They've not been able to find any traction whatsoever here in the spring split for themselves. And it's almost like their communication has just fallen apart. Every time we look to Team Wolves, they're not really communicating the way we're used to seeing Team Wolves communicate. They're getting themselves caught out. Members are making mistakes that they usually would not, and it looks like they just aren't on the same page whatsoever. So maybe we'll see them find something here in this game, but I don't think we're going to, unfortunately. I think they're gonna wash out in this season, if you will, and then during the break maybe they'll figure out what they've got going on and come back for season 2 a much stronger team. Bauda here gonna find themselves onto WBG. Moon gonna take a couple cheeky little nunchucks hit off of WBG's Jing and then use that teleport to go ahead and get out. Doesn't want to overextend themselves and find themselves being 3v1 while they wait for their team to get there. Moon playing it very safe. Will come back in with those nunchucks yet again, find some more cheeky hits onto the members of WBG. Jing trying to cover for the team here with the Yodohime ultimate, not really finding too much success off the back of it. Takeda ult coming in from Bauda's Malmon, going to throw Jing off balance here. PP just going to get completely blitzed through here, and WBG going to be forced to use that Wu Chen ult to make an escape here. PP saved by the Wu Chen from WBG's team here, and Bauda not happy about the fact that they couldn't pick up at least 1 elimination in that fight.
And yeah, it's always unfortunate when you can't pick up 1 here, and it looks like PP is the main focus of the team. Whenever they're getting into a fight, he's always the one going the lowest in these fights. I don't know whether it's the fact that he's just the certain hero he's playing, the target selection of these other players. They're always going to try and target that Viper first, I guess. But the way that they have it, they're just always able to get out within the nick of time. They're able to take away the power that these other teams have over them by just Wu Chen ult. No way. So we're gonna flip around, taking a look at this map. Nobody is super condensed. Closer to that southern side of the map, the southwest side of the map, they've got like a couple of trio teams coming through, as we're gonna see this moon bane that TE has placed themselves. I was a little bit nervous for them. They were about to jump right into the bane without any hesitation, but it is theirs, understandably, as TXJ is running that parry bell again, and that is one thing that wows me. The parry bell coming into this game, I guess it's just that people don't expect the parry bell to come out when you're in a super condensed fight. you're waiting to see that red flash. And if you see the bell, you're just like, okay, I'm going to throw a blue at it, right? I'm going to clink off. That's the worst that's going to happen. But no, TXJ coming with the parry bell just for that extra bit of punishment that they can give. They do lose the ability to combo break, which is something that they might not want to use. We're going to see both of these Monk ults come out right away here. Looks like they're going to burn them really fast as QGG already getting the grab off. We're going to see the double Temi ult come out. And it looks like TXJ is going to be able to come out victorious through that fight. He's able to get the stun off. And it looks like YKC is going to get grabbed and is going to go down fairly fast here, taking out the other members of QGG. Of KLA, sorry. QGG is going to go down, and it is now CXZ, last member alive, and they were able to just play this so phenomenally. KZ is going to go down so fast.
Turning now to AOW, going head-to-head here with EWG. EWG just trying to break away from this fight. Zhao Lui going to go ahead and go into cannon form here, taking some shots on to the members of AOW. Yiran, unfortunately, already eliminated here for the members of EWG, and EWG really just doesn't have the space to try to get that resurrection for their team. As multiple teams come through for the third and fourth party here, EWG is just going to be forced to leave them behind. On the chase, looking to try to clean up these two members from EWG, as many of the other teams look to engage with each other. But it's JDG coming in onto the members of Team Baoda that might buy EWG the space that they need to get away here. We're going to see Baoda lose Lion TT, and the other two members of Baoda now find themselves in the exact same situation that EWG is in, and they are going to force to be on the run. And look at this, Zhao Hui knows that Baoda's hiding somewhere, looking to check all of the bushes here. The question is will they find the members of Baoda down below back here? It looks like Baoda is not going to take the chance as they break away out of line of sight and look to escape from that situation. Turning now to Team JL, who's engaged with the members of OUG. The King already being eliminated here. Feng will find himself completely focused down by OUG Jinyu, and JL is going to lose two members here, and OUG flips this fight on its head. Jinyu now just a single player left remaining alive here for JL, and unfortunately that is going to be it, as the members of OUG are able to find success and not only flip the fight onto JL but eliminate them from the lobby.
And it looks like as we're flipping over, EWG has round themselves in a little bit of a pickle here, as AOW as well trying to join in on the action. It looks like AOW has lost a member, but EWG does have their three members still alive. And it looks like JDG has got one of their members straying a little bit far, but playing so far into the zone here, they've got to watch their consumables. If they lose heals and their Shadow Corruption damage reduction, if their heals lose their effect, they are in a whole lot of trouble. As Xiaohui here taking a lot of damage. We're going to see both of these ults come out quickly, or sorry, just the single ult come out, and it looks like they might be able to take a lot of damage away. They're trying to go for the charge. He's able to get it. The F comes out from the Tumult here. He is going to get caught, but they are going to be able to use that ultimate ability to ultimately come away with the kill onto this fight. He is still losing a lot of health. He is in the zone. It looks like Ebron is going to try and go back for him. It is only a solo chasing him, as we're going to flip back over to KLA. They do have that Yang depletion. They need to get this kill. YKC trying to make something happen onto VVV is not able to come away with the kill. VVV is going to be super low here, trying to come back around, and CXC is going to be able to come away with the kill. QGG trying to make something happen with the pull sword here. Gets a huge parry onto LYD, and the double charge from the pull sword, able to take away the life of these TE players. And KLA back in the game now. No more Yang depletion, and it looks like we're going to see Wolves going out here, as Baoda is going to engage quickly, but it looks like they're going to back off relatively fast. They don't want too much of the smoke that's coming here, as AOW Shen Wukong is going to go down to the storm.
Yeah, Baoda still keeping it alive here. Unfortunately, No eliminations under their belt. BLADEPOINT really one of those teams also struggling this season to find their place going forward. As we take a look back at the replay here, Alliance looking to go head-to-head with the members of Team Wolves, and GG trying to get inside that realm of Yang. We're going to see multiple members of Team Wolves completely caught out by the members of GG. Alliance here trying to clean up some of these eliminations as well. Is going to engage very quickly, using that grapple to pressure on to LXM here from Team GG. The roller actually going to come around and help clean up some of those eliminations, and Team Wolves going to find themselves in a 1v3 situation inside the realm of Yang. Man, that's not a place you want to find yourself here in the Pro League. Turning now back to Team Alliance, who's been able to clean up a couple of eliminations, 3 eliminations under their belt as they look to continue to find more. Taking a look at the top of the order here, KLA has been able to find another 3 eliminations for themselves, going all the way to 13 eliminations, and we're not even into zone 3 yet. We have zone 2 collapsing onto zone 3 as we speak, which means the second set of realms of Yang going to come forward. And the question is will KLA look to find themselves a realm of Yang? It looks like they are moving towards one, but they're going to have to fight the members of Team TE if they want it. WBG also waiting in the wings, looking to take that second realm of Yang here as we get ready to head into zone 3. It doesn't look like any of these teams want to try to secure that Moore's Blessing. Team GG, the only team really in a position to be able to head there and secure it if they want to, and it looks like that may be exactly what they plan to do. Again, KLA and TE both here looking for that realm of Yang, but it's going to be KLA, no questions, who find themselves inside the realm of Yang. TE not going to be able to follow up, as we did see another team on the other side looking to head in the realm of Yang, but it looks like maybe they're going to ignore it, and KLA who gets this Moore's Blessing inside the realm of Yang for free. And this could be a huge pickup for the team that already has 13 eliminations, because CXC still rocking only that blue armor, and the weapon and purple armor inside there could be huge for the members of KLA.
We're gonna see WBG's Jing on the top of the ballista, dealing a whole bunch of damage to Team GG. GG using that F ability from the Wu Chen to be able to block lots of this fire, and it looks like WG's PP is going to be able to get a free unlock onto this box. GG has backed off. It looks like Mesquia is going to go down to OUG's the king here. They're going to try and revive him pretty fast here. It looks like he goes for the 1-2-3, the unsuspecting 1-2-3. Mesquia is going to be able to get revived here, is going to end up 330 going down very fast here as Bao Da sharking onto this kill as fast as possible. BLADEPOINT picking up their first kill of the game onto GG's 330. It looks like they're going to be trying to find the rest of this team as fast as possible. KLA getting that free Mystic Might, and it looks like nobody else is going to be getting these buffs for the rest of the game here. So we're going to see KLA with 13 kills up on the board, GG with 4, JDG with 8, and the rest with 4, 3, and 1. Nobody with 2 kills up on the board here, as we're seeing lots of these teams have been eliminated already, as we're going to see GG fighting for his life right now. KLA sharking him down fast, and it looks like LXM is going to go down, ladies and gentlemen, putting up another kill onto the board. KLA is pulling a Team GG from what they did last game. It's Mesquia, last player alive. Let's see if they're able to pull off the strat that they did the last time. Is we're going to see WBG actually picking up a Draco Storm buff here. It's Mesquia here just setting the traps in that Imperial Village. And we're going to see OUG over on the side here. Couple of kills up on the board, but a bush camp and a bush camp nonetheless. They've got some stacked Jades, my goodness.
Yeah, OUG absolutely in a great position here for themselves. Not as many eliminations as they want to be, but in terms of gear, doing pretty good. They could use another purple set of armor for the team here, but multiple legendary weapons and just quite literally a plethora of Jades for themselves. KLA, though, in a really good position, looking to have a performance like GG had. And unfortunately for Team GG, they find themselves yet again down to just Mesquia, but this game with only 4 eliminations under their belt instead of the 17 eliminations that they had during the previous game. We're going to see here WBG going to be caught out here by GG's Mesquia. Mesquia, though, unfortunately by himself, as the rest of the members of WBG show up looking to capitalize on this, and unfortunately I don't think Mesquia going going to be able to escape here. Even utilizing that tech there with the movement off of the staff, it's not going to be enough. WBG picks up the straggler, and GG will not find the second game that they were looking for.
And obviously, you know, it's not what they wanted, but it's still okay. At the end of the day, they still have a couple more games to come back, and this is only day 1 of trios, so they still have a lot more days right now to bring themselves back into this fight. You know, having one off game is not going to detriment their entire bi-weekly, hopefully, is what you can say, because it could offset them for the rest of the day. But obviously, consistency is something that is hard to keep up, so we aren't going to hold it against them too much. So we're going to flip over to TE, VVV, TXJ, and LYD on this side, still over by the Imperial Village. Sending some shots off into these bushes, trying to see if there's any stragglers out in these areas. Not hitting a single person because there are nobody in the bushes. They've got some stacked Jades as well. This team is looking pretty strong, and their comp is ready to go. They just need to get into one of these fights here. As we're seeing, these teams are pretty spread out right now, and they are going to be not trying to condense themselves. There are still 24 players left up onto the board here, and there is 10 minutes left as we are closing in onto Circle 3 right now, going into Circle 4 after this. We are going to be seeing these fights come out pretty closely, as we're going to see the Frost coming over this area as well, which means they are going to be losing their ultimates if they can't find a fire. It looks like Alliance has found a fire, so they will not have that rage loss that is going to be affecting them through this game, as they do also have a whole bunch of soul Jades to pick from. And it looks like everybody's stacked on Jades today.
Yeah, absolutely huge on the Jades. And this is something we've seen, you know, transitioning. At the start of the season, we saw a lot of teams trying to hold those Dark Tide coins to buy teammates back. But because of how fast those resurrection charms get bought up out of the box, we're seeing more and more teams just roll soul Jades, trying to find missing pieces that they need, like the Venom tip that we saw GG's 330 have last game, or a lot of teams opting to bring the musket in, looking for that armor pierce, as well as the slow shot in combination to just completely delete players out from across the map. Repair roll also being very important for players using those cannons, trying to maintain the uptime on those ranged weapons to just continue to pummel multiple teams down at ranged. Has been something we've seen many of these teams start to do.
Yeah, and when you have repair roll, especially even if you're in a melee fight and you're against, like, let's say a Wu Chen, and your weapons get very low on durability, you're able to just roll, boom, weapons fixed, ready to go. And I know it happens a lot less, but it is one of those crucial Jades you want to have for the range. For the range here, as we're seeing JDG, lots of these teams are pretty spread to the outskirts here, as the other circle is going to start to come in, and OC in the prime real estate location, but KLA is getting absolutely decimated because they're caught between JDG and Alliance on the low ground, with JDG having the high ground here, and as Alliance is going to be able to come away with this Morris Blessing. Looks like they've popped the Temi ultimate here to be able to come away. They said, you know what, we're just going to guarantee this for us. We're popping the Temi ult, no one's getting through. We're getting the legendary armor, they're getting the cannon, a couple of gold soldiers. Looks like they're not going to take them, but they do have the options to get them later. They are going to go back over to the fires, keep their ultimates alive here. We're going to see some cannon fire is going to be raiding on top there, and it looks like they are going to go for a bit of an armor swap here, as TE down below, not wanting to engage too quickly onto this fight. They do have to watch out. They do want to get that fire back pretty soon, otherwise they're going to start losing their ults. And it looks like that frost zone has gone down, so they will not have to worry about that anymore here, as they are going to try and hop over. And it looks like they might start engaging very quickly.
Yeah, OUG here looking to hold on to a position for themselves as well, not wanting to pressure too hard onto the box, or team at TE on the backside here. More than happy to move under the tower here and just hold a little bit of a safe space. OUG looking to just walk their way into the final circle and pop off with the TN high, as we turn now to Team OC. On the backside of the map, using those ranged weapons to keep the pressure on to Team KLA. KLA really having quite the phenomenal game here. 14 eliminations under their belt, and they are playing the late game here with the Transformers and Takeda available to them here. So hopefully Takeda and Temi will be able to keep YKC alive long enough for them to start to pop off and find the double grabs in those final circles. WBG looking to pressure the space over by where JDG was. JDG being evicted by the range shots coming in from multiple teams and just looking to back away. OC on the other side over here from WBG. Annalie just trying to keep the pressure up onto WBG, not letting them walk in and take that space for free. We are zone 4 collapsing on to zone 5. We're going to see if any of these teams are going to be forced together. Only 24 players left remaining alive. Another very fast-paced game here in game number 2.
And it looks like KLA sending a lot of range shots from this cannon onto Team Bauda, taking away a lot of their shield, but it looks like it's not going to be enough for them to come away with any sort of kill here. Looks like they're going to heal up, go for a bit of a reset before re-engaging onto this fight. And it looks like there is another team on the third party. As all of these teams start to condense, look at the terrain on this circle. OC is still on that prime real estate, and everybody is going to be losing range. So we're not going to see as many ults come out. We're not going to see as many of these players bringing out crazy amounts of these ultimates just coming back over and over again, because this Frost is going to be running for another 23 seconds. It is going to be a huge detriment to them for now. Lots of these teams do have that Fire Sun buff, which allows them to keep ultimate even while in these Frost zones, keep their rage up. But it could be difficult once they start to lose it to that Frostbite, as OC is raining cannon fire on to them below. And look at, they've got 3 cannons, a blue, a purple, and a gray one up at the top, just raining fire onto these other teams, as WBG also in a pretty decent area as well, as OC Zemig is going to go down to TE's TXJ here. We're going to see him forced to ult early into this end circle. This could be a wrinkle in the plans for OC. OC trying to get some grabs off, and it looks like he's not going to be able to come away, and Zemig able to get that heal off, and the Resurrection Slayer able to revive Zemig. Kopi is going to get grabbed here. They're trying to go for the re-grab onto these JDG players, but they're unable to, and Annalie taking so much damage, forced to de-ult here, tries to go for the heal, is going to be unable to, tries to pop the bell to get out of there as fast as possible, but is going to go down to Xiaohui. Xiaohui here with the Takeda ultimate able to come through, and everybody's just converging. It is now absolute chaos. JDG's LSR trying to make something happen with the dagger here as TXJ trying to get a grab, is unable to come away with anything as he gets LSR. They are going to try and go through with the slashes, but they're unable to do it, taking a lot of damage here. They're going to be able to try and grab Kupi as well. Xiaohui able to get away. LSR is going to go down to LYD with that F ability from the Yueshan. Yueshan able to get that. TXJ is going to get out of ult here, goes down. He does need to build that rage back up, as there is 1 minute and 12 seconds left for this Frost zone to disappear. As we're going to see Lin able to get the grab onto Kupi here, not able to deal too much damage on him while he's in the ult, but they are going to shark him down, trying to go for the re-grab here. He is almost dead, unable to come away with the kill yet. And it looks like he was able to get away. They are going to try and play it as safe as possible. Lin about to de-ult here as well, unable to come away with the kill here, using their ult, not able to come away with anything too productive.
Yeah, the verticality there really putting a wrinkle in Alliance's plan there to follow up on that elimination. KLA's YKC, though, no such problems. They're going to catch the re-grab onto Alliance's Zon, and now Zon really finds themselves in a terrible position. KLA moving into 15 eliminations. YKC, though, starting to get pummeled by OC's Annalie, and that's going to be it there. Unfortunately for YKC, no healing available for the members of KLA, and this is what we typically see happen on these teams that don't bring in some sort of healing for the Monk comp here. We didn't see the Temi ult come through to be able to buy some protection for the Monk there. Annalie just able to focus them out. Nobody in range from KLA to be able to slide in and find that resurrection as all three members of Team OC slide into the body looking to pick up scraps here. And unfortunately, KLA will lose CXZ as well to Team TE's VVV. KLA now down to a single member left remaining alive. QGG in the corner there. JDG seems to have found them out as well. TE is going to find OC Slayer and pick up an elimination, and we are seeing KLA just fight to stay alive here. They want to make the most of those 15 eliminations as humanly possible. TE looking to have a repeat of last game where they start to take control of this final circle, and unfortunately it will be them who, or no, sorry, WBG actually picks up the elimination onto KLA's QGG out of the hand of TE's TXJ. TXJ finds OUG's Zinyu and will pick up the elimination off of a slam going through. Actually, no, Alliance's Lucky finds it. Oh my goodness, TE here setting up so many eliminations, just not able to find them as multiple teams are able to pick up those kills out of TXJ's hands. TXJ not able to get those slams to come through as quickly as they would like here, but TE still holding on with control here. JDG's Kopi going to go down to LYD. LYD VVV going to find Alliance's Lucky as well. We're going to see LYD just continue to set up eliminations time and time again for the other members of Team TE, really putting in work here on this Yuation, utilizing this ult to just lock down multiple people in the final zone here. We're gonna see TXJ find that Monk ulti yet again, looking to start finding some of these grabs. Malmon just above, trying to stay alive here. WBG's PP actually gonna slip into the zone and take quite a bit of damage there, and unfortunately that could have spelled disaster for them. PP gonna come in with the ult, but unfortunately is going to get grabbed out here. TXJ looking for the opportunity to find a double grab here, but the members of TE just quickly blitz PP out of existence in TXJ's hand. TXJ does find another grab, but does not have the time to follow through with the slam, but it doesn't matter. OUG's SS going to be completely caught out by the members of Team TE, and TE finding that success that they were looking for in the previous game here will pick up all of the eliminations in the first place finish. TE going to be very happy about this as they walk away the MVP for game number 2.
And yet TE is a team that I've been seeing, they are so consistent. They were the ones who were doing very well in that end circle, and their end circle game is just so phenomenal. Like last game as well, they were able to come away with, they didn't have the most kills, obviously, because Team GG was dominating the early game. But when it came to that late game, they dominated in that sector, were able to pick up a lot of kills and still finish first in the standings. Whereas after the points got tallied, of course, they did not get first place, but they were still able to place high, and now they've got the MVP for that second game, which is going to place them even higher. KLA right now as well, they must be a little bit upset. They had a very amazing early game performance, but were not able to hold up until that end game area where they just, and it fell apart so quickly coming into that late game, did not rack up enough placement points to get a meaningful enough multiplier.
Yeah, and you know, that just unfortunately happens, right? You know, sometimes you get to those final circles, you've got a ton of eliminations, you're so focused on getting to that multiplier, you don't realize your positioning and where you end up on the map, and that's what happens to KLA. One of them gets picked up, grabbed, they go down. The other two members are forced to split away, and as soon as you split away from your team in a final circle like that, you're just going to start getting picked off, and that's what we see happen. One after the other, the members of KLA start to fall like dominoes. QGG even finds a nice little spot to hide in down below in that little cove, but JDG's not going to let him stay there for very long. TE able to come over and capitalize on JDG, kind of poking the bear, if you will, and forcing the final member of KLA, QGG, I do believe it was, to come out, and multiple people just picking up those eliminations. It's very funny, as many eliminations as TE picks up, we do see them when they monk up TXJ missing opportunities to pick up eliminations as other teams just snipe kills out of his hand. He actually picks up somebody and they're literally within like 1 tick of HP, and he holds on to them forever looking for the double grab, even though he's got the guaranteed kill in his hand instead of taking the slam. And by the time he goes for the slam, a Temi-Wisp comes out of nowhere and picks up the kill out of his hand. So TXJ kind of, you know, TE doing a very good job, but TXJ inting on himself a little bit. He had the opportunity to to pick up more of those eliminations if he had just kind of, instead of patiently waiting for the double grabs, just went ahead and go, okay, I've got the kill in hand, let me go ahead and secure that, and then go back to looking for some of those grabs coming through. But TE still does come out on top. And like you said, TE, this is a team that's very, very good at securing Final Circle, taking control of Final Circle, and keeping other teams from being able to do the exact same thing. And that's what we see them do. TXJ monks up, takes control of the zone. They wait till TXJ is just about to go down to pop the UA shuttle, and then use the UA shuttle to continue to keep pressure on everybody else in that final circle, and just force players into the rest of Team TE, and TE able to capitalize on all of the damage and CC that their UA shuttle is putting out, and just keeps everybody from being able to do anything in the final circle. TE doing a very, very good job and showing that level of consistency you were talking about by making a repeat of the final circle that they had in the previous game, but this time able to pick up 16 eliminations and a first place finish, which is going to give them a 30.6 game score. KLA with 15 eliminations, still going to pick up a mighty 20 for their game score. JDG going to be rounding out third place with a 12.7.
And just wow, look at the what I said, exactly the same thing that I said at that last game. I said if they play consistent, they're going to be able to come out very higher up. GG, 4 points on the board, 5.3 total game score. Absolutely different side that we saw come out from them this game rather than their last game. They didn't get that early game play, they didn't get that momentum going, and they weren't able to keep it in. KLA still able to come up with 15 kills on the board, so they are still second place, but they weren't able to get a huge point gap between all of them, as this is our winning team, LYD, VVV, and TXJ running that F2 parry bell. I still think that is the funniest thing that I've seen in the Pro League in a hot minute.
You know, the big thing with the parry bell, right, is that coming into trios, it's much easier to get that parry off. And typically as a monk player in trios here in the Pro League, you're not looking to use that parry bell to save yourself. You're actually looking to use the bell to cover for your teammates, right? Typically, like if your Yuashan doesn't have his F ability available, or, you know, if you're VVV and you don't have the F available, those golden focuses to be able to break away from something like a Nezha's Might or, you know, a golden nunchuck. As the monk, you can use that bell to cover, and likewise, if you're going to use that bell to cover for somebody else, you're not going to be under attack while you're utilizing it. You might as well bring the parry bell in and have that percent chance to just be able to parry somebody's weapon out of their hand and kind of flip that entire fight on its head. And that's why we see some of these monks starting to run it, because it's less about using that bell to cover for yourself and more about using it to cover for your team.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. You see, this is where Alliance Lucky was able to come away with that kill there. Oh, stealing that from the monk there. And TE, the first time he monked up there, it was so close. And he had 2 or 3 kills there, sharked away from him, and I thought it was just the most hilarious thing is OUG's SS is going to end. It did go down very quickly. He tried to ult away from it and was almost able to come out, but he wasn't able to finally come away with the victory there. But it's all good.
Yeah. You know, yeah, TE just, I mean, again, if they're able to take control of a final zone, they do such a good job at just holding on to it. No surprises, VVV, our Temi player here, are going to come out the MVP here. 5 kills, 10 assists, 21,000 damage. Look at the 16k damage coming through with the pole sword. And we talked about this. This is our second Temi in a row to walk away with MVP. And we talked about how important of a weapon it is for a player like a Tumult who has so much CC to be able to use, because the second you catch somebody out in a wisp or you catch them on the edge of your ult, they're vulnerable for just a short second, but that short second is enough to come in with the pole sword, that 1.0 charge, and catch somebody with it. And the pole sword just does so much damage off of that solo charge. It's kind of insane how much damage it really does. So even being able to lock somebody down for 1 second to half a second is a massive advantage for somebody, and able to be able to follow up with the pole sword. No question why VVV comes out the MVP.
And congratulations again to Team TE and VVV, their MVP. I'm just saying a whole bunch of acronyms and VVV, T, MVP, TE. Congratulations to them for coming away with the victory, because they did play a phenomenal game, and the way that they were able to come through. And they've been the most consistent so far. They placed second or third the first game. Now they're placing first. Let's see if they're going to be able to do anything else. And, you know, I need JL. I need JL to come through. My boys over in JL they're lacking a little bit right now, unfortunately, but let's hopefully we'll be able to see them come through and make a little bit more of a difference in this next coming game.
Look, JL gets the moral victory from me. Okay, the fact that they're able to catch out Alliance is lucky, not once but twice with the bear traps as they're trying to chase them through the hut there. AS just absolutely disrespecting him, going, "You might get me, but man, are you gonna feel bad after this." I like, for you players at home, I don't know if you've ever been that side of the map and fallen victim to those bear traps, but it is a terrible feeling. So for Alliance is lucky to walk into one but not two, literally back to back, is absolutely crazy. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a short break before we come back and lock in for game number 3.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you folks there. Hi, I'm not Seth. I'm Moxie, and I'm going to be joining for the rest of the day. Because, Rune, I heard that there was some fun NARAKA action. I heard the TE were popping up, and I was like, I'm not missing this. In fact, I'm not missing this. I'm just going to jump straight into the casting desk, and we are going to be finishing off all of the rest of the games for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TE popping off, GE having an absolutely, massive first game, going to the final circle with 17 eliminations under their belt already. And then even after that, walking away with the third place placement finish, and Miskia by themselves after having two of their members get grabbed from opposite sides of the map and deleted, able to hold it together there, hits a 7-man Takeda ult in the final circle there, able to pick up an 18th elimination and pick them up a ton of points. Unfortunately, in classic GG fashion, we were just talking about how they had a very good bi-weekly in this follow week, and we keep this narrative of wanting to see GG make a return to form going forward. And every time we talk about this, unfortunately, they just had a huge game, and it looks like, okay, we're going to carry the momentum over from the bi-weekly final here today, and then into an immediate disappointing game where they go out in the very middle of the game. They've only picked up 4 eliminations, and it's just classic GG all over again. But we've got a question for you guys watching from home. How many kills did TE get in game number 2? Is it A15, B16, C17, or D18? Lock your answers in chat, and make sure you keep an eye on your whispers here over on Twitch, because one lucky person is going to walk away with some extra goodies, and you don't want to miss out on the cosmetics here in NARAKA, because our cosmetics team do not miss Moxie.
They do not, indeed. But another team that I think we should probably talk about, especially after that game number 2, unfortunately, KLA, it seems going into that final zone that they were coming with something like, 15 kills? They were so far ahead of the pack, and then they all just get absolutely torn apart. Wait, the coaches hold the water for them? Oh my god, I love that so much.
Oh my goodness. Well,
KLA, they look to be leading super heavily, and it was very similar to when we see that sort of structure of J team versus TE. In the final zone, TE always seem to have this game plan of how they're going to play the final zone. So even though they're coming in without as many kills as some of the other teams, they're still able to stagger their ultimates extraordinarily well. So that even when things like the Monk ult drops out, they have that Yui ultimate to be able to fall in on, and then they're able to find those players who are hugging the sides of that zone and absolutely smash onto them, right? With the jumps of the Yui just pushing through with the stagger, and then even when that drops out, you've got enough time for TXJ to hit another Monk ultimate, and it's just so seamless. And something that I really wanted to bring up because I saw it and I immediately went, oh, hey look, the meta continues. Repairal was something that TXJ was having, and that's why he's able to get almost back-to-back 2 Monk ults off without having to feel any pressure or downtime for that repair. You can see that a lot of teams, I think, have identified that J team made that shift of, instead of going for the gate fights, they would just roll for soul jades and get repair roll as quickly as possible, because it allows that Monk just so much more control in that final zone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is something even in game number 1, we saw repair roll coming through and playing a massive role in that particular game. A lot of teams starting to identify that certain soul jades are a win condition. In game 1, GG, we talked about how important it was that 330 off the rip was able to get their hands on Venom Tip and a repeating crossbow. Every single time that they engaged with a transformer comp, they were able to just absolutely shred through the health bar of the Monk as soon as they transform, and multiple times that repeating crossbow catching the Monk player off guard, the Venom Tip doing so much damage that the Monk doesn't even have time to de-transform and try to just take the fight with what armor they have together still left, because that Venom Tip really does shred through a Monk so fast. It's absolutely ridiculous how much damage you can do with a repeating crossbow into a Monk with Venom Tip. And this is something I think a lot of these teams have recognized And we talk about it again, many of these teams kind of adjusting away from taking those second realms of Yang because of how high risk it is. And instead of spending the money on those potential revival charms, because those revival charms are disappearing quicker and quicker as the NBPL goes on, many teams opting to roll for those Soul Jades, looking for those missing components, those win conditions that they know they need.
Yeah, I think definitely we're seeing the repair roll immediately just hike to the top of tier list. We're also seeing Polearm creep its way up into final zone control. Not so much early in the game, but definitely towards that final zone. It feels like everyone is pocketing a secondary Polearm so they can control how those engagements go and just zone a lot of players out of the space. Very similar to Dual Blades, but it doesn't force you to roll until you get something like Cavalry Glimpse. As heading into game number 3, we can have a look at what compositions are going to be coming through from some of these teams. We're likely going to be seeing the Monk still stay, probably a lot of Farrier as well still coming through. Maybe we see that Zip Takeda try to take it on, and this is really interesting. JL are going to be fielding alongside OUG and OC, one of the slightly newer combinations, so that you can keep the Monk, still have that massive anchor of your player, but you can use the Takeda very similar to a Yui, and then the Zip obviously fulfills the same role as the Kurumi, trying to keep everyone topped up. The caveat being you don't have to stay stationary in that Kurumi ultimate to make sure that your Monk is healed through. EWG though are going to be fielding the Justina, and we've seen it work. We haven't seen it work like this. They're going to be fielding the Justina to try and get a little bit more lockdown on some of these players. If you get pressured yourself, when the Monk is in that ultimate form, you can go for that Ice Shell form so that you deny the secondary grab to come through in the Gate of Yang fight. And then obviously your ultimate can lock a lot of players down, so the Monk can actually try and grab them out when they're stationary and prone.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Unfortunately, we keep seeing this time and time again. If you're going to run something different in that Transformer slot, if you're not running Faria or Yuashan, you typically need to run a healing support with it as well. These teams that try to run something in that secondary slot and then bring the Temi in don't do very well. We saw KZ run Viper Temi with Monk for both of their first games, and they walked away with big fat zeros for both of those games. And it's kind of, you know, this thing we talk about all the time, how important the healer is for that particular comp. If you don't have a secondary hero who can buy any amount of safety for your Monk, you really need to have that healer so you can just keep the Monk up in that transformation for as long as humanly possible, threatening that space, because you don't have a big follow-up. TE here coming in, trying to turn this fight onto Alliance. They do lose one of their members here. Leo goes down, but TE's VVV will find the ultimate on to one of the members here from Alliance, and they're going to be able to pick up that elimination. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get the Kurumi. Lucky goes extremely low here, and TE not able to find the follow-up, but Lucky not really able to come back in to help Lin as VVV continues to threaten the space here. Leo will go down here for TE though, so VVV gonna find themselves completely alone here, and Kurumi able to find an armor swap, comes back in. Alliance will be coming out on top of this fight.
And because they're able to come out on top, they can get the resurrection onto Zwant without having to use those rebirth charms. The same, unfortunately, cannot be said for their opponents. Those are going to be burnt out very, very early on, as now Alliance get that downtime as well to be able to try and find themselves the loot. They've already been able to pick themselves up purple dual blades for Lin, which is going to be so clutch for your Monk, especially given the fact that they have that ultimate built up, as we can have a look at the scrap over Secret Tunnel. GG's Miskia absolutely blitzing through the members of OC. No ultimate necessary, just a blue fashioned staff, making sure that with that, just so much space control, the fact that you can dash between some of those opponents really quickly and fluidly allows you to be a lot of spaces in the battlefield all at once. We head over and have a look at the fight going down between KZ and EWG. Bane's Breath now going to be dropped by the members of EWG to try and push back onto the members of OUG, could come in for a potential third party. The Bane's Breath going to make it a lot harder for the King to hold this position. Very luckily he hasn't had to dodge out of any of the Bane's Breath just yet. Now however, he does take one stack of it, and as a result, EWG just playing around his feet, not really letting themselves fall into the rhythm where they can potentially be grabbed out, are going to be able to deal with the Monk and get Yiran rezzed up, as in the distance we can see OUG's Jinyu hiding, just trying to play a little bit of downtime. Oh my goodness, they just run right past him. There we go. Spotted out. The grapple going to be locking them down. The Zip ultimate not quite available, so BANESBREATH is still pushing them further away from their teammate to potentially be able to revive. There's the ultimate now coming through, as we can see EWG just making sure that 3 versus 1. Zip sustainability goes pretty far, but it's not going to be able to sustain you through that. EWG doing a very good early BANESBREATH to be able to fully control that fight. And as a result, this is so key, not having to invest ultimates. They didn't have to go monk to monk. They didn't have to use that Justina full freeze. Now, if they potentially get third-partied, and we know there was a potential for the third party, given that they weren't currently engaged with OUG when that fight began, they're going to be able to have reserves to fall back onto.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here at KLA. Our team from last game, and you know, we talked about this a little bit, and a slightly disappointing performance from KLA because they had so many kills and looked to really be taking control of that game going into the late game. But that's the thing, KLA is a team that typically excels on these early to mid game compositions, right? Something like the Takeda Z-Ping or your Viper Yodo-Hime comps, strictly because they don't really know how to take zone control. Every single time we see KLA go to late game, they've never really been able to take zone control or hold on to it. They might ult up at some particular point and control it for a minuscule amount of time, but they're just not a team that has that rhythm and that pacing down to take control of the final circle and just pop off like some of these other teams. So it's very unfortunate for the members of KLA, because if they don't have a good early to mid game, they're just simply not going to have a good game. EWG here trying to put this Justina to work. Unfortunately, the ult going to be cut off by the Temi ult coming out from the members of OC. OC and EWG both going to be down a player. Annalie actually going to be able to pick up Two-Tick here, get the slam to go through. Two-Tick going to take quite a bit of damage. We're going to be able to use that to buy themselves some spacing here for EWG, able to get some of those heals back up. Annalie going quite low, as well as Yiran. Annalie going to go ahead and D-Monk here, use the bell to buy themselves some safety. The same for EWG's Yiran. And oh my goodness, the pole sword coming through. That blistering edge from Two-Tick, catching on to both members of OC. EWG able to flip that fight on its head off the back of that blistering edge. Two-Tick buys EWG back into this game.
Oh, and Narix picks himself up a purple pole sword as well to make that blistering edge burn just a little bit harder, as it is going to be WBG potentially going toe-to-toe with GG. As we can see, both of these teams running that anti-monk composition, so it is going to be first Viper ultimate coming out from GG, just making sure to keep WBG on the ropes. They're able to connect it onto Jing, who's isolated away by Miski, but the second Viper ultimate comes through, and we're going to see now the exchange. WBG dropping a Viper ultimate of their own. Miski, knowing that they're not going to be stun cancelled out of the ultimate, throws in their Yodo ult now to try and cover and push away the members of WBG, as Sleepwalker is downed, and we are going to see once again GG returning to form. Now we just have to see that carry through. They're going to have to be a little bit quieter in terms of fights that they take in the next couple of moments, given the fact that to come out on top of that, they had to throw in both the Yodo ultimate and the Viper ultimate, two of your main counters to the Monk composition, but they are not looking to slow down anytime soon. They've headed over to Grove. They want control of these buildings. They want to be able to push themselves through all of these boxes so that you can pick up as much coins as possible. And when we're talking about a meta that is now defining around rolling for Soul Jades, it makes sense that a lot of these teams would immediately try and head towards this area, given the fact that you can make so much money, not through the quest system, not through bounties, but just running through all of those boxes and pick up so many coins to be able to roll for the Soul Jades. So GG coming through and denying the Monk compositions the ability to do that is massive.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, GG again, they're on this early to mid game comp. They're looking to have a repeat performance like they did in game number 1, right? They played this comp last game. Unfortunately, they just found themselves getting caught out to a very bad third party, which wasn't really, you know, their fault. Sometimes it's just the way the cookie crumbles in NARAKA. You pressure into a fight, you're forced to burn ultimates, and then the third party comes through and there's not a whole lot you can do. And it was actually their Wu Chen who gets caught out in the third party, and it gets locked down into the roller. And because the Wu Chen is the player that goes down, they lose their safety net, they lose their ability to escape from that third party, and we see all of GG go down to that. And again, that's we've talked about very recently how important target acquisition is for these teams, how important it is to pick the right target to eliminate when you go into these fights. And Wu Chen very much is the target you need to eliminate from that Viper comp. We're going to see KLA going head to head here with EWG. YKC not looking to burn that Tian Hai ultimate off the rip here. We're going to see Yi Ran from the other side immediately have all of their armor blitzed off, and YKC will follow up with the Monk ult. And this is a really bad position to be in if you're Yi Ran, and this is typically why you see these Monks transform early. Yi Ran has no armor to fall back on, so if he goes low in this ultimate here, unfortunately Yi Ran, when he de-transforms, isn't going to have any armor to protect himself. YKC, on the other hand, is on the opposite end of the spectrum. He's going to monk up with that full armor, so even if he goes low, as soon as he de-transforms, he's going to be in a good state. EWG's Yi Ran extremely low here, trying to find a reset here, is going to be forced out of it, going to be forced to use the Val. Yi Ran is going to get a little bit of a heal, keep himself alive here, but a parry comes through from QGG. The follower boss just going to be too much damage, and EWG going to go down. And that's exactly how we saw EWG go down during their first Realm of Yang in game 1. Turning now our attention to Team Wolves versus the members of AOW. And Wolves, in unfortunately classic Wolves fashion this season, is going to find themselves losing out in this Realm of Yang. Saro trying to turn things back around on Shutong, but not able to follow up with enough damage to pick up that elimination, and AOW comes out on top of their Realm of Yang.
We have to talk about it too. The Justina Monk composition tried to take a fight in Gate of Yang, and unfortunately lost for reasons that we'll return to in a little bit, as TE are going to be going toe-to-toe. Immediately though, they see Leo get low. They use that Wu Chen TP before that Wu Chen can go down and lose the ability to be able to use it. So good call coming through from TE, and even better call coming from TE, because it gives me the downtime to be able to discuss why exactly that Justina was unfortunately a little bit of a bad idea. Because Tudyk gets grabbed, has to use the freeze bomb incredibly early to try and keep himself safe through it, and as a result, when he cancels it, there's just a Yui ultimate smacking down on him. He then tries to get out of the Yui ultimate and goes straight into a Temi ultimate until Wisp, and just gets absolutely charred to a crisp. It's really unfortunate. This is what we talked about when you don't have that support player playing and just continuously keeping your Monk healed up as well. It had a significant impact on how Yi Ran was able to play. He wasn't really able to keep himself in that stationary position to look for the grabs, and obviously if the Monk is moving, he isn't going to be able to throw those hands down and look for the players, look to threaten that space out. So the composition at its heart falls apart entirely. But AOW and KLA are still going toe-to-toe. Both of these teams have absolutely no reason to try and disengage from this fight, as both of these teams have the Vermilion Burst Might, and so we are going to see KLA stubbornly hold themselves here, even though YKC is going to go down, as now the Yui ultimate is just going to try to pressure out AOW Shutong's ultimate so that he's not able to go after that Kurumi before potentially the Kurumi can try and either attach the tether onto the Monk or just use the umbrella to be able to keep themselves a little bit more mobile and stagger out the players that chase them through. However, KLA used their Yui ultimate earlier, and AOW are going to still have an ultimate to be able to play with once QGG's drops out. As we can see, he's taking a lot of pressure now coming through from the members of AOW. They were able to pick up that Kurumi, unfortunately, despite his best efforts, and it just becomes a stagger game, as AOW are going to be able to retain 2 Vermilion Birds Might. They do lose their Monks, however, so they are going to have to find themselves a Soul Altar, but that could potentially actually pan out better for them in the long run, because if they go towards a Soul Altar now, they're going to run into a lot of players who lost that fight in the Gate of Yang and have only just rezzed.
Yeah, you know, I want to go back and talk about the Justina pick as well. I don't think it's absolutely a terrible pick onto the Transformer comp. The problem being is again, when you take that comp at its core and you remove that protection piece, you remove the Yueshun, you remove the Feria to be able to cover for the Monk when it comes out of transformation, you have to have a healer coming through in that comp to buy any sort of protection for your Transformer. Like you said, if the Monk had been able to stay stationary and threaten that space, it would have been a much different fight for the members of EWG. Speaking of much different fight, we're turning now to Team Wolves going head-to-head here with OUG. That Temi ult coming through, gonna buy Wolves a little bit of space here. Immediately, we're gonna see the repeating crossbow come through, but unfortunately, Zeeping just able to keep that massive amount of healing coming through. The slam from Wolves 14 not able to buy the elimination on to Xinyu. 14 going to go extremely low, and here we go. We're going to see the repeating crossbow with the Venom tip coming through here. I do believe that was Team Alliance with that repeating crossbow. OUG's the king will pick up an elimination onto Wolves, but now it's OUG who's going to find themselves on the receiving end of some pain here from Alliance. Team Wolves and OUG forced out into the zone, and the literal, I hate to say it, the wolves of Team Alliance just going to be able to keep hounding them down. OUG Xinyu getting hounded down here by the member of Team Wolves, and this is very unfortunate. Sorrow goes down to the Yang depletion, so even if LXX is able to pick up an elimination here, it's not really going to matter. And there it is, LXX is going to go down. OUG is going to pick up 2 eliminations here, but they have no recourse towards going back to pick up the king because the members of Alliance just waiting in the wings for them. So OUG going to be forced to take the scraps that they can get here from the 2 members of Team Wolves and find a way back into the zone that doesn't have them running through all of the members of Team Alliance. And it looks like Alliance is actually going to back away from that, looking to go pressure onto the Gate of Yang. And it might be KZ and Alliance going head to head. No, it's going to be the members of KLA. No, wait, hold on. Yeah, KLA going head to head with somebody else. Alliance going head to head with AOW as well. AOW going to monk up immediately. Alliance's Lin going to do the same. And we've got that more traditional Gurumi comp versus a more traditional Gurumi comp. It's going to be very interesting to see who's able to come out on top here. Shu Tong with that legendary longsword. And look at this. You see the repeating crossbows coming through. This is exactly what we talked about, how important those Soul Jades really are for these teams. Those repeating crossbows just putting in absolute work on to both of these Transformers. We're going to see Lin looking to try and find another regrab here. Unfortunately, Shang Wukong not able to get back into their Kurumi ultimate. Both of these Kurumi ultimates on top of each other, but Shang Wukong going to go down before he's able to take that step forward here as Alliance comes out on top in our first realm of Yang, now turning to JL going head to head with KLA.
Yeah, JL unfortunately taking a lot of fire from KLA given the fact that AS has already gone down. They've still got one thing, at least, so there's still going to be a little bit of sustainability, but ZU has been zoned out of this fight entirely as he now comes on through. Has to worry about that Yui. Doesn't actually get hit by the Yui, uses that Assassin's Lunge from the dagger to be able to dodge it, but now that he's the only one left, that is very quickly going to be a Gate Yang fight win for KLA. And sort of circling back to Alliance as well, Lin has honestly really impressed me over the last couple of days because he plays that perfectly. Both monks go for the ult up and both of them just shove each other around to stop that monk from being able to go for the grab, because obviously when as a monk you're shoved backwards, you don't actually get to try and find those players. The second that he's able to scoop a player up, immediately it changes to you have to keep shoving them to keep them staggered out so they don't find the slam, and he doesn't find the slam at first. Instead he finds a second player because they don't immediately go for the Yui ultimate. And that is one of our biggest gripes, right? If you don't use that secondary Yui ultimate and deny the double grab, it just becomes so much more dangerous when as a monk player, you're not looking for grabs from the other team. You're using your ultimate to deny the damage from the monk on the other side. And it just becomes a game of time. Are you going to be able to keep them staggered out 24/7 until the ultimate drops? If so, maybe you're going to be able to turn this around. If not, you're essentially screwed because you're not going to lose just one person, you're going to lose two. As we can have a look at KLA now, having that win over the Gate of Yang. Surprisingly, a lot more teams actually went for that secondary gate fight. A lot of the time we see teams, like you said, just give it up entirely, and we're about to see the specific reason why these teams who lost those gate fights, they're not going to be able to get their teammates back as easily. They can't really do the trade that we see of sacrificing one player and then picking up one of those rebirth charms to make sure that you can keep your team and hopes alive in the lobby because of all of them already being used. As WBG now trying to lock onto the members of AOW, PP coming in for gorgeous Viper ultimate to try and push on through, as JL coming in for the third party are going to make the fight a little bit too hot for their blood. They were immediately going to be able to TP out, and this is horrible timing for JL. JL came in for the third party. They'd lost the Gate of Yang fight, and AOW have been spooked into running. The good news is AOW have to run into the back of zone, so JL know at some point that they're going to come to them. The worrying thing is that AOW are also in that horrible position where AOW are also one of the teams that lost the Gate of Yang fight, and as a result, they have to keep putting this fight in. And JL now, it's just a game of cat and mouse, and WBG are the toy in the middle at the moment. Both of these teams need the soul blooms to cancel out their Yang depletion, and WBG are the ones that are punishing. They've got the counter composition to both of the teams that are currently hunting them down. And Jing is going to be able to use that Yodo ultimate to try and keep themselves safe. Does get grapple cancelled by JL, and immediately we actually see WBG more than content to just leave that Yodo behind. PP goes on to ballista control, throws down a wind wall to allow that Yodo a little bit more cover, and with the ballista, pressure back onto the members of the teams on the low ground as JL try to get these kills to come through, but enough time has passed now that another Viper ultimate is going to be available for PP, and still JL and AOW haven't been able to find themselves the kills, haven't been able to find themselves the soul blooms. They're about to go down to Yang depletion, and another team's come in for third party. This is horrible for these teams.
Yeah, no, this is an absolute terrible position to be in. JLZU, unfortunately, with that Yang depletion, forced to hide with only 60 seconds before they're going to find themselves eliminated. GG waiting in the wings. ZU coming topside here, trying to get their hands onto Fang, able to get in, and this could be huge for JL because Fang can come back in. He was able to get rid of the Yang depletion. Unfortunately, once ZU goes down, that is going to be it for ZU. ZU going to monk up here. 30 seconds until the Yang depletion is going to kill them, though. So ZU, no real way for them to come back. At this stage in the game, it's highly unlikely that any of those resurrection charms are still available in the shops here. So JL going to be down to just a single member trying to keep things going for their team. JDG here on the move. No eliminations here for the members of JDG yet. A much slower game than we're used to seeing from this particular team. As we take a look at the leaderboard here, WBG with 11 eliminations under their belt, and KLA off to another tear with 10 eliminations for themselves. The question is will they do what they did last game and get to that final circle and then not be able to take advantage of the eliminations that they've already put together for themselves? JL's Fang looking to head back towards the zone here as we're getting ready to see that Yang depletion wipe another member of the team off the board. KLA over here trying to secure themselves the Moore's Blessing, using the Kurumi umbrella to block much of that damage coming through. YKC able to get their hands onto that legendary armor. A huge upgrade for them, and they're just going to leave that Blood Ripper behind because YKC already has a legendary weapon to get that damage for those monk grabs to come through for the team here. No reason to carry the gimmick weapon there and eat up another backpack space for the members of KLA.
Yeah, TE gonna be pretty happy with themselves. Granted, they're not coming with a lot of kills into this final zone, but they have the composition right. I love the time when we talk about, oh, this is a comp has now turned into a an early to mid composition. TE hasn't quite got the memo. They always pop off with this composition in not the final zone, but collapsing zone, right? They always pop off on 7th zone, never 6th. The thing for them, however, is that they just cannot make noise. They can't paint a target on their back. They can't really open up a fight With ultimates, instead, they have to play smart. They have to wait for opportunities to be handed to them, quite literally, by these other monk compositions, right? When a monk goes for a grab, TE from the far side of the zone can swap to things like the cannon, the repeating crossbow, the musket, and just make sure to try and put a little bit more damage onto that player to maybe poach away the kill to come through. That's exactly what we're seeing. TE, they don't like to play out in the open. They don't like to play in the middle. They like to find just an edge of a zone and hug it, so they're a little bit further out of the way, a little bit harder for those teams to be able to actively walk onto and pressure on, because if you want to get to them, a lot of the time you have to cross towards the middle. And that's why at the moment, as we can see Amora's Blessing is spawning up, they are absolutely nowhere near it. They're not sitting on top of it. They're not going to challenge it. Instead, they're just going to challenge any team that dares to go after it in the hopes that it's going to pressure them into throwing ultimates out. As we do still have 30 players left alive in this lobby, Rune, so these final zones are about to get incredibly hectic because there's not a lot of space, and there is a whole amount of teams who are looking to secure themselves a spot to be able to hide from all of the cannon damage that is about to rain down. And now there is going to be that consistent battle of comms of whether or not you want to try and find a high ground or whether or not you want to find a low ground. And obviously it's a huge gamble because you don't quite know how the last zone is going to play out in these monk compositions. They don't want to chance going onto the low ground, and then it's actually a high ground collapse, because if the monk has to use the ultimate and the zone forces them upwards, they're going to have to drop the ultimate early, and there goes your pressuring tool to be able to secure yourself a space, as JDG don't have a safe space to call their own. Xiao Hui taking so much damage coming through as we actually see the Merciless Havoc just trying to cover him so that he's not going to be pressed upon by these other teams.
Yeah, JDG almost losing Xiao Hui there. Absolutely found themselves in a terrible position. You know, this particular final zone, always very, very interesting for this team. There's so much verticality. You've got a secret tunnel over here as well for some of these teams to collapse into, to look for some of that safety, but you have to be careful about heading down into secret tunnel, not only because the zone can cut you off in weird ways, but you are completely cut off from the surface, and if you're forced to try to go through one of those exits, you're just forced to play into the other teams, and it's not a position you want to find yourself in. And many of these teams, like you said, going to be struggling to find that sort of space to be able to find some safety from these ranged weapons. And we saw JDG Xiao Hui suffering from that as he was able to take bow shots from both sides there. GG in a really good position as they've got top side of the map here. They've got that verticality they're looking for. They just need to be careful about how these zones are going to collapse onto them. We are zone 5 collapsing onto zone 6 with 30 players left remaining alive here in the lobby. It's quite the slower game comparative to the first two games, as coming into zone 4 into our other games, we were down to about 22 to 24 players. So 30 players, still quite the number of players left alive here for zone 5 and zone 6. JL here just trying to create a little bit of space, but needs to be careful as they start to walk into the members of OUG and the members of KLA coming in as well. YKC feeling forced to pop the monk ult here, and this is exactly where you don't want to be. If you're this Transformer comp, we're going to see LXM getting grabbed up here, the slam going to come through, but YKC really not in the greatest of places as he doesn't have cover from any side whatsoever. Yes, he's got the rock here. He's got that extra verticality to look for the grabs. The problem being is so many teams able to avoid those grabs coming through. OUG going to find an elimination onto GG's 330. SS with the dagger. KLA going to find one onto AS. Miskia also going to go down to the members of JDG, and all of a sudden GG, who look to be having another good game for themselves, so to get to final circle, find themselves being just grabbed out from multiple sides and getting eliminated here in the chaos of zone 6 as we see KLA trying to lock it together. LXM just trying to hold on for his team. No ultimate available yet for LXM either. Only the 25% ult charge, actually going to be caught out by Alliance is lucky. That Phoenix Blast coming through and catching LXM as they grapple down. KLA going to capitalize on that as well, as YKC is able to use those dual blades and that Soul Jade to catch on to the final member of Team GG. GG going to be sent back to the lobby here at the very end of game number 3.
Yeah, KLA, unfortunately, going to lose QGG as Alliance's Lin is able to grab him out of the pack and slam him down. Swan is lost in the process, but KLA losing that Yui is going to be so detrimental for this Monk composition. As you can see, YKC now, before he was confident to stand center, now he's hugging the edges of the zone. He wants to make sure that he's not as much of a target when the ultimate drops, and the ultimate does drop now. He isn't immediately going to be grabbed up, and he's also not immediately coming through into the kill feed. So using the Cavalry Bloom on the dual blade, putting them to good use to make sure he secured himself a little bit of a safe corner. But KLA, oh no, he's grabbed out of the Karumi ultimate. Mauman from Bauda is able to grab 2 players, one of which is YKC, and he goes down in seconds. And we can see immediately the Karumi tethering onto that Ken, trying to get the resurrection. And CXC just dances around these players. Unfortunately, won't be able to dance their way out of another double grab to come through. Alliance's Lin back up in that Monk form is really putting so much havoc into these players, using that final zone as there is no natural cover to really be able to hide from the Monk. From ultimate drops out now, so he has to be careful. Uses the bell, gets the parry to connect onto OUG, but OUG's SS is on the Takeda, uses the ultimate to keep the pressure onto Lin as he tap dodges his way out of that zone tick. As OUG's the king now goes for a Monk form of his own, we can see the Zip ultimate immediately being invested just to keep him topped up, as well as the enemy Karumi ultimate is going to calm down to make sure all of the players, if they do get caught up, can keep themselves alive and look for the pressure onto the king's feet without being grabbed, as he is going to potentially go down. Doesn't entirely though, as he still has that Zip healing him to make sure he's able to survive the mortal blow. As Bauda's line TT comes in on the Yui ultimate, drops it early as we see a Merciless Havoc come through. But Lin has somehow been able to build another Monk ultimate, grabs Bauda's Meitan, gets the slam to connect, gets the Karumi tether as well to keep himself healed up all the way through, as he finds another player and finds another double grab. Lin is absolutely dumpstering all of the players around him. There's the Karumi ultimate. Surely this is Alliance's last hurrah in this match, as we can see Bauda's Meitan is the only player left. Alliance with some gorgeous focus fire, even though they're missing that Yui, are able to keep Lin alive, keep that Monk ulting up. I would be extremely unsurprised if we see him take MVP and he has repair roll as a soldier, because he built those ultimates up incredibly quickly. He didn't have any downtime for repairs when we were looking at all of the players around him, so I'm guessing that was what was allowing him to keep that rage building again and again and again, so that every single time we cut away from him when he dropped out of the Monk form, the second we cut back to him, he's got another ult.
Yeah, it's going to be, man, Alliance really coming through and just absolutely impressing today, Moxie. This is a team that from the start of the season, I've been keeping my eye on. You know, Alliance during Season 1 and Season 2 of NBPL was the team I think everybody had high expectations for coming in. You know, this is a very big org coming through from, you know, the UK. Everybody expects Alliance to do very well. They definitely struggled in Season 1 and Season 2. They struggled in the World Championship. This new roster that they've been able to put together, and now that it's been tested, you know, through the seasons, has started to really find its stride here during our spring season for NBPL here. They really have been coming through and impressing me, Moxie. The communication has been so much better between the members of Team Alliance than it has been any season before. I'm really proud of the work that this team's put in.
Yeah, I'm as well. Like, we have to talk about, obviously, the Monk. Like, he is doing so much damage. He's finding all of those double grabs. That final zone played out perfectly. For Alliance, there was very little natural cover. If you wanted to try to tap dodge away from the Monk hands, a lot of the time you'd be tap dodging either into other players around you, considering there was this massive divide between Alliance. They play that final zone positioning wise perfectly, and by final zone I'm talking about 6th, not 7th, because when you look at it, when you cut to their POV, they make sure that they are standing on one side of the zone, and then there's just middle. There's Alliance, there's middle, and there's everybody else. So if you're everybody else and you're trying to run away from those monk grabs, you're running into other players. And Alliance, they understand that if players are running into other teams, because we're in Takeda meta, we're in Pole Sword meta, we're in that meta where if you get close to other players, you're immediately going to be pressured backwards into that zone tick. These other teams have to make a horrible choice where if they ignore the monk, they're going to get grabbed out. But if they don't play around that monk, they're going to take so much more damage from the other teams around them. And Alliance, they understand this. They know that when Lin goes for the monk ultimate, he's not going to find as much pressure. So even though we see things like the Kurumi Tether come through early, just in case something like the repeating crossbow starts to chunk Lin down, they hold on to the Kurumi ultimate until he takes active pressure from his feet, as opposed to immediately dropping it in when he's about to hit 50% from range shots coming through from other players. And more and more and more now, we're seeing that these teams, when they're able to keep that monk sustained all the way through that 6th zone, a lot of it comes down to having the understanding of how to position when you're actually looking for that monk ultimate, as opposed to in the past where it was you want to immediately go for that monk ultimate and look to grab as many players as possible, potentially opening yourself up to be a target, but guaranteeing that as that monk player being in the ultimate form, if you go into the center of the zone, you have all of the control of all of the teams around you. Now that we've shifted towards zones being played around the edges as opposed to controlling that final center, a lot of these teams who are able to succeed, teams like TE, teams like Alliance in that fight there, find that it's a lot more value to control the edges rather than the middle like it was in the past, and as a result, they come in and drop a very clean 20 bomb.
Yeah, absolutely huge for Alliance. A 20 bomb with first place finish. That 37 points is just huge. And I think we're only going to see the game scores continue to go up today. You know, is game 1, we see a clean 30 coming through. In our last game, we see a 34 point. This game, we're going to see a 37 point coming through. Consistency is going to be even more important for these teams going through the day here, because teams like KLA, who are consistently towards the top 3 side here, are going to find it much easier to overcome these huge pop-off games where they're these 30 plus point games, because that consistency is going to allow you to have one good game and find yourself at the top of the pack. But Alliance here has also been one of those teams that's been doing consistently well today. And again, I really have to talk about how proud I am of this team, because it's been a team that's struggled and has been able to find their footing this season. And a lot of teams can't say that. We see teams like Team Wolves, who have struggled in previous seasons, continuing to struggle in this season. Alliance clearly has put in the work. Their coach has been talking to them, and oh my goodness, look at this Lin, 47,000 damage coming through from the monk player. Lucky here though, also doing 20,000 damage on the back of the Kurumi here. And quite honestly, I mean, Lucky, again, really doing a massive job of keeping Lin alive in this final circle. And like you said, not just panic popping the abilities either, really looking for that position.
Oh, excuse me. Really looking for that positioning to be able to come through.
Yeah, Alliance, I think, definitely impressed. Like you said, I'm incredibly proud of them too, because I remember last year where they were trying to, like, in trios run this Matari composition, and Lucky, as a result, would be the only one left alive. But we can have a look at how exactly that game panned out for these teams. WBG having, it seems, a really clean start of the game, being able to punish 2 teams who were on that Yank depletion, and as a result, couldn't really run away. But it was just at the end of the day, Alliance's Lin. You can see him every single time we cut to his POV as well. He's always full health. Every single time, he's always full health, and that really does just go to show he knows the moments to be able to pop that monk ultimate without taking too much damage. There we see him fall below 50%, and finally the Kurumi ultimate is invested, so he's able to keep himself in that monk form, trust that Lucky has his back, keep himself in the ult, keep controlling that final zone, and find the kills necessary to secure Alliance a win. And no surprises, it is going to be the monk player coming through through with that astonishing 47,516 damage. And Rune, I get my smug moment. I called that one of the Soul Jades used would be Referral, and absolutely no surprises that nearly half of the damage that he puts out, 17,596 of it, is with the cannon. And it's the pole sword that he's using as a secondary, which is only 3,419. The rest of that 47.5k comes from skills and ultimate. So he does 22,797 damage off grabs alone. And that might be the most damage we've ever seen a monk player do in one game with ultimates alone. That's insane.
Look, if you're able to get those grabs off, you know, we harken back to season 1 where players like GG's 330 and Eagle were able to just pump out so much damage on grabs alone in these final circles. And that's exactly what we see Alliance's Lin doing here. And I'm so proud of this team for how much they've grown. The spacing that they create for themselves and the decision making with the ultimates and abilities really being what buys this team so much of an advantage in this final circle, where they're not just throwing that ultimate in willy-nilly as it comes up off of cooldown. They're waiting for the optimal moment and spacing to pop that ultimate. And then of course Lin not just throwing the Kurumi ult out because they see the monk getting low from range shots, like you said, waiting for those teams to come in and pressure that space to drop the ultimate, forcing those teams to back away, because it can be pretty hard for a monk once a team has able to close the gap onto you to do anything about the players at your feet. Yes, you can grab at them, but at this skill level, it's very hard to catch a player out and not have them immediately use that tap dodge and create those iframes to be able to get away from that grab. But the threat of the monk, on top of the fact that they have that Kurumi ultimate to buy the protection, makes it very hard for teams to pressure onto you. But we're going to throw things over to Jaeger for an interview before we come back in and lock in for our 4th game of the night.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Zuan and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 小钻石，欢迎来到我们的英文流赛后采访，先和大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 A 队的小钻石。
欢迎 A 队小钻石啊！不要紧张，看得出刚刚来英文感觉还有一点点拘谨啊。那没关系，我们接下来也就是聊一聊正常的一个就是游戏当中啊，还有包括你们生活当中有趣的事情啊。Okay, so the first question I would like to know is the key point you think that can make you guys like won in the game 3. You think what part is this? 那我特别想问一下，其实，在第2把打完之后，一开始，看起来第2把没有发挥到一个特别好的状态，但第3把马上就找回了状态。那你觉得你们队伍啊，能拿下这个第3把是最重要的一个原因是什么呢？
最重要的原因源于我们落地架的好兄弟 T1。
为什么这么说？
因为把 T1落地架赢了之后，就是因为就是很亢奋嘛，就开始很那个很有信心，把他杀了之后，开始一整把就跟打了鸡血似的。
是的。看得出整把都是气势如虹啊。Okay, in my opinion, I think the key point is that at the beginning of the game, we killed our player team TE, and because of them, we really built confidence in the game 3, and because of the very excellent psychology that we have very good status in game 3, that's why we can win. OK， 好的，谢谢小钻石对于第3把一个心态的分享。那接下来呢，我们就要到了一个抽奖送福利的环节，准备好了没有
？OK。
那我先给大家讲一下游戏规则。So let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. You guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see. Today's question is, which team won the game 3? Okay, we already see the question there, and I just want Zuan like comment on these teams. 那今天呢，我们这道题目啊，就是哪一支队伍赢得了第3把比赛？那在公布答案之前，我想先让小钻石来评价一下今天就我们现在4个选项的这些队伍嘛。你今天对哪个队伍目前 这个印象会比较深刻，然后或者有什么话想跟他们说吗
？OUG 吧。
OK，OUG，为什么呢？
因为第一把 OUG 粉碎了我们的梦想，他在苏苏在草里面一脚霓虹叶把我们踢出游戏了，直接滚走了，所以说我对 OUG 印象很深刻。
好的 ，So Zuan said he had really deep impression in Team OUG because like in the game 1, OUG just killed them by the Viper skills and like finished their dreams in game 1. That's why he had really deep impression. And I think everyone is prepared and also our player is prepared. And let's start counting. 那我们接下来就开始倒计时。可以直接倒计时说 3, 2, 1。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. Okay, the lucky guy today will be whispered. And let's find out the correct answer. 那我们接下来就要公布一下正确答案是哪一个答案呢？
是 Lance。
是的 ，the correct answer is C. Okay, and we also know we still had the 3 other games, and it seems like Game 3 really build your confidence. And I would like to know, so for the rest of the games, so what do you think we can respect for your teams? 那我特别想知道啊，因为看起来第3把真的给足了你们自信。那接下来还有3把比赛，你觉得 A 队你们会给观众带来怎么样的期待呢？
我们还有秘密武器还没有拿出来呢。
那我们就要期待一下接下来3场比赛 A 队的一个表现了。Okay, actually that we still have the secret weapon in other 3 games, and everyone, you guys can expect our team aliens. Okay, thank you for today's interview. 谢谢小钻石来到我们这个赛后采访，给大家送出的福利，再次感谢你，谢谢。Okay, thank you for interview today, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and your caster for this evening, the Runekeeper, and joining me is my second caster for the evening, the lovely Got Moxie, as we bring you your trios action here in the 4th bi-weekly of the season. Where's the season gone, Moxie?
Where's the season gone? Time flies when you're having fun. But Rune, where did Gigi go? Where did Gigi go?
Oh my
in the
goodness.
final zone? I told you during the break I would circle back to it, and I will circle back to it quite literally. It's so unfortunate for Gigi. We were talking about where we didn't really know a lot of the teams, like where they would want to set up, because they don't know whether or not it's going to be a final zone that collapses onto the high ground or the low ground. And obviously, because Gigi are running that Yoto, Wuchan, and Viper composition, even if they call it wrong, they go for that high ground control. They think, well, we've got the Wuchan TP, we're going to be able to escape safely and cleanly. If it does turn out to be somewhere else, and unfortunately that doesn't quite work out for them, as GG and unfortunately getting grabbed out by Monk players mid-ultimate. Name a more iconic duo in these 6 zoners. We can have a look at all of the teams currently competing and exactly where they've ended up in terms of that leaderboard. Wolves not having a brilliant day, unfortunately. It seems like they are just struggling again with that unparalleled aggression early in the game, and as a result can bite off a little bit more than they can chew, as we saw when they were downed in the edges of the zone. TE, however, on top form. This is a team that are going to be out for blood, given the fact that they lost out on another bi-weekly finals win. And we can see that whenever it's regular week, they always perform at the top. They always have these amazing, just good, inconsistent games where they come to something like 30.6 points and are able to retain a top spot off of that one amazing game. But it does lead to a lot of challenging towards the other end of the leaderboard, especially that 2nd to 7th position, especially if teams can put together a really strong game like Alliance, who put together 37 points and then put together another strong or even just middling game a little bit later on in the day to challenge that inconsistency and maybe hop over the top spot the way that we saw in the bi-weekly finals last week.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it comes down to for Team TE, right? Is they have this sort of legacy, like you said, where they're able to, during the regular bi-weekly, they absolutely dominate or pop off, and they're always able to hold one of those top spots. And I mean, we talked about it in our 2nd week, because it was their 6th time going into a bi-weekly final with that 1st place seed. And then they were finally able to take a bi-weekly final when they were a 1st place seed, but it took them 6 tries to do it. And they go in a 1st place seed last week yet again and aren't able to walk away with that 1st place finish. And, you know, we were talking about it, me and Seb, at the very beginning of the broadcast here, that you know, they kind of choked on themselves last week with the decision making. It was off the back of very poor decisions that they just give it to J Team, really. And again, they don't go out in a terrible position. I think they went out in 3rd place for the bi-weekly overall, which is still, you know, 8 placement points towards going to Worlds. But the fact is they had 1st place on lock. They just needed to not make bad decisions. And I think you and me both gave TE quite a bit of harassment over the fact that they, you know, had 9 eliminations and chose to go into that 2nd Realm of Yang with a team composition that was poor for Realm of Yang. They risked it all on a Realm of Yang that they had no business going into, when they could have taken those 9 kills to the late game and gotten so much more out of them while playing the late game heavy comp. But instead, they go into that 2nd Realm of Yang. They cost themselves the back-to-back bi-weekly victory. And here we are with the same exact pattern forming again in the 4th bi-weekly. This is something that Team TE needs to learn how to manage and overcome. The fact that they get to the bi-weekly and end up throwing for some reason or another, or, you know, it's just gonna come down to that everybody looks at Team TE and goes, yeah, you won that one bi-weekly finally, but really it's just a fluke. You know, because now they've gone to 7 in that 1st place seed and walked away with a single bi-weekly final championship. It's just been a struggle for this team to make something happen when they get to finals. Whereas you look at other teams like Team Alliance that we're taking a look at right now, is a team that has shown a dramatic amount of growth. Again, this was a team during season 1s and season 2s of NBPL last year that really struggled to find their footing. And as we've seen, even in Worlds, they performed much better in Worlds than they did in season 2. Obviously, they didn't walk away the world champions or anything like that, But during this season, we've seen them continue to show a level of consistency and come out more than we've seen them any previous season, right? And if you're a team like Alliance, that's exactly what you want to see, is that slow, steady growth is how you're going to end up at the top of the pack and how you're going to end up one of those big contending teams. Unfortunately, if you're a team like Team TE, who continues to suffer from the same problems, yes, you're a top tier team now, but you're going to see yourself falling slower and slower into these standings as other teams like Alliance find that level of consistency.
And talking as well about maybe teams that last year had a different impression to this year, WBG, I think, is one of the teams that has surprised me the most, just for the fact that they haven't really been coming in the top spots that they used to. And I don't think they're playing worse. I think it's just the fact that everyone's caught up to them. Right, last year we were sort of talking about who the strongest Monk players were, and Sleepwalker was always in conversation, even when we headed to Worlds. Sleepwalker was proving that he could potentially be one of the best Monk players, if not the best Monk player in the entire world. But they haven't really had that impact, which is very surprising given the fact that we are still in a meta where Monk has not only continued to remain one of the most picked heroes in all of the Pro League, but also that we're in a meta which allows him to have that safety cushion of being able to get into that Barrier Max to be able to retain his health bar. Surely this should be WBG's moment to shine. But it feels like some of these Monk players have just been able to catch up to where Sleepwalker was able to pull ahead previously. Like, his performance in Final Zone was always what allowed to clutch WBG out for those wins. And now it feels like a lot of these other Monk players have been able to do just what Sleepwalker was able to pull off last year. But WBG are going to be fielding him on that Monk position. So hopefully we're going to see WBG return to form as well, as they're yet to field that Farrier. Today, I do believe they are sticking with this very traditional composition. This is the composition that they went to Worlds with. This is the composition which found them a lot of success. It allows Sleepwalker the best potential to be able to exercise his survivability into that collapsing Final Zone. So this should set them up pretty decently. JL gonna be running that Zip as a support player. Happy to see, looking across the board, none of these teams, none of these teams running that Justina as a support, but no, KLA are going to do just that. And I just shrank a little bit further down in my seat room because I like the idea on paper. It's just we've seen what happens to Monk players when they don't have a healer, and it doesn't just dent on the Monk's ability, but the Monk is the figurehead of this composition. We call it Transformers for a reason. He's not going to find any value in that transform if he goes up against another Monk who has the safety net he doesn't have to fall onto.
Yeah, and again, it's really interesting to see that they're replacing the Yueshan and the healer out of the comp, right? When you're bringing Justina in, she just doesn't bring that level of safety, and then you lose the healing on top of it as well. And it's also very interesting as well because Justina actually brings some synergy with Kurumi, right? She's able to actually freeze out the heal circle, and with the changes that were made to Kurumi last year, Kurumi gets to keep healing. Any players that would want to come threaten the Monk while the Monk is standing in that circle are going to find themselves frozen out, right? So it buys Justina and Kurumi the ability to step away if they combine their ults from the Monk, who has guaranteed safety inside of the ult from the Kurumi. So why would you not play the two together and come in with the Temi? The only rational ideal I can see coming out of that is that Justina is kind of counteracted by a Temi ultimate. She's not able to use the ult to bypass that wind wall, and you want to have a Temi to cancel out the other potential Temi ult. But at this point, we've seen time and time again how poorly that serves these teams. Why would you continue to bring it to bear, Moxie?
Yeah, we've even seen some teams as well just put a Justina and a Temi together because they may counteract each other when they're on opposing ends, but they also play together perfectly. The Temi ultimate locking down plays with Justina, so if they want to peel Justina, I'd rather they keep the Temi. Just for that reason alone, as we can have a look at KZ going toe-to-toe with OUG. KZ not wanting to throw ultimates in at the moment. Lily might just be absolutely annihilated off of having to go for that stone form to try and keep themselves safe when that Viper Sun comes through. We'll be able, however, to get the transformation off onto the Yui, as we can actually see both ultimates have been used. Both the Monk and the Yui have turned now onto the members. punishing the fact that that Viper Stun did not find the kills that they were looking for. And as a result, one of their best counters to the Transformer composition has now been removed. You can go for the ultimates, there's no chance of being stun locked and it being cancelled out a little bit too early. So even though you don't have the loot to be able to scale into damage and sustainability, you're still going to be able to find the kills necessary to come out on top. As we move over to GG, going head-to-head with OC, and Alali unfortunately going to be grapple cancelled into place by GG's Miskia as they come in with the Temi ultimate, trying to lock those players down. As we see the Viper try to use the ultimate, pushing the members further away. Potential third party coming through from some of the teams around as OC Slayer using that Yodo F to try and push these members of GG further away so they have that space to be able to use the Yodo ultimate. Tries to find a connection, will be able to find one onto LXM, but here comes the Zip ultimate to be able to try and keep these members sustained, and Analali does go down. 3-3-0 is going to be able to turn on them. Slayer now going to be removed. Miskia coming in with that longsword, just doing so much damage, tearing through these members, allowing as well that pulsar to be able to connect the stagger of the longsword vertical connection, allowing all of the room, all of the time for the pulsar to be able to find the kills. As over towards Sunwings, EWG and JL are locked in combat. EWG, unfortunately, not really getting the room to be able to disengage. If they do, they go straight into that Bane's Breath, and they actually are Bane surfing. They are holding themselves in this fight. Yuan somehow having the RNG to not get caught out by a Bane's Breath as he's just in that tree, waiting to see whether or not he's going to have to try and grapple away. As we can see, he gets caught out by the members, pushed onto the ground, and now JL will be able to claim the kill as Bauda in the distance. Wait for that Bane's Breath to run out. It is just about to. And here comes that third party. They're trying to lock onto these members of JL, and we can see with that Viper ultimate, they might be able to do just that. They're looking to isolate one of the members. ZU trying to use that focus to be able to give himself a little bit more distance, so even when the stun connects, he's got the space to be able to survive, and that's exactly what happens. Bauda with the Viper ultimate already used, haven't been able to find a kill, haven't been able to deny one of the numbers, and as a result, they reach in TP right out of that.
Yeah, Baladon just says we don't want any part of that anymore. They come in with that Viper, like you said, looking to lock down a member of the team, but the Takeda able to utilize their ultimate here from Team JL to actually buy ZU the safety that they needed to keep him from getting completely hyper focused down. And unfortunately for Team Bauna, I feel like there was a little bit of a miscommunication as we see the repeating crossbow coming out from Bauna, trying to just pummel as much damage onto the Monk player as humanly possible. And the team a little afraid to go in and start pumping out some damage onto the Monk because they don't want to shove them out of the way of that repeating crossbow. And just that moments of hesitation buying ZU and that team enough time to create some space to keep the Monk player alive for themselves. Turning now to OUG, going head to head here with KZ. Jen having a massive parry landed onto them, but due to the terrain, nobody able to follow up here. So KZ going to get to keep Jen alive here. We're going to see Hazley starting to get separated from the group here. And this is typically what you see, right? This is what we talked about with that target selection. OUG trying to target select onto Hazy and eliminate the healer here for this group. That's exactly what we're going to see happen here as OUG Zinyu with the Yodohime ultimate able to find the healer there. Unfortunately, the Kurumi had already used the ultimate, so they're going to get some mileage out of their healer here. But KZ in a tough situation in a 2v3 scenario. Jen trying to move back towards the body of Hazy, but we're going to see SS look for the Viper stun here. Going to see them forced to demunk there. Unfortunately, just time it barely wrong, and the stun will connect onto KZ's Jen. KZ down to a single member left remaining alive here as OUG continues to stalk their prey. We're going to see them try to turn onto them with the pole sword there. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. They are able to find an elimination, but they're not going to be able to find two as a parry comes through from OUG, and OUG will eliminate all three members of KZ, and they're going to find Zinyu back into the game very quickly.
Yeah, target focus coming through, just threatening that Karumi so that in just a darned if you do, darned if you don't scenario, if you don't use that Karumi ultimate to try and keep Hazy alive, you're going to lose the fight because your Karumi's not going to be able to be there to keep your Monk topped up when he does go for that Monk form. And if you do use it, you're still going to potentially lose that fight because when you Monk up, you're not going to have that Karumi heal to be able to keep them topped up when the pressure turns onto the Monk player instead. Really good focus coming through to deny Hazy that existence so that they can't keep that Monk player topped up. And like you said, having to use both the Yui ultimate as well. There's a moment where they almost are able to turn it around with the Yui ultimate coming through and the extended stagger off of those Yui strike connections, allowing the Monk to be able to come in with the full lockdown Dragon Slayers into Nezlas. If they'd found a kill off of that, they might have been able to win, but they don't because they don't pressure enough of the members of OUG into using that Wu Chen TP to back off. Instead, it's the Viper ultimate that comes through to carry on the fight because they've just seen both the Monk ultimate and the Yui ultimate invested, and that's literally green light for that entire composition, right? If you bite off a little bit too more than you can shoot, you have the Wu Chen TP, you can make it out of that. Even if you lose one of your players, you have the ability to be able to disengage and take the Ken with you. So there is very little punishment, very little reason for why you would retreat from that fight, as OC now is going to be opening up with a Viper ultimate of their own, Analali, making that space for Slayer to come in with the Yoda ultimate, connecting onto the members of Wolves. One strike connects, two strike connects. They don't manage to find a kill. Analali still goes incredibly low as well, so they actually do have to Wu Chen TP right out of that. The good news for them is that Wolves aren't running the composition which they're entirely based around countering. The bad news is that the TP wasn't very far. And as a result, Wolves know exactly where they're headed off to. And now they have to hope that they run into another team to try and push away that attention that they brought upon themselves onto someone else. The problem is, this is Gate of Yang time. So all of the teams aren't going to be around. They are going to have to survive the chase until these Gate of Yangs start to close on up, as JL takes so much damage. ZU drops the Monk form early, times the tap dodge, makes himself available underneath that pillar to make sure Sleepwalker doesn't manage to find the grab onto him, but one thing is taking so much damage. Sleepwalker has to contest with AS, but he's not able to find the iframe on the tap dodge, and Sleepwalker scoops him up and slams him down, buying himself a little bit of respite, as the Monk form has now dropped out with the Takeda ultimate trying to come through, create that space, but it is all going to be for naught. Yui ultimate still going to be up for WBG, and finally we're going to be able to see them take that Gate of Yang fight, take that buff, look for the Vermilion Bird Smite, pick themselves up a legendary longsword as well. Sleepwalker is going to be terrifying to run into in the next couple of minutes.
You know, it's going to be interesting. If I'm that particular team, I'm actually not putting the longsword onto Sleepwalker, just because the vertical charge off of that longsword can actually catch out and damage players inside the Monk's hand, right? So it keeps the other players on your team from having to hot swap into a ranged weapon and allows them to continue to pump out that damage moving forward. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they keep that longsword on him or decide to give it to another player so that they can assist while they have a player caught up in the grab there. OUG Xinyu here caught out completely by Team TE. That F3 actually putting in work here, but unfortunately Xinyu really has no place to go as all three members from Team TE just dog them down. OUG going to be down to a single member left remaining alive. TE off to another good game here with 8 eliminations under their belt. Alliance as well with 6 eliminations under their belt. Team GG on a little bit of a back foot yet again in this game as we take back a replay here. TE going head to head here with the members of Team Baoda inside the realm of Yang, and quite honestly TE making this fight look easy, coming in catching 2 players out with the longsword here. VVV with that haptic attach doing absolute work for the members of Team TE. Lion still alive here, but only off the back of the damage reduction from the ultimate. As soon as that ultimate goes down, TE very easily able to clean up that elimination. And unfortunately, during both of those Realm of Yang fights, we missed a fight where Team Wolves was eliminated here from game number 4.
TE, by the way, on a composition that we normally talk about not being ideal for Gate of Yang compositions, but they're still able to win it as another Viper ultimate comes through from TE, opening that fight up, looking for the stun to land onto Xiao Hui, finding that lockdown moment that they need. This is what TE does best. This is their bread and butter, right? Whether it's off of the Yodo F1, whether if it's the Viper ultimate coming through from VV, they isolate out a member of the pack so that they can just look for that kill. And then we see the weapons come through and they just exchange staggers, longsword, spear. Every single time one of them isn't finding a hit, another is finding a hit. They have such a good just trading of tempo when they're looking for those 3 versus 1s, of making sure that the player around them doesn't get that opportunity, doesn't get that window to be able to buy the time for Pure to come through from the rest of their teammates. They're isolated and 5 seconds later they're just gone. As JL might be gone in the next 1 minute 36 seconds if they're not able to pick themselves up a Soul Bloom. Ziyu finds a grab onto GG's Miskia, who unfortunately is going to go down. One thing comes through with a repeating crossbow follow-up, and now LXM is caught out. There's the longsword follow-up that you were talking about. The vertical clicks come through from AS to connect onto the other members of GG, and this is going to be JL off of a really successful monk grab, finding themselves 2 Soul Blooms to counteract that Yang depletion. 3-3-0 on the Zip is able to sustain themselves through and will be able to try and disengage, and the Zip at least is going to have the means to be able to go through, especially if that looks like it was Tuna that 3-3-0 is going to have access to. Problem is that you are currently in zone territory, and Nbpl is unfortunately a little bit affected by that zone tick, as we can now see Alliance going head-to-head with EWG. 2-tick on the receiving end of the Yoda ultimate coming through from Lucky, staggering him down for 1 as Lucky comes in with the interception on the grapple, catching them out, but he gets leap of faith by the team, and he doesn't manage to find the kill, goes incredibly low. However, Alliance are still able to push them into using and investing that Weechen TP, and now Alliance are on full alert, but EWG teleport backwards. They're going to be found out. We see the range shots come through from Zwan. They know where they ran off to, but by teleporting backwards, they've actually bought themselves a little bit of a window to be able to find that full reset, as Lucky, who was also needing a moment to breathe, is going to be handed that on a platter. As both of these teams fight, both of them invest a little bit and decide that it's better, since the fight's gone on for so long and ultimates have been invested, to call the entire thing off so that you don't suffer a little bit further along the line, like 5 seconds later, when another team shows up and looks for that third-party intrusion.
You know, Moxie, I think I've decided I'm gonna stop talking about Team GG. The second I even remotely mentioned them doing all right, I didn't even say they were having a good game. I said they were off to a start of a game, and we immediately turned to Team GG, losing 2 of its members. It's like they really are cursed. If you talk about them as casters, they just find themselves getting eliminated. Turning now to a replay between KLA and Balda, and unfortunately, think I know where this goes, because we see KLA getting eliminated on the kill feed. Lion TT here able to find some huge hits onto YKC, and then the follow-up from Balda able to just lock that player down. And we're going to see here the Pole Sword coming in huge here against the Justina, able to find the follow-up after the Justina comes out of the freeze, pumping some big damage out as Balda cleans up all 3 members of Team KLA. And it's very unfortunate for a team like KLA, who's been towards the top 3 in every single one of these games. They've been able to find a lot of consistency today, and unfortunately that consistency going to go down the drain here as they have a very poor performance in game number 4. Turning now to Team JL, going head-to-head here with the members of EWG. ZU able to find a grab here on to a member of EWG, but unfortunately the Monk ult going to go down immediately into a Viper ult. They're able to use that staff to create some distance to get in the zone to avoid the stun, but AS is going to go down in the meanwhile, and EWG is going to secure themselves this Morris Blessing, pick up that Draco Storm as well, and the members of this other team going to be forced away. And as we talk, KZ finds their 3rd elimination of the game, and unfortunately it's on to GG's 330, and that's going to be it for Team GG.
And by the way, WBG were the only team to walk into a Gate of Yang fight, and it is the second gate, so no surprises there, but it means that they're going to be able to pick up that Mystic Might for absolutely free. It does mean, however, that all of these other teams aren't on that pressure cooker situation where they have 4 minutes of finding Soul Blooms and throwing ultimates in so that they can pick those kills up as quickly as possible as OUG's SS. Go and choose the Viper ultimate, not going to be able to find a connection. Just using it to create a little bit more space for them to be able to breathe with so that they can use that greatsword, grapple up onto the tree, create even more distance between themselves and EWG. That zone tick is going to start to hurt at the moment. They've also got a bounty on the head too, so they can't really disengage this chase as easy as they would like, as they just have to go a little bit further into the zone. EWG are going to hunt that down every single day of the week, unfortunately, as we see the Stoneform just come through from SS. Hasn't really got any chance of being able to throw the blue back onto EWG as well, because he doesn't have two teammates flanking him. So there is no way that that is not just immediately going to be tap dodged backwards and then parry turned onto you by the players of EWG. As TE have been able to find themselves 11 kills. I'm hoping that we're going to see them play just a little bit slower now, just a little bit more passively, waiting for some of these other teams around them to make those mistakes. It's going to be significantly harder, however, to find a monk composition to sort of play symbiote off of, given the fact that we only have 2 monk compositions currently left in the lobby. As we can see, TXJ actually has a bounty on their heads, as it is going to be them just making sure that they don't get spotted in a position where they're going to be caught sandwiched between 2 teams. They do have a flamer, however, so if any team does get extremely close enough, they're going to be able to swap to that and threaten a lot of space, especially when we head towards those final zones and you want to find a little corner to keep your head underneath the parapet so you don't raise it a little bit too early. You don't have to throw the Viper ultimate in, as a lot of the time we do see the Viper ultimate. The second that you've used it, that opens the floodgates for all of the other teams around you to pressure in, knowing that you can't really use the Wu Chen all that effectively in those final zones, given that you sort of panic, you don't have a lot of time to figure out where you want to drop that orb, where you want to teleport to, and a lot of the time when we see teams, oh no, I was going to say teleport, they just teleport into further danger, and that's exactly what Zeus just found. Runs right into the literal ambush coming through from OC, who were waiting, crouched in the purple invisibility bush to see whether or not some of those players would be caught out in the zone, and he just walks straight into all 3 of them.
Oh, that's super unfortunate. You know, sometimes those bushes really can be a death trap. You never know when a full team's just going to walk out and eat one of your players alive, especially when you're solo like ZU was there. There's not a whole lot you can do about that situation with the zone pressuring on you like that. You can't really look to play super safe around all of those bushes. You have to go with the information that you've got. We see ZU find out that his information is a little incomplete. OC picks up the elimination there. You know, down to 24 players left alive, surprisingly, Moxie. Yet again, the pacing of these games continuing to heat up, as typically, you know, 24 players is what we had left going into zones 4 and 5 the last couple of games, and we're currently on zone 3 collapsing onto zone 4 right now. These games getting hyper aggressive.
It sort of makes more sense though, right? We had significantly less monk compositions come through in this lobby, and we've talked at length on the fact that this Yodo, Viper, and Wu Chen is becoming more often than not early to mid games. So all of these teams running that composition, understanding they don't really have the means of succeeding in places like Gates of Yang, want to eliminate the competition as quickly as possible. So like you said, the fact that we're already down to 24 players is definitely not something we're typically used to seeing. But when you're playing this hyper-aggressively, when you have the means to be able to play this hyper-aggressive as well, remember, like, Yodo doesn't have that same pressure that these monk compositions do of when you use an ultimate, you have to have the loot tier scaled up to make sure that it hurts. Yodo ultimate does so much damage on its own, especially when you're early in the game and you don't have that armor to chunk through. Significantly, even the Viper ultimate, if a stun connects and is early to game, as opposed to late final zone where everyone's running around with purples and legendaries, given the fact that we are playing Immortal War, where that loot tier is a lot more scarce than it is in either normal ranked or just your unranked quick play games. It's a lot harder for these players to be able to survive a Viper ultimate in those final zones than it is at the beginning of the game. So a lot of the time for these teams, when you throw an ultimate in, you're able to find the kills very, very quickly. And we're seeing teams who use those Wu Chen TPs who have to carry the Kens out, get collapsed upon either by the team that they were currently fighting, or teams waiting in the area to see that signal flag go up and understand, okay, here's prime opportunity for us to slide in. They have no means of escape.
Yeah, you know, there was a small change made to Wu Chen before we came into the season as well, where that Wu Chen, the visibility on the teleport was made vertically a little bit higher so that teams on the sort of flat ground were able to track down that ultimate just a little bit easier as well. And that visual aid really showing its head here as lately as, like you've said, sort of many of these Wuchens teleporting out of the frying pan into the fire, finding themselves face to face with either another team or the team that they teleported away from very easily, being able to track them down. We are heading in here 35 seconds away from zone 5 being collapsed onto, and kind of a mini version of this Buccaneer phase. We haven't seen too much of this sort of Buccaneer phase in our last 3 games, but some of these teams starting to take those pokes at one another here. No surprises either, seeing a lot of that cannon coming through, and we'll probably see yet again every single game thus far. We've seen the MVP rolling up with that repair roll. Soul Jade really starting to define the meta. And again, you know, we could talk ad nauseum at length about how important it is to be able to maintain the uptime on those ranged weapons, to be able to harass these other teams and keep them from pressuring onto you. Because the problem being with this sort of Buccaneer phase is that if there's a lull in your assault, if there's a lull in the damage, the threat that comes from that range damage coming out of your team, that lull is going to be the point at which these other teams are able to pressure onto you and evict you from the sort of space that you've been able to find for yourselves. So if you're able to keep that repair roll, your uptime is almost infinite. You're able to repair 3 times as quickly, and you've got iframes during that repair. So you don't have to run off to somewhere and find a safe place to get that repair off. You can do it in the face of the enemy team and continue to just pummel down onto the Moxie.
Yeah, Legendary Flamer going to be picked up from EWG, given the fact that they were able to open that Mother's Blessing with some really good wind walls placed by Yiran. Tuna also going to be there. They're probably going to just trade between it so that they all have that Tuna just consistent buff going through in case they do get pressured, as we can see EWG trying to find themselves a safe spot, because now Celestra has become a question. Do you want to paint yourself a target and take that prior high ground control, knowing that there are pros and there are cons? The pros, you can see so many players around you. You can pressure all of these players in these small knit rooms, especially with things like the cannon. If you have Bound Shell, it's a death sentence for all of these players stuck inside room. If Bound Shell starts to come into play, my goodness. But you also paint a significant target on your back. You don't have those natural walls to be able to hide behind. If you get pressured by things like a Viper ultimate or a Yodo, they have a lot more room to be able to maneuver into that fight, as opposed to if you're playing in those small rooms where you're taking more pressure from the cannon, sure. But when it comes to the actual players and abilities, well, a Viper's not just going to immediately grapple into a small room and try and use an ultimate, because they're going to be significantly slowed down. They're not going to be able to go over the windowsill too. So if they try and come in and intrude in that space, you're just going to climb over the door and immediately just disengage, and the Viper ultimate is going to do absolutely nothing. But it seems like a lot of these teams want that high ground, want that roof control, want to be able to have that space where the Viper can charge the ultimate and then drop down to connect on the players below. And more importantly, they want that space to be able to keep these ultimates charged up for as long as possible, which is why we're seeing TE vie for the roof over this bell, KZ vie for the roof opposite, as Bauda have decided that they're going to have to just take the scraps of the space left behind. KZ's Hazy using that Karumi Tava, trying to get this resurrection to connect onto one of their members. That's down. Jen even going for the monk form just to try and keep these players zoned away, threatened by the monk. If anyone tries to push onto this Karumi until that Teva has done its job, the grabs are going to be waiting in the wings, as Hazy has been able to resurrect Lily. The unfortunate thing for KZ though is that they've had to use both ultimates. Jen using that cancel to get away from the Viper ultimate now coming through from TE, as they decide to move on to Bauda, who are going to be evicted. The Wuchen TP coming through and TE immediately occupying that space. And KZ have been handed a get out of jail free card. The fact that they'd used both the monk and the UE ultimate should have been their death sentence, should have been them immediately out of this lobby, given the fact that all of these comps are literally engineered about punishing those comps when they don't have those ultimates, even pushing onto the comps when they do have the ultimates. But by TE making that move onto Bauda, KZ are entirely absent in the kill feed.
Yeah, KZ able to get away there. And, you know, they were in quite the terrible situation as well, as there was a fourth team pressuring them from behind. We see when they de-monk there, actually Venom Tip and a repeating crossbow starting to pump damage out on to their monk player. And it's so fortunate that they're able to get away amidst all this chaos. Balda really buying them the space to be able to actually position closer to TE and get away from that sort of fourth party threat, and then move away from all four of those teams through Central Celestra here. EWG getting picked up by the members of WBG. Sleepwalker able to land a grab here, but not able to find the follow-up grab or the double grab. So Sleepwalker finding himself very vulnerable, as EWG will be using that Wu Chen ult to go vertical and come out on top of them. AOW also looking to come in here. Ping Tao with the Viper ult. Not quite sure why they actually step away into the building here, but they're not going to get any mileage out of the ult. They will be able to find WBG Sleepwalker, though, off the back of Shu Tong coming in and playing extremely aggressive to follow up with the Yodohime ultimate. EWG here all on the inside of this building. WBG's Jing on the other side here, and it looks like Zhao Liu trying to pressure onto Jing. Jing just trying to keep it together for the members of WBG. Zhao Liu being covered here by 2-Tick with the F3 so that they can utilize the Soul Jade there to get a little bit of healing here. Zhao Liu trying to come in with those nunchucks, that Dragon's Roar, trying to create space for the members of the team. As we turn back to KZ, Jen top side here with that monk transformation, going to be making KZ a target, and we're going to see Lily down yet again. KZ trying to find that tether. Hazley had the tether onto Lily, but will be losing it. Jen just trying to buy some damage out here. Lily using that vertical longsword slash we talked about to pump out enough damage for Jen to be able to pick up the elimination here. Jen needs to be careful, though, with the huge Yodohime ultimate coming up from underneath of them. They can find themselves on the receiving end of some pain, but TE luckily focused onto the members of EWG. TE going to find their 15th elimination here in this game, and surprisingly, with all the chaos going on, Alliance is quite quiet. We haven't seen them pop into the kill feed in a hot minute here. AOW's Ping Tao able to find a massive stun, but then stunned back onto by TE's VVV, and TE gonna start coming in looking for quite a few eliminations here, and almost as if to come out of nowhere, Alliance finds themselves popping on the kill feed, but not the way they were hoping to, as they find themselves eliminated here from game number 4, just so close from the very end of the circle. OC also going to go out as KZ starts to find some eliminations this game. KZ finally finding themselves alive in some sort of space in a bi-weekly, the first time that they've hit 6 kills in almost 3 weeks here. KZ's Jen looking to try to find anything here, wants to continue to extend this lead that they've been able to create for themselves here, extend some more kills here, and see if they can't finally climb up this leaderboard just a little bit. TE's TXJ, though, going to come in here onto the Yodohime ultimate, not going to be able to find a grab. KZ's Jen going to find himself stunned out by multiple Viper ults, and that's going to be it for Jen as they're eliminated. And it's TE's Leo who continues to find mileage for Team TE here as they find multiple eliminations. VVV gonna find one on to AOW's Ping Tao as well. TE going to find the pop-off game that they've been looking for, the back-to-back. AOW Chung Wukong going to find the elimination, but TE gonna be walking away your MVPs for game number 4, Moxie.
TE, again, every single time we see them win, it just is them controlling that final zone. They have such good awareness too, throwing in that Witch and TP to buy themselves a little bit of iframe and a little bit more time so that they're not taking zone tick damage. They're also not putting themselves into a fight against a Yui. By the time that the Witch and TP pays off, the Yui ultimate is about to drop, so they're able to secure the kill onto that too. And no surprises either, they're able to just continue to pressure those players outside of that zone into that zone tick. This is exactly what TE does best. They're so aggressive early on, and then on their good games, they play a little bit more conservatively until we see that zone collapse, and then they make that move. However, I do want to talk about KZ, because this team, they went through a couple of ups, they went through some significant downs, but they identify what they're lacking in terms of when they're actually taking those fights. Especially when they take that fight up over the archway itself. Hazley is actually having to use the tether to revive Lily, who went down again, but Jen is still holding onto the monk form. So they make sure that Jen is actually monked up on the archway itself, so that he's out of line of sight of a lot of those players. And if they do want to openly contest him, they're going to have to use either a grapple where they're going to be susceptible to the grab, or more likely the Yoda ultimate. The problem is if they use the ultimate to find that verticality to pressure the monk on that high ground, they've already used that first opening slash and exhausted the golden focus where you cannot get grabbed out to climb onto that high ground, and they're going to be in a space where they can easily get plucked out of the ultimate early and grabbed down by KZ's Jen. It's really smart play coming from this team, identifying what they're lacking, what they're not going to have, what they normally need to keep that monk topped up, given the fact that he is surrounded. He is in enemy lines by Yodos and Vipers and Wu Chens, who are his mortal enemy. This is a composition created to counter everything KZ run with, but they're still able to find value.
Yeah, no, I mean, KZ does a really good job here. Unfortunate for KZ, it's not what they need. This is a team that's been down all season. They haven't really been able to find any sort of space whatsoever. And I hate to say it, this might possibly be the best game that they've had all season. And given the fact that they were only able to put together 6 eliminations and then find themselves going out relatively early in the final circle, that says a lot about this team. KZ really hasn't just been able to find any sort of space for themselves in this given season. And this is a team that, even though they struggled last year, typically found themselves in the middle of the pack, whereas this season they are typically in last place every time we see this team, whether it be for the match or the overall standings for the week. So KZ has a lot of work to put in this season. As we take a look at the leaderboard for this game, it's going to be TE with 20 eliminations and a second place finish that's going to be walking away with a 35 game score. WBG with 12 eliminations and a third place finish will be taking a 20.5, and AOW with their 6 eliminations and a first place finish will be walking away with a 14.6.
Yeah, to circle back as well, like when AOW pressure onto WBG with that Viper ultimate, and we do see the Viper just slide past the monk into the building, EWG were pretty close in the area. I think they knew, because WBG had already lost that Karumi, that they didn't really need to have the stun to connect onto the monk as well, given the fact that WBG Sleepwalker had just used the ultimate, and they instead wanted to stop that third party potentially coming through where they're going to be caught unawares, and just make sure that that building is isolated and secure for them, which is the smart play. Like you, I was a little bit like, huh? you open up this fight with a Viper ultimate, and then you just walk right past the monk that you're trying to lock down. Okay. But I think they were just using that monk ultimate to, that Viper ultimate rather, to spook WBG, because they were about to stake that revive in the Karumi. And if the Karumi comes up, they're immediately going to drop the ultimate. They're immediately going to be topped almost back up to full. And then they have the means of sustaining WBG Sleepwalker into being able to build the ultimate back up. That's your most concerning factor in that fight, right? We even see the F3 from the Yoda come through to make sure that he's pushed off of that body and isn't able to find the revive. For WBG, a team that I talked about heading into this game, doing significantly better than we've seen them. I'd say like all series, they've been quietly finding these kills here and there, but they haven't really had the pop-off games that we've come to associate with this team.
Yeah, no, WBG it's very interesting. You know, we're talking about a team that absolutely dominated the first season of the NBPL, and a team that has quite potentially one of the best monks in the league, or somebody who's always been in contention for one of the best monks in the league. And this is just a team that this season, like you said, I don't think they're playing worse than they've played in other seasons. I think it's that the other teams have really started to catch up to the skill level of WBG, and WBG themselves have done no growing to accommodate for the skill level increase of these other teams. And that's a problem. And that's exactly what we were talking about just before the start of this game, that if you're a team like TE that's finding yourself resting on your laurels, as these other teams start to improve, you're going to find yourself starting to fall lower and lower on these leaderboards. And that's exactly what WBG seems to be suffering from right now. As a team, they haven't really lost the skill level that they've been bringing. They just haven't improved any, and you can't continue to play the same way at the same skill level while all the other teams continue to get better. And again, we're going to turn back and look at Team Alliance as an example of a team that has been doing much better. You know, we talk about teams, you know, like KZ, that were consistently in the middle of the pack, finding themselves at the bottom of the pack. It's because teams like Team Alliance, who were typically at the bottom of the pack during our last 2 seasons, are now finding themselves towards the middle and top of the pack almost every single game because of the improvements that come through. You're going to take a look here, and of course, our MVP is going to be TXJ this time, the Yodohime player coming through. Look at this Skyforce, Heartstopper kick, and Armor Pierce. And of course, we see that Armor Pierce slow shot combo almost always coming through together for these players who are looking to use the musket. And we're going to see TXJ here able to put together 6,000 damage off of the musket alone, Moxie.
Yeah, and again, no surprises either of the selected skills. Like, TXJ has sort of pioneered this Yodo using F1 even in trios. I love it. I love the early aggression. I love that TE sort of use it like almost a miniature Viper ultimate, where they just use it to be able to force these players away from their teams. Like we said, this is what TE does best. They look to isolate teams out. They look to make sure that they're able to pick on one person and then move together as a unit, playing off of weapon staggers and the fact that they have 3 players as opposed to 1, to just continue to be able to win these fights and move very quickly from one player to the next. I, however, want to talk about GG, because GG unfortunately had another bit of a rough performance today. Like, this is the thing, I think, for GG. A lot of these teams are very sort of emotionally based. I think GG is probably one of those as well. We don't see it as much because unfortunately they don't tend to make it into the finals on when they're having those rougher days, but I've seen the fact that when they get grabbed out seemingly randomly by some of these Monk players that they don't even know they have to watch out for because they're so far away. Like, GG just kind of snap. They hit this point where they decide, okay, we know we're supposed to layer ultimates, but we're just going to throw both Transformer ultimates in so we don't potentially get grabbed out into the middle of nowhere, and lost a little bit earlier on. And unfortunately for GG, it's a Monk comp that they run into, and it's Monk comp that they just continued to be grabbed out by and countered by, and it feels like this team just has a nightmare when they run into that particular composition. And I don't know why, because mechanically we know that they have the prowess to be able to beat the Monk comp. We've seen Miskia on Yodo absolutely dumpster Monk compositions with the ultimate, making sure that they're playing around about those teleports, they're not getting grabbed out and cancelled out of the ultimate early, that they don't give that space that they're creating for their other 2 teammates away too much. And today, and as of late in 2023, it just feels like GG are lacking a little bit of something, a little bit of that spark. Occasionally we see it showing through, but a lot of the time it's just not there.
You know, here's the thing with Team GG, and this is something I'm going to call this team out on in doing. And you know, 330 has always been in, you know, we talk about the contention for the top 3 Monks in the league. 330 is one of those players. The problem for Team GG is they're not building this composition around 330. And we've given teams in the past a little bit of grief for kind of building their comps around a single player, but this is the meta to do that in. We're in a very, very Monk heavy meta where there's multiple different compositions being run from Monk. You can almost play a variation of the Monk you know, comp every single game. This would be the meta to build around a player like GG's 330, but it feels like they've kind of thrown that to the wind. They're playing this more hit and run strategy that suits a player like GG's Miskia much better, but it leaves 330 in this sort of awkward situation where he's used to being the front runner for the team. He's used to being able to get to those final circles and pop off in that final circle, but GG's plan is not to play around him and not to play around those final circles. It's more to look for those early to mid game kills with these sort of hit and run tactics, and they're kind of leaving their best chess piece, if you will, exposed on the board. 330 is not able to get to those final circles, which is where he has typically thrived in the previous seasons, and because of that, it's costing Team GG quite drastically.
I think we're sort of seeing a pattern emerge for a lot of these teams who were carried over from 2022. Like, if you're a little bit too stuck in the past, if you're sticking to what works in 2022, it's not quite working out for you in 2023. And I think a good example of a team who didn't have a brilliant start of 2022, but towards the latter end of it really started popping off and innovating a whole lot more, is J-Team. And J-Team have sort of identified that there has been a significant shift, not just in how we approach like early game, mid game, and final game. They've also identified that there is a little bit of a gap in terms of meta and what was defined as meta, and they decided to just keep experimenting and throwing these compositions in, innovating these comps the way that we saw them do towards the later half of 2022, where they run this Takeda on Morris Isle instead of Holoruff because of the Fireflies. And it forces the other teams around them to adopt that strategy and have to practice more time taken away from quote-unquote their more comfortable comps where they might find better pop-off games, to being able to learn an entirely different composition that they've never really had to field. And J-Team have continued to do that and continue to put on the table all of these ideas of what could potentially be meta. And I think a brilliant example of that is the debate between this Justina in the Monk Transformer composition, because we've seen teams try to make do with it and it's always affected them negatively. And it means that they're giving up these games, they're giving up these points that don't allow them to keep up with some of these other teams who might not have amazing pop-off game moments, but consistently they're able to put decent amounts of points on the board, and as a result qualify by playing safely. They make it into the bi-weeklies, they keep adding to that tally to not have to go through rep cargo.
Yeah, you know, again, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? J-Team is the team that sort of comes in and pioneers these comps, and typically it's the rest of the league kind of following suit. We've seen teams like JJH starting to experiment with Justina in particular comps and finding success. But like you said, this particular Monk comp that's using Justina here, really not buying these teams the dividends that they were hoping to find with maybe trying to pioneer this sort of new comp. And it really comes down to a lack of understanding of how some of these comps work, right? At the end of the day, I think some of these teams very well understand how to not only pilot these comps, but why these comps work the way that they do. And it's teams that are starting to experiment with comps that don't understand why the comps work the way that they do, that are starting to slot heroes into weird positions in these comps. And those teams are going to suffer for that experimentation rather than find themselves flourishing.
Yeah, I think GG as well have sort of struggled with the fact that while they can keep free-free on this Monk, they also have to now incorporate this Farrier, and that throws off a lot of the tempo of pacing of how you would treat it, because no longer are you using that sort of UE player to cover for the Monk with their own body, with their own ultimate. The Farrier just drops the pillar, and the Monk, when he's pressured after dropping the ultimate, gets to hop into it and find that space to recover. So that little bit of dynamic shift is having a significant impact. But here's a trick. TE have decided that they're going to try and make this Justina work, and they actually, I'm fine with this. Like, I'm a little bit concerned that there is not going to be any healing for TXJ consistently because no Zip, no Karumi. However, they're keeping LYD on this Temi. So if you get pressured by range fire with things like repeating crossbows, you've got the Temi ultimate to fall back onto. And more importantly, there is synergy, there is lockdown capacity with LYD and VVV, because VVV, obviously with the Justina ultimate, you can still move around freely, as opposed to the Temi. When you drop it, it's static, it's going to stay there. But you're still going to be able to have a lot more control of the players around you when they're fighting into the Monk comp. My only concern is that lack of healing. Are they going to be able to survive to make it into final zone, where you're finding the most amount of value with this composition, where both the Temi and Justina have an absolute smorgasbord of players to be able to choose between to lock down?
Yeah, I don't really agree with the pick coming through here. Again, I think that if you're going to be running this particular comp, I get the mentality, right? You're worried about Justina finding value into these other teams that are running to Mulk. because Justina not able to utilize her ult to cross the barrier of those Temi ults. So you're thinking, okay, let's bring a Temi of our own in. That way, if we, you know, get a Temi ult popped out, we can just trade Temi ults and our Justina can still find value. Like you said, though, not having that healing available to come through for your team is a massive detriment when you're removing that key component, that other transformer who's going to be able to cover for your Tian Hai as he's de-transforming. So TE, it's going to be interesting to see if they find any value out of this comp as we immediately turn to Team Wolves here. Ironically, Team Wolves being destroyed by a former member here, Jails Onefang, of course, being a former member of the original Team Wolves, and Onefang tearing through his old team composition here as JL is able to pick up 3 eliminations off the bat of the very beginning of this game here, and AOW gonna find the same onto Team Bauda.
Yeah, TE actually picking up a very early Bane's Breath. I think they've identified that sort of lack that they have to be able to cover for that monk. They know that they are going to be vulnerable when that ultimate drops out. Happy to see that the Moonbane is going to be coming through for them very early on. The problem is AOW is also going to purchase it, and only one team can have a Bane's Breath going on at once. So if AOW actually drop the Bane's Breath when TE want to use it, they are going to be denied the ability to do so. So I'm just really hoping that TE don't hinge too much of a plan of action on being able to throw that voucher in, as OUG ring that bell, see that no one is in the area. It's going to be looted, so they do know that there are players potentially around who've moved up towards Plumed. As we can see, Alliance and JL are those 2 teams that have moved up towards Plumed. AS with a gorgeous Yoda ultimate, catches the first onto the land, holds that third, will be able to find the connection and the kill, as it is going to be Lin with that staff just using that charge up to elongate the distance between themselves and the Viper ultimate and escape that stun. However, they are going to be chased down as Lucky also fell in the fray, and it is just a matter of whether or not they can survive the chase coming through from AS. Onefang going to be camping that body, making sure no shenanigans are afoot, that there's going to be no double tracking towards those bodies to get a little bit of a cheeky revive out from under the team's nose. But this is still going to be, unfortunately, a really bad start for Alliance.
Yeah, unfortunately, Alliance not going to be finding the same level of favor that they've been finding throughout the rest of the day here in game number 5. Turning your attention over to Team GG, as if to talk about teams that haven't been able to find the same level of traction all day. We immediately turn to look at the boys here from Team GG. Now back to OC and AOW, looking to go head to head here. OC just trying to hold on to the space, threaten it with the scale rushes as they try to lock down this member of AOW coming through. But AOW, like you said, having purchased the Bane's Breath earlier, actually going to find themselves in quite the good situation. They can continue to take this fight inside and have no worries, as OC can't break away from this. We're immediately going to see Zen Meng go down, and now a Yodo Hime slash coming through the wall as well is just going to buy so much space for the members of AOW, as they also have that Bane's Breath to continue to cover the bodies for them here. AOW gets to pick up 2 eliminations and walk away scot-free from that fight. And I really like the utilization of the Bane's Breath. If you know you've got an enemy team trying to hold the space like that, and you can turn that advantage into a detriment, you absolutely do that. AOW able to find a lot of value off of just that one's Bane's Breath, as we turn to KLA now, going head to head here with the members of Team TE. TE running this Justina Monk comp we've been talking about. We're going to see if they're able to find any sort of value out of it here. KLA trying to get in position to make something happen with these Monk grabs. TXJ trying to do the same on behalf of Team TE here. QGG just going to start pumping out some big damage onto TXJ, though, with that pole sword. TXJ trying to come in here. TE will be popping that Bane's Breath, trying to utilize it to buy some some space for the team here. KLA will find one of their members actually getting caught out in this Bane's Breath. CXZ will be eliminated here to the Pole Sword and the lockdown inside the Bane's Breath. TE able to find what they wanted to with the purchase of that Bane's Breath. KLA, though, actually finding a little bit of value with that longsword there, not able to find the elimination they were hoping for. QGG going to be forced out of that as the Bane's Breath comes down, and TE will find their first 3 eliminations of the game off the back of the strength of the Bane's Breath.
Yeah, TE actually doing a very good job of positioning before that fight begins. TXJ is about to drop out of Monk ult, but he still looks for that engagement to tease onto the members of KLA, and they actually fall for it. Hookland and Sinker, one of the players of KLA goes for the feed attack on the Monk, and that's when we see VVV come through with the Justina ultimate to catch onto the player, knowing that they're going to be able to connect that freeze, knowing that they're going to be able to cover for their Monk, as LYD, who'd hung a little bit further back before the engagement began, pops that Bane's Breath, allows them to be able to have a lot more control of the space, and KLA, because they've already gone for that melee fight against the Monk's feet, are too far in to be able to cleanly disengage when the Bane's Breath falls through. JDG now going to be trying to survive. Karumi ultimate comes through from Kopi, but they might have to cope just with a fight loss as LSR is down. The Karumi already broken out of the armor. The Pole Sword comes through from Xiao Hui, just trying to zone these players away so they can hold themselves in that Karumi ultimate for as long as possible. Xiao Hui trying to use the door frame to line of sight the Viper stun, but Ping Tao is able to dog him down, will be able to just chase his footsteps and be able to find that stun connection as JL and TE are going toe-to-toe in the zone itself. LYD baiting that parry to come through. AS not going to get that focus, however, as he's immediately going to crouch cancel it, and now they go for that immediate re-engage. Wuchen TP out to turn back in with the Yoda ultimate coming through from AS, but he uses it too early. TE's TXJ goes for the Monk form, knowing that the Viper ult, or rather the Wuchen TP has been committed. They have to stay in this fight now as the Viper ultimate comes through from JL. The stun does connect onto TXJ. He holds himself in the ultimate, however, so even once the stun has won through, he's still going to be potentially able to find those grabs onto these players. And then we can see that Justina ultimate now coming through from VVV, but without that healing, without that Karumi, without that zip, TXJ goes down from AS's pistol shot. VV not able to find the freeze to connect onto these players, uses that freeze shell bomb to get a little bit of a respite. Immediately though is going to get cancelled out of it and turned onto by the players of JL. And this is what we were concerned about, Ern. This composition, it works sometimes if you can bait some of these teams into falling or going for the melees, going to put themselves into a position where when the Monk form drops out, the Justina ultimate can push onto those players and create the same zoning capacity as something like a Yui ultimate. But what happens when you run into the anti-Monk comp? Well, just that. You get absolutely decimated without any healing.
Yeah, unfortunately, them not having the healing, they're really actually coming to sort of bite them. You know, not only that, you know, they lose a player early into that fight, and because they don't have the Karumi to tether onto that player, once the other team uses that Wuchen ult to go out, they're unfortunately having to try to resurrect that Karen from full. Basically, that Karen almost goes completely depleted, and they're not even able to find the resurrection in time before that team that uses the Wuchen ult to disengage completely comes back in and re-engages onto them. So they're forced to continue to take that fight basically at a loss, right, in a 2v3 scenario. Whereas if you have a Karumi to tether through, the Karumi can continue to try to keep that Karen up, and even if you hadn't gotten the resurrection prior to the Wuchen ult going out, the Karen would have been so close to resurrection that when two people come in to tap the body afterwards, it would have been quite the easy resurrection for the members of Team TE. Turning now to GG, hunting down some of these stray members from JDG. We're going to see the F come through here from Miskia to silence out LSR, trying to keep LSR from popping that ultimate solo. Miskia going to be forced to back off, though, as the Pole Sword comes through and connects onto Miskia. Miskia, though, going to use that pillar to launch LSR back. LSR wanting to keep the assault coming through, though, trying to pressure onto Miskia. Miskia going to go ahead and pop into the mech. Now that some safety coming through from the remaining members of JDG, that tether from Kopi starting to pressure Miskia away from this fight, healing LSR. LSR looking for an opportunity to get some of those shield pots back up. Miskia still completely separated from the other members of Team GG here, as JDG is able to find most of the reset that they're looking for, turning now back to JL, who is able to eliminate the members of Team TE and looking to find another fight to come out on top of, and it's OUG who's going to suffer the effects of JL here on this anti-monk comp, doing exactly what the anti-monk comp does best. OUG Jinyu trying to create some distance here, trying to get away while they have the Yuation ult. The Yuation ult going to timeout, and JL will pick up another 3 eliminations, and JL goes to 14 eliminations before zone 3.
Yeah, GG's still not coming up in the kill feed, but neither are JDG, so it feels like they've sort of run into just a stalemate with both of their teams losing one player almost. It is going to be BIWEEK4 taking a lot of damage from OC, but OC also in a rough spot of their own, going to have to pop that Witch and TP and book it as we see the Rebirth Charm come through from JDG so they can try and buy that secondary that third member back, as they're going to use it immediately, as BIWEEK4 going to be hunting down these members of OC. That was what we were talking about, right? That Wuchen TP, the visibility, has been such a detriment for these teams who use that Wuchen TP as a means of escape. And you can actually even see OC, they understand when they throw that Wuchen TP in, because it's so visible now, they can get one pot off, and then they have to just immediately grapple away. They're not even back to full. And BIWEEK4, on the other hand, they've been able to split one of the members of OC away from their team. Merriman, unfortunately, losing Annalie around the cliffs, still going to be able to isolate them from their team, as we see that Dragon's Might doing so much extra damage on connection, as Annalie takes so much damage. The Wuchen TP from BIWEEK4 to try and get away from the Viper stun, but unfortunately Merriman still gets connected onto, as OC might be able to turn it around. Merriman goes down at the same time as Metian takes down Zeeming, and this might just be them coming out on top, but EWG are the ones laughing at the moment. They come in for such a successful third party. They look for the lockdown, they're able to find the kill onto Slayer, and they're also going to be able to pick up a member of BIWEEK4 at the same time. The Wuchen TP and the Viper ultimate just made the fight too visible. It had been gone on for too long. BIWEEK4 will be able, with the intrusion from EWG, to make it out with one player remaining, Lion. The problem is, they weren't the ones holding the money. They have 1,460 coins. That is not going to be enough for a Rebirth Charm. As a result, they're going to have to try and sneak their way onto one of these boxes.
Yeah, speaking of Rebirth Charms, I can't believe that Team TE here, after losing 2 of their members completely, able to buy not 1, but 2 Rebirth Charms. And we're going to see all 3 members of Team TE coming back in strong here. This could be huge for Team TE. The problem is now they're going to have to find some gear, as they are extremely far behind. And we do see these first Realms of Yang starting to come through, and they are not going to be able to participate here on this particular comp, because they do not have the gear to go in and try to take these fights. TE also now finding themselves in quite the rocky situation. Both KZ and AOW blocking them from being able to push in from the zone here, and they need to find some gear for themselves. But with all of the teams that are here inside Plumed Castle, the odds of there being any gear left for the members of Team TE to sort of scavenge here, very, very low, Moxie.
I mean, not just that as well, but there's a lot of bells, right? There's a bell towards the middle courtyard of Plumed, and then there's like 1, 2, 3 around the actual structure itself too. So you can be found out very, very quickly by all of these teams in the area. It is going to be incredibly risky. And like you said, a lot of teams, when they actually just drop off of the rip, they like to push up into Plume Castle first and then down into Salvation Podium when they're equipped to be able to survive the fight that goes over for that podium, for that puzzle, for potentially the red armor, for these compositions to be able to equip their monks with. As we can see, it looks like it's going to be a weather effect coming through. I believe that's Ghostly Mist going to be hovering over one of those Morris Blessings, as that's going to make it a little bit harder for some of these teams who rely on those skills to be able to play around with, especially if the monk comps have been drawn to that significant area. If they get hit by those hands and they get silenced down, ooh, they're not going to be able to find the grabs, they're not going to be able to find the slams, and a lot of those Yodas are going to be very, very happy, given the fact that they're going to be able to play up from verticality, they're going to be able to use the F ability as well, as it is going to be a gate of Yang spawning on up. OUG immediately sliding their way into it alongside JDG to come through. Hopefully we're not going to see TE try and enter one of these. They're going to use that downtime to look for loot to be able to restore that armor and weapons that they'd lost off of the Soul Altar, as JDG's LSR immediately going for the transformation. OUG's the King also going to go for an ult. He has a little bit of an advantage given the fact that he's got a legendary weapon as opposed to LSR's purple. He does immediately find a grab to come through. Tell Me ultimate gets dropped. LSR looking to find the slam is going to be pushed back. The Karumi ultimate now coming through to try and keep him topped up, but he actually has to exit it to try to push onto OUG's the King, who'd been able to find Kopi. The grab comes through. He's forced out of the Karumi healing, and this is just OUG now dealing with the lone member of Zhao Hui. Absolutely gorgeous gate fight coming through from OUG, denying the monk the ability to sit in that Karumi ultimate, forcing him to chase after the King, so he's not able to find that slam onto Kopi. Still able to find the slam onto the Karumi as well, and as a result, they just don't find any traction.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate turn of events there. And, you know, sometimes that's just how those fights break out. You get separated in that particular way, and the monk can't buy you that level of protection because he's forced to take the fight in the Karumi ult, and because your teammate presses in the opposite direction away from the ultimate. It's just, you know, a darned if you do, darned if you don't sort of situation. You either have to press out of the Karumi ultimate and give up the healing to try to do something for your teammate, or just sacrifice your teammate. And in that given situation, you know, it's really hard to make the right call, and unfortunately it just doesn't come out the way that they were hoping it was going to come out for them. EWG though here giving chase to Team Wolves. Team Wolves in a situation we're very used to seeing Team Wolves behind in gear, heading into the mid game and late game here. And of course we're going to see that Viper stun come out absolutely massive for EWG, but they're going to be forced to break focus away from the members of Team Wolves as another team starts to pressure deep into this ravine. It's going to give 14 the opportunity to get a grab and the re-grab. Now with the double grab coming through, will he be able to find any more value out of it? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to, as we see the Wu Chen ult come through. Benchu trying to get the resurrection onto Saro, will find it. WBG and EWG both pressuring Wolves at the exact same time, and Wolves just not able to escape from it. We're going to see Saro getting picked up by WBG Sleepwalker here. Sleepwalker trying to get his hands on to Benchu and 14 as they both feel forced to come back in and try to make something happen here, but Benchu going to get grabbed up, going to take multiple shots from that longsword here, and Wolves just falling apart as EWG comes back in for the third party onto WBG. A single member of Wolves will live to fight another day, but that single member, the most vulnerable of all of the members of Team Wolves, as EWG continues their pressure onto the members of WBG. They also have that crucial 25% damage reduction coming through from the Mystic Might, turning now to JDG, the team who we just watched suffer those unfortunate circumstances inside the realm of Yang, and they're going to find themselves suffering yet again as AOW continues to come out on top of this fight, and that is going to be it for the members of JDG.
Yeah, Kopi unfortunately being one of the members that goes down first, but AOW have been drawn together to potentially fight the members of EWG. KLA in the distance looking for an engagement onto AOW. At the same time, CXC going to be pushed off of that ballista control so that it's now going to be occupied by AOW, trying to put a little bit more pressure onto some of these teams, also buy themselves a little bit of downtime to be able to build back into those ultimates. As we can see, a Temiel comes out in the distance. WBG and EWG have found each other. WBG dropping that Temiel ultimate, trying to buy themselves a little bit of spaces. Tutik now goes aerial, trying to chase after WG's PP, who unfortunately is going to be one of the remaining members of this trio. He's looking to just hold himself on the cliff, hoping that they're going to go past him, and nope. Tudik checks a little alcove, will be able to find the kill. And that is unfortunately going to be WBG just reduced down to Jing. The good news is PP may have been spotted out, but he was very much a distraction. By playing in with Jing still being alive, they're still going to have that Yui. They're still going to be able to build back into that ultimate to be able to use things like the jumps to keep themselves a little bit further out of reach, as Jing is able to survive the team that was pushing after him, goes into the zone, to the store, will be able to pick up a Rebirth Charm, potentially to find a Soul Altar and get his teammate back. The problem is it's not Vermilion Birds, so they are going to have to find their loot anew as KLA look to just police some of the teams if they're straggling out towards the outer edges of that zone. If they're going to have lost some of the Gate of Yang fights and looking for the Soul Altars, this is when they're probably going to make their moves. As Morris Blessing spawns up, GG immediately going to be pushing for that space as JL start to drift towards the area. Look like they just want to have a little bit more of a scout out to see whether or not they are going to be fully contested. EWG, absolutely no illusions of trying to push onto that one, though. They sniff towards it, see, okay, there's a team already here. We're just going to back out. We're not going to put ourselves into that potential position of being caught in the middle between other teams who start to drift, drawn by the bait of that Morris Blessing towards the area. As WBG Sleepwalker, oh no, TE saw. They're doubling back. They know that there's a player in the zone, and the hunt begins. Sleepwalker just using that katana with the horizontal to carry his momentum off of the grapples and give himself more distance, but out of the frying pan into the fire. OUG are in the area, and they might have seen Sleepwalker too. He goes into the purple bush. Now he has such a horrible decision to make. I think OUG, like, they know that there's a player around. They're going to know that there's a team around because T are potentially going to run straight into them. And that crossfire might actually catch the king out in that purple bush. If a single hit connects onto him in that position, they're going to know that he's there. And he is just going to be chased after relentlessly as both of those full teams look for an easy picking.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough position for them. Unfortunately, Wolves 14, that last solo player, being caught out by the members of AOW here, and that's going to be it for Team Wolves here in game number 5. JL looking to continue to dominate this game. 14 eliminations under their belt ever since the beginning of Zone 2 here, looking to pressure EWG. We are down to 27 players left remaining as Zone 4 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 5 in the next 10 seconds. JL also able to get their hands on a Morris Blessing here, picking up that first set of legendary armor as they continue to create space for themselves here. This could be the game that JL's been looking for. JL came into the beginning of the season looking very, very strong, and ever since the first bi-weekly have sort of struggled, and today has been no different for them. So for them to be able to find 14 eliminations and continue to keep the pressure going here in game number 5, they've got to be absolutely ecstatic with their performance here, as now they continue to pressure on to Alliance here, looking to trade these cannon shots. Feng here with that meteor for the cannon, trying to create some of those sort of sniping shots across the map there on to the cannon. Zon, on the other hand, forced to try to throw those range shots with that arc, and not able to find the shots that he's looking for. Gonna come into the zone here to do just a little bit of shopping, trying to find some soul jades and some much needed pots for themselves. WBG's Jing going to be caught out by the members of KLA, and unfortunately that's going to be it for WBG. Also, OC's Annalie going to be picked off by OUG's SS, and that's going to be it for the members of OC as well, Moxie.
Yeah, unfortunate for both those teams. They are going to be knocked out of the lobby, and they're not going to be able to potentially post any more kills on the board, as EWG see KLA, who are in a little bit more of an aggressive position chasing after those kills, have been able to make it towards those cliffs, though, to be able to navigate away from some of those cannon shots, looking to rip that armor off. TE still, by the way, on blues, immediately investing the Temi ultimate to lay claim to this Morris Blessing. Absolute no-brainer that they have to make a move for that one, since it has immediately allowed themselves to upgrade from blue to legendary. It's the best magic trick in NARAKA that you can pull off, other than maybe gray to legendary. They're going to be very happy that TXJ is going to have that safety cushion to fall back on to, as GG's free. Oh, absolutely absolutely accosted by repeating crossbow bolts. Already going to have Venentic dropping on him as well. Has to drop out of the monk form into the Temi ultimate, covered by LXM. Miskia even throwing in the mech for 3-3-0 to be able to retreat into. That's the only way they were able to keep the monk up, and it might have come at the cost of LXM. They lose the Temi. They're going to have to just keep 3-3-0 out of arm's reach until that rage has built up enough for the cannon shots to come through from the mech. Will be able to land 2 connections. Doesn't, however, manage to pick up a kill, but with the boosters charged up, 3-3-0 can at least try and relocate and take themselves aerial, as Miskia, left alone by their monk player, is unfortunately fed to the wolves on the low ground. EWG are able to come in with that kill. Galui does go extremely low because of it, as we are going to see the Viper still not being able to find moment to be able to fully heal, as it is going to be OUG chasing after them, but they lose. JL's one, Xinyu in the process. JL's one thing hunts them down as the Viper ultimate now connects on the members of OUG, who are caught up on that cliffside, stunning them into taking so much zone tick damage, with the follow through coming out from the members of JL, so that the Flamer can just chunk through their health. That fire tick doing so much damage to the players caught below, as TE now decide to make their move. Justina ultimate trying to freeze up these players on the low ground so that they take that zone tick for even more damage, as JL want to keep themselves on this low ground. The zone at least has stopped. They have this little pocket of safety to be able to heal up from zone tick. It's not safe from cannon shots from the players on the high ground. However, as 3-3-0 out of mech, out of monk, is going to be caught by TE's TXJ, who did put themselves into a potentially dangerous position by painting that target on their back to secure that kill. But the grabs to come through isolate the other teams out from around them, and it's only range shots that come down. Aside from another monk on the other side of the map, TE's TXA is able to return with a grab onto KLA's QGG from seemingly nowhere, blocking him from out of actual space. And as a result, now he looks to try to push back onto the members of KLA, but it's not going to be in time. LYD goes down to the pull sword follow-up from CXC, and TE are just going to have to let it go. They don't have the Karumi, they don't have the tether to be able to pull that resurrection off safely, and VVV now has to hope that he doesn't get grabbed out by Alliance's Lin until he's able to make it to where that body's gone. No way does he stick this revive. He's out in the open. Lin's in monk form. All he has to do is look towards him, but he's...
Oh my goodness. The revive comes through. JL here actually going to pick up a member of Team TE as well, with the Flamer coming through. TXJ trying to go airborne, keeping the game alive for TE if at all possible, as we see JL's AS look to come topside with that Flame Breath yet again, trying to pump out damage wherever they can find it. JL all the way to 19 eliminations here, finally finding the success they've been looking for all season. Can JL continue to keep the eliminations coming as they come in looking to lock down this elimination onto Balda? But it's going to be Alliance's Lucky who finds that elimination onto Lion TT. AS trying to find a little bit of a reset, and the other members from their team here trying to buy them that sort of space. OUG is the king, going very, very low, put into the corner, and it's going to be JL who's able to find that elimination and go to 21 eliminations. But you can be sure they're not done yet. They are thirsty for some more eliminations. Going to find it, the double parry off of these members of Alliance. Zon going to take a ton of damage coming through as we see the Wu Chen ult come through to buy JL just a little bit of space. Unfortunately, the Temi ult going to catch out JL's AS, but able to avoid going down to the grab. And oh my god, look at this AS just pumping out the damage here onto Alliance with that Flame Breath from above. Lin taking a ton of damage. We're going to see the Viper ult coming through from JL's One Fang, looking to lock down Alliance's Lin. Lin will get locked down, going to be forced to demonk to buy themselves a little bit of space here. JL's Jinyu going extremely low. Alliance is Lucky able to pick up TE's VVV, and that's going to be it for TE as JL continues to look for space to lock down as many eliminations as they can, and that placement points for their team as they have 21 eliminations. They're down to just their Yodohime. Alliance and AOW fighting for dominance in the final circle. Zhong Wukong able to pressure in onto Lucky, not able to find the Yodohime slashes they're looking for. Wukong going to try to change targets, but not able to find the connection onto anybody. We're going to see AS still looking to pump out some damage here with that flamer, just trying to find the space to look for a reset, any damage that they can, any potential kills that they can, using that flamer to create as much space as possible here. Going to find a parry as well, go into the building, onto the body to find that soul bloom, but it's not going to be enough as JL will finally go down to the members of AOW. AOW looking to clean up this final member from Team Alliance, but Zon going to be able to find that UA shuttle, looking to find anything that they can. They're going to come back in onto it, and Alliance is Zon going to be able to find 2 more eliminations for Team Alliance, but it's all going to come up Team JL. 21 eliminations, a 3rd place finish. This is going to be a massive MVP for the members of Team JL. Wait, what?
AOW are actually the ones that take it, because AOW come in and take 20 kills, if my maths is correct. Either 19 or 20 kills picked up from this team, and unfortunately for JL, they do not survive long enough to be able to come out with the MVP, even though, like you said, it feels like on paper it's already written, right? When we cut over to them and they're coming with so many kills towards that final zone before it even collapses properly through, and they just have that control over the space. They've got that little building to be able to buy themselves a little bit of safety. The fact that even though they've lost 2 members, they've still got the Yodo up and running with that flamer, with the ability to drop the F3 and buy themselves that little bit of downtime, that little bit of breathing room to be able to try and backtrack towards some of those bodies, pick up some of those soul blooms, look for the resets, the way that we saw them try to play in that last engagement. But unfortunately, it is not enough. Enough kills come through for AOW, and they're able to poach it from right beneath the noses of JL, and that has got to feel so bad as we can cut over and have a look at the reactions, because like you said, it was right there. This was one of their best games. This was showing us what JL is capable of. This is a team that we had so much expectations for, coming through from their performance on Worlds, where they almost pushed J-Team out of being able to claim that title. JL were almost able to steal it away from the team, but it was not to be. And once again, unfortunately for JL, that MVP is not to be. AOW, they knock so many members of the team away. It's JL who actually are able to go down against AOW's Ping Tao, who's just running around with the dual blades, pushing onto the members, punishing when JL look to try and create those openings, use those ultimates, look for even more kills to be able to keep themselves over those teams, even if they're not the last team standing. It punishes that aggression. The dual blades come through, and whether it's Cavalry Bloom, whoever it's Petalful Flurry, it is just constantly pressuring those members of JL from being able to group up and play the comp the way you want to.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. You know, you get so locked in too. Like, you're watching JL try to just continue to keep it alive there with the Yodohime, and you don't realize that AOW, you know, they were going head to head with the members of another team there, and it was just kind of this constant back and forth between them and Alliance. And you're like, oh yeah, they're picking up a couple of eliminations here, but man, do they really creep up fast. They come into that circle with 9 eliminations and walk away with so many eliminations that they find themselves coming out over top of that dominating lead that JL was able to establish for themselves. And JL not really lacking in the final circle either. They came in with 14 eliminations and were able to climb all the way to 21, but unfortunately finding themselves down to a final member in the end. They just can't clean up the way they want to, and it's AOW who just barely edges them out there with 20 eliminations and a first place finish. That multiplier putting in work, as well as the extra 2.5 ranking points. They walk away with a game score of 37. JL unfortunately not quite getting it there, as they walk away with a game score of 34, which they still can't be disappointed in. OUG with 8 eliminations will be walking away with a 12.2, and against all odds, TE goes out with 4 eliminations. They're down to a single member, and I'm not quite sure how VVV is just able to buy back the rest of the team here and then get them into late game, where they're able to find a couple of eliminations and go out in like 4th or 5th place here. A huge comeback for Team TE in the end.
I mean, I have to talk about it. I have to acknowledge it. TE literally said, okay, I'm gonna do a dumb runs right out into the open. Like, that body is not behind a wall. It's not in a room, it is out in the open, and literally if you 180, you were like nose to nose with Alliance's Lin, who is mid-monk ultimate. And they pull the revive up. They pull the revive up. And I mean, I kind of question it because LYD immediately goes down again, because even though you pull the revive off, you're not Kurumi, right? Even when Kurumi gets the revive with the Tava, a lot of the time you run out of that Tava. You don't have the ability to be able to top their heals off with it once that revives come through, and your health is an absolute sliver. That works when you've used things like a Witch and TP, or when there are so many players around you that everyone is just focusing on other fights. The problem is LYD gets revived, he has like 10% of his health, and he is out in the open, and it's hunting season. And every single player is looking for those moments, looking for the weaknesses, and then very shortly afterwards, TXJ actually goes down off screen as well, because he's in that prior forward position to pull that revive off. And we talked about it, we said that TE running without that Kurumi, without that traditional healer for that monk would unfortunately cost them. And it cost them, just maybe not in the way that we were expecting. They don't lose TXJ when he's mid-monk, they lose off of having to go that deep to pull the revive off by face.
Well, they get very, very lucky. Let's be honest. First of all, I want to acknowledge Pingtao here, the MVP here for AOW. Absolutely massive game for them. We see the armor pierce coming through yet again. This musket starting to be heavily favored here in the trios. That Cavalry Bloom also putting in massive amounts of work here for our boy Pingtao. But back to talking about Team TE, and I hesitate to use the word luck when we talk about, how skilled these players are and things, but a lot of things falling in Team TE's favor, so that even though this is a bad game for Team TE, a lot of that bad was mitigated. They go out in mid-game down to a single player, and not only do they lose that fight, they lose that fight as Zone 1 is transitioning into Zone 2, so that they lose two of their players to the ability to resurrect. So they go down to just a single player who had time to resurrect before the swap into Zone 2. When they get there, somehow they luckily have enough Darktide coins, or they're able to find enough Darktide coins to get double resurrections. And you're talking about a player that had to go back to 0 Darktide coins. Where they were able to go and come together with enough Darktide coins to be able to buy double resurrections, I have zero idea. The only thing I can think of is that we didn't cut to them opening a stash at some point, and they got very lucky and they were able to find a Darktide coin stash where it was nothing but Darktide coins, and off the back of that they were able to go buy the double resurrections. And again, I hesitate to use the word luck, but that comes down to quite a lot of luck and things aligning perfectly for them. And then again in the end, where they're able to get that resurrection out in the open, in the face of Alliance's Lin monked up right there. I hesitate to say it, but it really comes down to a lot of luck for the members of Team TE. And while this is still a poor game for Team TE, a lot of what could have been a very, very bad game for them mitigated by the amount of luck that they run into. I still don't agree with this Justina Temi pick coming on to this monk comp. It just doesn't really seem to perform well for any of these teams. But we've got a short video for you guys before we come back and lock in for game number 6 and see if any of these teams are going to risk their luck with the Justina pick yet again. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. We're 5 games deep in our day 1 of trios for our 4th and final bi-weekly of our spring split season here. And what an interesting day it has been coming out. But no surprises to see Team TE on top. I think the biggest question that we really have when it comes to Team TE is when they go into the bi-weekly in that sort of first place position again, will they choke yet again for the 9th time coming forward? And will they continue the same trend that we've seen out of Team TE? It's going to be very interesting to find out. But this last game, you know, we talk about it, and I want to see some teams adapt. I'm all for teams coming in and going, okay, we've practiced this comp. You know, I was talking with somebody in Twitch chat earlier, and, you know, this was a comp that Team TE has been practicing. But I think you need to sort of address the elephant in the room, being that taking the Temi over the healer is clearly not working out for any of these teams. Not a single team has found any amount of success here. Yes, they were able to string together 6 kills this particular game, but I don't think we could call this a successful game for Team TE whatsoever. And if it hadn't been for quite a bit of luck, Team TE would have been gone almost immediately at the start of Zone 2, as they were down to a single player who was all white armor, just able to somehow find enough money to buy both of those resurrections back. Before we harp on that anymore, though, we have a quick question for you guys in chat, and that was, which team has the most kills in game number 5? Was it A, Team TE, B, Team AOW, C, OUG, or D, JL? And this is a little bit of a tricky question for those of you at home. I don't want to give away too much here.
It's a mean one. We'll leave it at that. It's a mean one.
We'll just say that it's not quite who you would expect to be the easy answer for this particular one here. But yeah, no, I think I would love to see some adjustments from these teams if they're going to keep running this Justina pick. We've seen 3 teams now run the Justina pick with the Temi to no sort of advantage for these teams whatsoever. And, you know, we talk about the Temi ult being able to buy you space, but again, the combination of the Justina ult and the Kurumi ult buys you not only the healing that you need for your monk, but also buys you that same sort of space that dropping a Temi ult does, because the freeze coming through for that ult means nobody can step to the feet of your monk without being frozen out. And if you get frozen out at the feet of a monk, he's just going to turn around and pick you up, and there's nothing you can do about it. So why these teams haven't made that adjustment yet is a little baffling. I feel like they're afraid to make that sort of on the fly adjustment. They practice it with Temi, and they feel like, okay, we practiced it with Temi, so now we're sort of forced to run it with Temi, even if it's not going to work out the way we want it to work out.
I mean, honestly, like, I'm fine with Justina intros. We saw last year that Justina paired with Takeda can work really effectively. My biggest question is that, like, why aren't we seeing that pivot towards the composition that they ran last year? Has Monk just fallen to such a high position in meta that you just want to try and jigsaw piece force him into every single composition possible because of just how much control he brings to the table, because you don't want to take a Gate of Yang fight without that Monk as an anchor to fall back onto, so that the second that the gate opens up and the fight begins, you go for the ultimate, you have that control, you force the other team to play around things like the pillar line of sight so that they don't get grabbed out by the Monk, and that just limits so much of the space that they have to play around with. But again, like, Justina and Takeda can work really well with that. And if you want to say, oh, well, maybe it's because they don't want to throw too many ultimates in, because last time when we saw that composition work for last year, it was prone to being third-partied because you had to use the Justina freeze ultimate and the Takeda ultimate at the same time, so you would get third-partied, you would get punished to overcommitting too many ultimates in for a fight win. I literally argue that it's a Gate of Yang. Even if you win, even if you lose, you're going to get your ultimate refreshed, and it literally prevents any opportunity to third party, which is why the Monk players and compositions fully commit all of their ultimates into just that one fight alone. Like, I'm fine with Justina sticking around. I want to see different heroes alongside it, or if they continue to force this Justina Monk, like you, I'm in agreement, Rune. I want to see a support hero that can actually heal, as opposed to their support being utility.
you know, you say like the monk comps who go into Realm of Yang and spend all their ultimates because they're going to get them back. And all I can hark back to is J-Team during our week 1, who absolutely refused to pop their UA shuttle and continued to find themselves caught out time and time again. But we're going to take a look here as we lock in for game number 6 at these particular team comps. And I'm going to say no surprises here at the fact that we're not seeing Justina come through anymore for any of these teams. No, we are, but it's the exact comp that you talked about.
Yes, this is the very exact conversation we literally just asked for. Thank you, KZ, for answering my prayers. I hope that you do well and that other teams look at this composition and go, oh yeah, we ran that last year. This can still work.
You know what I'm really interested about as well is when we originally started to see Justina come back in to the comp for trios here, it was on the Viper comp replacing Yodo. We saw it 3 times. We saw it only 3 times, and of those 3 times we saw it, twice the comp got MVP. Why are we not seeing this comp come back again? Why are we seeing them trying to force Justina into other comps when we saw it 2 times out of 3 be so successful that teams walked away with MVP, Moxie?
I don't know, Arun. I don't know. That's the question that I'm sure we could maybe pass along to Leah or Jaeger to ask the players for us. But what we do know is that it's game number 6. It's the last game of the day. These players have absolutely nothing to hold back onto. Some of these teams are going to be keeping a close eye on. JL, I'm sure, are going to be just a little bit more than peeved that they got that MVP stolen away from them by AOW. But if they have anything like the performance they had last game, they are going to be on absolute fire from start to finish. As TE not going to be running immediately off of the rip into engagements. I like this, the adaptation coming through from TE. We used to criticize them for going for the hot drop immediately, and it seems like they've mellowed out that aggression towards the start, as JL have not mellowed out in the slightest. They're immediately going to be taking on Bauda, as KZ could potentially come in for that third party. Hazy going to be grapple cancelled, but the peel comes on through. The members in close enough a position to be able to push back onto the players of JL, so no stagger lock coming through from the team as an opening is okay. Stonefall just eternally clanging off of the members as TE now took a little bit of downtime, look for some of that loot, now coming in with a pole sword from TXJ to look for that third party opportunity. EWG going to be taking down JDG, but unfortunately on our screens it's KZ, who even with the composition that we wanted to see come through with, didn't have the ultimates pre-built, didn't land towards Secret Tunnel, weren't able to find themselves Fireflies, so as a result don't have the sustainability that this composition hinges upon, nor the Justina lockdown that it looks to use to deny that third party opportunity, and as a result they are going to be dispatched very quickly. 2 of their members down. Gen looks like they might be able to get the resurrection as Bauda and T are still fighting with the Yoda ultimate coming through from line TT, buying that little bit of space for that revive to potentially come through. Hazy actually has to cancel it out early as Bauda see that it's going on, turn their peripherals to the one lone player, and then push back onto the members of JL with that Viper ultimate, locking them down as One Thing and AS are forced on the run.
You know, I have to talk about this at the end of the day. You know, we talked about the recognition from some of these teams to understand why comps work the way that they work and why they work well together, and that those teams particularly do very well. I want you to take a look at Team KZ at the very bottom of the leaderboard yet again. They're trying to bring in this sort of Justina pick that these other teams are pioneering, but they clearly just don't understand how to pilot the comp or why a comp like this works together so well. Why, if you're the only Justina in the lobby, are you spawning into Sunwing into a hot drop where you have no access to Fireflies and you're running 2 ultimate heavy dependent heroes like Justina and Takeda together? It makes no sense for KZ to drop their team where they drop them into a hot drop with no access to Fireflies on a map that has so many Fireflies available for these teams to come in on. KZ proving my point for me that some of these teams that find themselves at the bottom of the leaderboard are just trying to copycat some of the other comps that these teams are pioneering and don't understand why those comps work the way that they do.
I think like the idea of the Justina is just so prevalent that a lot of these teams, like you said, are just trying to copycat because they think that it's going to work. They think like, okay, well, we're going to lock a Justina, we're going to immediately get that zoning potential. But Justina's zoning potential comes off of the ultimate. And like, that's why we see these teams, when they have Justina MVPs, they land secret tunnels. If it's not Dust, they immediately land where they know that Fireflies are going to be, so that they can just get that ultimate online as quickly as possible. And even if there's another team dropping into secret tunnel to look for that lockdown as well, because of the way that secret tunnel is actually designed and developed in the game, a lot of the time you actually throw yourself into a disadvantage when you're going up against a Justina who has the ultimate, because there's far less room to be able to tap dodge the freeze strikes that come through from her, right? And if one freeze connects onto you, you're as good as done in that fight so early on. As TE and Bowda are still scrapping it out. TE gave them a little bit of time to be able to try and find some loot. Wind Wall's now coming through from TE so that Bowda aren't able to turn this back onto them. TXJ coming in with that pole sword. We talk about pole sword meta developing towards the end game, but it feels like TE just use it continuously all the way through as Line TT uses the Yoda ultimate, buys them the space for that Witch and TP to come through from Moon, but unfortunately they're not able to actually get the revive. Moon, however, with that katana, able to finish off VVV after Line TT with the vertical charge click from the longsword connects and lets the stagger hit so that the katana can find the kill. And that is actually going to force TE into taking a little bit of a backstep as the third party now comes through from JL, Wooch and TP from TE so they can get their downed member revived. And then surely they're going to look to turn back into this engagement. Bowda have to deal with JL as quickly as possible, or vice versa. Otherwise, TE are just immediately going to turn back onto them. Maybe a little bit more cautious given the fact that they are going to be running into a Matari. And TE, no. They're still running VVV on the Viper. If the Viper stun tries to come through from the ultimate, the Matari is just going to ult to cancel it, and then they're in a really rough spot.
I sigh heavily as we turn to Team Wolves taking an aggressive fight in the zone against AOW in the middle of a Bane's Breath. And this is exactly what we talked about with Team Wolves not learning from their aggression, and they continue to suffer from it. And almost as if to prove my point yet again, while that fight going on, Team KZ, the very first team completely eliminated from the lobby here in game at number 6. Moxie now turning to EWG, going head to head with the members of JDG. JDG's Kobe trying to lock down an elimination here for JDG. Not quite able to find it though, but able to get away from the massive Viper stun coming through. But Kopi going to be thrown into the building here, locked down as EWG is able to pick up an elimination off of one of the members of JDG. EWG trying to use this building to find some sort of value in terms of getting a reset here, but a massive ult coming out from the members of JDG, followed with a massive hit from the pole sword on LSR, going to buy them enough threat that EWG feels the need to use that Wu Chen ult to get out of dodge. And while that fight's going on, TE able to pick up the members of JL, and JL going to be completely eliminated from the lobby as well as they follow KZ back to the scoreboard.
JDG unfortunately losing Kopi as OC's Annalie going to be going for the monk form, has to spend a lot of it navigating that scenery and actually cancels it early as they're still taking this fight in the zone. Annalie trying to create that little bit of space to be able to turn on to the lone member of JDG's LSR, will be able to find the kill from Slayer with the pulse, so they will be able to get Zeeming back with that revive as they're going to still be in this zone. This is potentially problematic for this team, given the fact that we've seen a lot of teams wait around the edges of where the zone actually ends up collapsing to, and given the fact that Anlay actually used that monk ultimate in that fight for very little other than just zoning purposes, they're not going to have it for when these next teams that they run into pop up. WBG and GG going to be going toe-to-toe for a Gate of Yang fight. They don't have to have any restraint. They can go straight for these monk forms. Hopefully we're going to see just that. Sleepwalker going for that grapple, trying to just chunk through the members of GG, pressuring them into using that Karumi ultimate earlier before they can use it to keep that monk topped up. He's just holding it. He's not using the ultimate at all, and we're actually seeing them throwing in the Karumi ultimate to come through. Now Sleepwalker uses the ball, still doesn't go for the ultimate, and I'm a little bit concerned about how WBG approached that fight room. They used the Karumi ultimate before Sleepwalker's monk ulted. GG just drop a Temi ultimate and keep him isolated away because they know that the Karumi can't help him as the Karumi ultimate is invested. That's schoolboy errors coming through from WBG. I think they got just a little bit overconfident given the fact that they weren't running into a monk composition on the other side.
You know, I think WBG tries to make an adjustment here, right? They see that GG's not running the monk comp, so they go, oh, hey, we don't have to blow our monk transformation as soon as possible. So they instead use the Yuashan ult to try to create the pressure for them to pick up an elimination, but they forget that they're playing into a Z-ping. And even if they're able to separate one of the members of the other team from Team GG, that as soon as they get low, that Z-ping ult is going to trigger and knock them all back. And that's exactly what we see happen. And then after that, the ults just continue to come out in the wrong order. The monk ult being the last ult to come out is not where you want to be. You really want to have that Karumi ult and the Yuashan ult to cover things for the monk if things go wrong. Unfortunately, the adjustment that WBG tries to make is the wrong adjustment. You know, maybe if they had been into a Viper comp, right? You're trying to get the Viper ult to come out before the monk ult. Yeah, it makes sense. Go ahead and use the Yui ult first to try to put pressure onto the enemy team. But unfortunately, the Z-ping team is not the team to make that adjustment on. And WBG learns that the hard way, as now they find themselves engaged with Team KLA, trying to get their hands onto those precious soul blooms that they're going to need to stay in the game so they can get rid of this Yang depletion. KLA finding themselves on the back foot here. They actually are going to be able to separate YKC out and get themselves one of those soul blooms that they are desperately looking for. CXZ now caught out by Sleepwalker as well as they continue to keep the pressure up onto KLA. WBG does make a mistake in the realm of Yang, but they're able to come back from it as they are able to find KLA and find two of those soul blooms that they need. Unfortunately, QGG going to be able to get away from the group as the rest of the members of KLA are separated, and WBG cannot afford to let QGG get away because they still have a member with that Yang depletion. WBG is going to be forced to chase KLA wherever they might go, and QGG is going deep into the zone, Moxie.
Yeah, but WBG know that he's going to go down in the next 2 minutes or so if he doesn't find Soulbloom, because both of those teams actually chose the same Soul Altar, so both of them knew that they were in that same situation. So they can continue to hunt him down. They have been able to pick up 2 of those Soul Blooms to be able to guarantee at least 2 of their players survive. As Alliance and EWG go toe-to-toe, parry comes through. Nunchuck's going to be on the ground as the legendary dual blades just mince through the health bars of EWG. Lin still not able to actually use that ultimate, however, as they are fighting in an anti-ult zone, as GG now look to come in for that third party, pushing on to the members. Alliance do have a million birds might, so they can try and hold themselves in this fight a little bit longer if they do so choose. EWG not gonna have that luxury, so unfortunately for them, they are going to be potentially losing all of those players who are down on the ground, as GG Smiski is just playing perimeter towards Celestra, making sure that no one is going to be able to come back through, as we can see how Alliance were able to win their Gate of Yang fights against KOA. Lin and YKC both in the monk form and taking a little bit of damage, but Zwan actually gets in the neck and pumps so much additional damage onto YKC, and you can see him just hopping around, trying to use that pillar, but it's a little bit too late. Zwan has already been able to build the fury necessary to go into the cannon mode, and cannon shots with their AoE damage have enough range to hit players, especially monk players, behind the pillar and still connect onto their health. So unfortunately for KLA, what should have been that big advantage, what should have been this one player creating so much space for them and guaranteeing them ground to stand onto, becomes their biggest detriment and just a moving, walking target that they have to continuously keep on the go. Really good decision making and adaptation from Alliance to be able to see that, okay, we can just keep applying this pressure onto the monk. There's no farrier on the other side. We're going to, with that mech, just do so much damage that they're not going to be able to put themselves into a position to find that win condition, and Alliance are able to come out on top.
Yeah, turning now to take a look here at GG, we see WBG able to find multiple resurrection charms for themselves here, which is absolutely huge for the members of WBG. The problem is that they are going to need to find some loot as we are heading into Zone 3 and the second set of the Realms of Yang getting ready to come through, and it looks like many of these teams opting to just not go for the Realms of Yang, as we've seen that adaptation coming through. That second set of Realm of Yang just so dangerous for these teams who do go in. Yes, you do have a little bit of a safety net coming out of it if you are the losing team, because you get to resurrect and go look for another fight. The problem being typically when you are in that desperate situation where you have to take any fight that comes your way to get rid of that Yang depletion, the odds of you coming out on top of that fight with all three of your members not having, died even once, very low. The odds are that you are going to lose a member, and there's no way to resurrect them. If they die with Yang depletion, their Karen automatically completely dissipates, and you cannot go and just res their Karen back up. You're forced to find a resurrection charm somewhere, and this late in the game, typically you're not going to find those coming through. Wolves here able to find the grab onto Bauda's Lion TT here, but the stun coming through from the Viper on Team Bauda gonna keep 14 from getting any sort of value out of it whatsoever. We're gonna see Bauda continue to keep the pressure here, but Sorrow from Team Wolves here able to turn the pressure back onto Team Bauda, and Bauda gonna be forced to use that Wu Chen ult to get away, and Wolves going to secure that very precious Moore's Blessing that their team desperately in need of. They're going to find their second set of purple armor here. Team Wolves with a single elimination to their name, and they don't even have 10 points put together for the entire day thus far, Moxie.
The good news, however, is that they're able to escape alive, because it was the Moore's Blessing that those two teams were scrapping over. So even though Wolves come out on top and force out that Wuchen TP early, they're not going to be hunted after. Is TE going to be knocked out? TXJ going to have to go for the panic Yodel ultimate, might get stunned out of it by a Viper, uses the teleport to be able to iframe the stun, and as a result, TE are able to turn it onto JL. TXJ using that F1 from the Yodo to lock down JL's one thing, and then transitioning into that pole sword off of the stagger and keeping them in the uppercut. This is what we say when we see that F1 come through from TE. Every single time TXJ is able to isolate a player with that knockup, it always results in a kill. Really good utility opening coming through from TE to turn that situation around, because they were starting off on a rough back foot at that one. And like we say, we see TE, they have such good micro and macro in the free versus freeze. They're so good at being able to play on the back foot. Then it's just the macro of playing on the back foot as a whole where they seem to suffer a little bit, as Wolves going to be trying to keep a lockdown on KLA's movements. They've isolated CXC all the way towards that massive zone tick damage that they're going to be taking as that zone just continues to put even more dents in CXC's health. There's a bounty on the Karumi's head as well. They're just trying to make it to the Soul Altar and buy one of their players back, and they will be able to do just that, but it is not going to be safe to walk out of that zone. QGG is going to have to loot for scraps of the area. Wolves going to be keeping an eye as well to see where exactly those two players pop out from. And what they might have done just now is just add another kill to the table that Wolves could eventually sup from, as they're going to have that Mystic Might, they're going to have those constant things on players' locations, but OUG are of the exact same mind. CXC taking so much damage, has to use the Umbrella just to teleport forward, will go down on the edges of the zone. QGG trying to get their peel off in time, will be able to keep his health topped up somewhat and look for that revive onto his Karumi, but the second they walk out into any position, they're going to immediately be spotted out by all of these teams in the area. The fact that the Umbrella's already been exhausted, if they walk towards Shipwreck, they are signing their death warrant. So many teams are in this area waiting to see when those two players walk out from zone.
I mean, look, at this point, I'd have to say that KLA's death warrant's already been signed. It's just a matter of when it gets filed, Moxie, as this team drastically far behind in loot. We're at a stage in the game where there's basically just scraps left available on the map, and they're down a player. It's really not a situation you want to find yourself in. If you're KLA at this point, you're trying to just make the most of a bad situation. You're trying to survive for as long as possible. You have 3, maybe 4 eliminations under your belt, and you know the longer that you last, the more points that you get. KLA hasn't had the best day for themselves, but they know they get to play another day going forward. So every single point that they can scrap together in this last match is going to make the world of difference when it comes to qualifying for the bi-weekly final. And KLA has yet to not qualify for one, so they desperately want to make sure that they are able to do just that. And unfortunately, the Reaper waiting around the corner for that death warrant to get filed, because TE sitting topside just above KLA, and as if you know, it wasn't enough that the Reapers are waiting nearby, we're getting a little bit of that Silent Hill fog rolling in as well here in Shipwreck, just being ominous for the members of KLA. But KLA CXC actually finding a rebirth charm here. There's still one left this late in the game. Quite impressive for us to see a rebirth charm still available in the game here. KLA, against all odds, is going to find both of their members resurrected here on this altar. OC doesn't see them down below, it looks like, as they are trying to pressure up and get a resurrection, but OUG going to be keeping them from getting to that soul altar for the resurrection. So the members of KLA here looking to find that other soul altar in the very middle of the town in Shipwreck, and that's where we're heading right now. But unfortunately, again, they're going to be drastically behind in terms of gear. 30 players left remaining alive here. Zone 3 completely collapses onto Zone 4. We're going to get a peek at where Zone 5 is going to collapse, and this is going to be a very interesting final circle, as we're going to close tight down on all the huts in the very middle of Shipwreck, Moxie.
Yeah, TE already got their hands on Merciless Havoc for that staff, but now they want to get their hands on this Morse Blessing. Wind Wall's going to be dropped as GG, coming to apply that little bit of pressure. VVV trying to stick the opening, TXJ chiming in to help, but they're taking a lot of range damage, as now we're going to see that sword come through from the Yodo to provide a little bit of additional cover, and VVV has been able to open it. Legendary armor going to be available for that Viper, as well as a legendary longsword. Seems like going to be that for Leo on that Wu Chen, just to be able to play off of the space created by that Yoda when the ultimate comes through. When you get hit by the Yoda ultimate, you do get staggered, and that could potentially open you up for those longsword charge clicks to come through. More importantly for the Wu Chen, you can do it from range as well, so you're not putting yourself into too aggressive a position where once the stagger wears out, you can potentially go down before you can TP your team out of safety. Really good loot funneling coming through from TE, as KLA have been able to get their third player in because they went to that different soul altar. Now, however, we can see the next problem that arises for them. They've got blue armor. There's one purple weapon for the team. That, of course, is going to be funneled towards... Oh, no. Funneled towards the monk player as they run straight towards TE. And now comes the hunt. VVV with that legendary armor and longsword. Going to be an absolute monster if you run into them. The good news is that TE don't actually look for the engagement. I don't know whether they saw KLA or whether the fog was able to obscure the player's outline so that they didn't actually see that there was a team that close to them, because if they did and they saw that loot disparity, they absolutely hunt that. to the ends of the earth. As Wolves set themselves up on this high ground, they're still running this traditional Transformer composition to come through. So 14 is going to feel pretty happy with themselves. They can afford to take a little bit more of a primed position towards the central belt of that zone, since they have the Karumi to be able to fall back onto when the Monk goes for the ultimate. The problem is they're not the only Monk composition, so you have to make sure that you stagger your ultimate type perfectly. Otherwise, you're potentially going to just be creating openings for other teams around you, especially these Yodo comps. They're going to be looking to just move in for the kill the second they see these Monk comps already investing that Monk form and not finding a whole lot of value for it, as GG could potentially get caught in the middle. They are running the full sustainability composition though with that Zip and Takeda, so if any team gets properly close enough physically, they will have the Takeda ultimate to force them back, with the Temi ultimate to drop as well to be able to immediately gain themselves some grind back, and obviously the Zip ultimate to make sure that even separated, even isolated away from your team, you're still going to be able to stay standing, as Alliance want this Morris Blessing, immediately drop the Temi ultimate, aren't going to get contested over it, no second Temi going to be stepping up to the plate and dropping a Temi ultimate over it, and as a result the loot upgrade is there. Blood Rippers left behind, but Legendary Armor more than happy to be nabbed.
You know, I think Zon actually just ended up picking that Blood Ripper up. So going to be interesting to see if we actually get that coming through from the Feria here. But at the moment, they look content to just take pop shots with the bow. Alliance, man, again, really, really interesting to see how well they're performing today and the growth that this team has had going forward. As they are in the top 3 today. And, you know, I think we're in a position where nobody can take top position away from TE for the day, but you know, some of these teams you have to look at and just really appreciate how much they've grown, and Alliance is definitely one of those teams. WBG over here trying to come to the box, looking to pick up some of those scraps. Sleepwalker feeling forced into that Monk transformation as we see the Feria Monk come through on the other side here, and Alliance looking to see if they can get some grabs together as well. And this, not really a great final circle for these Monk players whatsoever. There's so many places for these players to hide, so much cover coming through, and so much fog. You know, typically when you're going to see a lot of these grabs coming through for some of these Monk players, there's sort of these long range grabs from one side of the circle to the other. But with so much fog here, given the daytime of the map and where we are in Shipwreck, it's going to be very hard for many of these Monk players to make those sort of long range grabs happen for themselves. So we're going to see less and less grabs coming through because of the terrain and that fog, as we see here GG starting to rip through the members of WBG. And GG has been that team today that came in on an absolute tear and has not been able to find a follow-up game anywhere near as good as their game 1 today. So maybe they'll be able to find that game they're looking for here in this sort of final circle space. We're going to see AOW pick up an elimination onto OC Slayer, and that's going to be it for the members of OC. GG also going to find another elimination onto KLA. Wolves somehow still in this lobby is going to find their 3rd elimination onto OUG's the King. GG back here with so much cover here. KLA's YKC going to be picked up by Team Wolves as well. KLA finding themselves in quite the terrible situation here, trying to get back down to that Karumi ultimate. YKC goes extremely low, and it's Wolves Sorrow who's going to capitalize on that elimination. KLA down to a single member left remaining alive. QGG's just trying to keep it going on a single tick of HP. Venom Tip coming through and starting to rip through Alliance's Lin. Lin, of course, with that legendary armor, though, going to have quite the health bar, but unfortunately you see just how quick those Venom Tips can come through and pressure these Monk players as Lin feels forced to jump down bot side, and D Monk and Ping Tao more than happy to follow up on that and picks up the elimination onto Alliance's Lin.
TE, however, still leading the kills at the moment in this lobby. 15 players left. TE already claiming 11 lives. GG's composition still got all 3 of its players working, despite getting a little bit of pressure from AOW when they identified that there was a Takeda hanging towards the edges of that zone, trying to play that position and force those players into that zone tick. It's TE turn onto the members of AOW. VVV falls extremely low. Has to use that Viper ultimate behind the Wu-Chen Windwall to be able to get that safety blanket when the ultimate charges through. Will be able to connect the stun as well onto Wolves 14 as TXJ takes advantage of that opportunity left there for that Viper, comes in with the kill, finds both Sorrow and 14 in one Yoda ultimate coming through from TE, and then immediately using that Wu-Chen TP to make their way out of being that focused target in the middle after using both the Viper and the Yoda wall as GG now make their move. Earthshaker comes through from Miskia with the Great Sword connecting onto the members of TE's TXJ. GG. 4 more kills and they'll have surpassed what TE set. Benshu falls, another kill to GG's tally as we're going to see 3-3-0 pushing onto these members, trying to keep everybody away from the center of that zone so that when the Takeda ultimate comes through, it's going to spiral them into that zone tick as VVV with the Viper ultimate finds the stun, but they don't have the members alive to be able to capitalize onto it. Leo will be able to take down 3-3-0, but it's not the fight win that TE needed right now as VVV swaps to that pulse or tries to push these players back. WBG pull out the Blood Rippers to zone the players around them from pushing on to Jing for as long as possible. VVV does take a little bit of damage from it. Jing making his way into the high ground, looks for that recent opportunity to get a little bit of health back as GG are still locked into this fight against TE. TE getting a window now with that Wu-Chen to be able to iframe for some of the damage and survive a little bit longer, but they're going to lose Leo. It's just VVV who throws out the blue and gets parried. GG's Miskia now from the top ropes with the Earthshaker charged up, comes in with the Takeda ultimate connecting onto the members as we see the attempted Viper ultimate coming through from VVV, but Miskia on the Takeda with the Great Sword Earthshaker combo is able to pummel the members of the players around them, swapping over to that Takeda ultimate as well to just keep everyone staggered around them. Plays it perfectly for that 7th and collapsing zone, and unfortunately for VVV, even though they've got the Viper still there, they just don't have the follow-up damage when the stuns connect to be able to lock those members of GG down fully.
You know, I've got to give it to GG's Miskia here, committing over and over again to that Earthshaker, knowing how risky it is, but mitigating that risk every single time, having the patience to wait for the perfect moment to strike, finding elimination after elimination for Team GG. GG gonna cap the day out, cap our games off with a dub in game number 1 and game number 6. GG says, look, we can do it again. You can talk all that you want about us not being able to find the repeat performance, but we're going to show you you're wrong as they come in and lock down game number 6 for their 2nd MVP of the day, Moxie.
Yeah, they played that composition, like we said, absolutely perfectly. Like, you are playing to get to final zone, so your Takeda just survives. And that was honestly something that really impressed me. The way that GG would trade spaces so that when their Takeda was coming under fire, one of the other 2 teammates would step up and take that damage instead. And a lot of the time when we do comm checks, GG are always very in tune with each other. They will always be like, oh, I'm stunned or I'm stagger locked. Can someone step in front of this and body block it for me? And that's exactly what they do. They lose 3-3 very early on. Unfortunately, so that's one less body to be able to absorb that damage from the Takeda, but it's still enough to have that second teammate to be able to call in on, something that unfortunately some of those other teams don't have availability to. So when we see WBG's Jing still running around with the Blood Rippers and he takes that focus fight, he doesn't have someone to take the focus away from him. GG understanding, even if they lose their other 2 teammates, as long as the Takeda is still standing with the ultimate bolt up and ready to go, they've still got enough kills to be able to come in with that win.
You know, I actually want to mention something about WBG's Jing, and I'm going to call out Jing just a little bit here. He pulls the Blood Ripper out. He connects onto VVV, and all he has to do is commit to continue to shove VVV into the zone, and he can pick up another elimination for his team. But you can see the fear where he turns the Blood Ripper away because he doesn't want to walk into the zone, and because of that, VVV gets to break free, and then they're able to lock down Jing together because all of the members of TE are there to capitalize on the fact that Jing lets go of the Blood Ripper. And I just want to look Jing in the face and be like, look, you've got VVV locked down in this. Your top 3 just take the kill. Like, you're in top 3 already. You have VVV locked down. They don't have their F available. There's no golden focus for them to break out of the Blood Ripper. You're in the Pro League. You've caught somebody out in the Blood Ripper. Play for the clip. Play for the extra kill. WBG's Jing, I expect better of you.
I mean, at least he's able to survive. And given some of the situations that WBG find themselves in earlier in that game, to pick up still a 4th place, decent for the team. They can be not quite happy with that, but I guess satisfied. GG, however, going to be picking up another 1st place finish. TE and Alliance both continue to impress. Like, TE, that's very familiar form. Alliance, like we've said all day, really happy to see that this team is stepping up and improving. Like, you can tell that a lot of work has gone in to make sure that they're able to cover a lot of their weaknesses that they had in previous iterations, where they would, very similar to Wolves, just push aggressively forward and go out very early on, never really finding momentum or tempo to be able to play off of. But GG, you can see it there with the Takeda, with the Temi, with the Zip, just having that sustainability, having that control of the fights around them. LXM being able to come in for Temi, just lock players down with that Temi ultimate, but also the Wisp control, so that you get even more space just pushed away from these teams, pushing them even closer to Miskia on that Takeda. And you can see it's a team effort. No one really is ahead in terms of damage that they're done. Both LXM and Miskia on the Temi and the Takeda are very close in terms of numbers that they do, because the dynamic of who leads the charge changes based on what you've got. If the Temi with the Wisp is able to find a play, he's normally in that forward position. He's normally the one starting off that damage and looking to find the kill. But then when the Takeda ultimate is up, that damage burst is down to him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you love to see, like you said, I think you called it best, right? GG, they're just so clean on the comms, right? They know how to sort of do this swap in positions between one another to not only be able to buy hits off, but to be able to maximize the amount of damage that they're pumping out and make sure that they're securing kills. And you see it in the end here, right, with GG's Miskia, who is constantly committing to letting that Earthshaker rip. And that's something that, you know, in trios, yes, you can use Earthshaker, but it's very scary to let it go, because anybody at any point can walk up beside you or behind you and let a parry rip, and you can find that greatsword out of your hand and you can find yourself dead very, very quickly. But no fear coming out from Miskia here as he continues to let that Earthshaker rip time and time again in the final circle, because he knows that his team's there to lock the players down and set him up for success. And no surprises that it is GG's Miskia who will be coming out our MVP for game number 6.
Yeah, it's also really interesting too that while Miskia is using that Greatsword, just continuing to cycle through those Earthshaker charge-ups, LXM is also letting the full right click on the pull sword go. So every single time, GG are constantly making sure that they have just area denial for the teams. And so if you're running away from the pull sword and expending energy to tap dodge out of that one because you don't want to try and find the parry timing, a lot of the time you're actually being baited into the Earthshaker swings coming through from Miskia, and that's continuing to build that Takeda's rage up to generate the ultimate as quickly as possible, so he has it to fall onto when that zone collapses. And you're also putting a lot more pressure onto that Temi. People want the Temi out of the way. They want the pulse sword gone so they don't get right-clicked into just that 1-2 tap of being shoved into zone tick, so they're going to turn on him as opposed to someone who's swinging an Earthshaker. And again, that goes back to GG's comms of understanding, if we can throw more focus on the player who's not a Takeda, we absolutely should do that, because Temi, when zone collapses, is nowhere near as valuable as Takeda when final zone collapses.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I agree with your analysis 100%. The fact that they were just able to stagger back and forth between using that pole sword and the Earthshaker to threaten space. And then again, we talk about target acquisition. and how important that is time and time again. It's just as important to understand which player on your team is going to be leading the charge. But speaking of leading the charge, we're going to let Jaeger take away and lead the charge straight into an interview.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with VVV and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 小伟，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 T1 的小伟。
欢迎小伟来到我们的赛后采访。So first, I have a question, because it's like this week we came to the new match patch, and we think that maybe echoes will be in the matches, but it seems like we didn't see today in Trolls game, and I would like to know why. 那小伟，我这边首先想问一个问题啊，因为其实比赛来到了新版本之后，大家都特别的期待新的英雄胡维能不能登场在3排当中。但今天没有看到胡维啊，能给我们分析一下为什么吗？
我们现在理解就正式服的版本，可能我觉得它的 F3 跟 V3 比起它的其他技能更有效果，所以我们期待下个版本。
Okay, so in the latest match, in the ranking, we think Echoes have more ability to do something in the matches. And I think maybe for the next match patch, we will use the Echoes in Trolls game. Okay, let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. 好的，那接下来就到了这个抽奖送福利的环节啊，一会儿看看今天能给谁送出我们的福利好吗？那我先来给大家讲一下规则。Okay, so you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. Which team is leading the scoreboard now? 那今天这道问题啊，其实我觉得小伟应该心里面已经知道答案了，就是哪一支战队目前是领跑的积分榜。其实小伟，我前面就咱聊起的时候说，你们对于比赛就常规赛有一个自己的目标，能把这个目标给大家分享一下吗？
就是4次4双周比赛，全市常规赛第一，进入周决。
非常非常高，对自己非常有要求的一个战队。So I just asked him because I know that they have an ambition for the regular game. So what is that? And VVV just said they want like 4 bi-weekly final. They all want to be leading the scoreboard and enter to bi-weekly final. Okay, I think you guys already know the question, and I think it's time for us to counting, and let's start it. 我们就倒计时吧。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那小伟来公布一下正确答案是哪一个呢？
T.
没错 the correct answer is D, TE. And also, I know that for this week is also a very big day for the Team TE, because like your teammate is going to have the birthday. So would you please share the plan with us? 那我们也知道，其实 TE 在这一周啊，就有一个大新闻对你们俱乐部来说。那 Leo 呢，马上在这周日就要过生日了，能不能给我们分享一下你们队的计划是怎么样的呢？
就那天不用训练，然后出去露营、吃烧烤。
借着生日的由头，大家一起出去玩一玩，是不是 ？Okay, to be honest, at that day we don't need to train anymore, and we are going to have the camping and picnic and barbecue together and rest for one day. And also, we would like to say happy birthday to Leo. Happy birthday. 好的，那谢谢小伟今天接受我们的这个采访，也分享了你们即将到来这个露营计划，希望你们接下来露营顺利 ，OK 吗？好，谢谢小伟 ，Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
And that's it. Rune. Oh no. It's so weird. Like the day feels like it's gone so much faster too, because I got 4 games of NARAKA to cast. Like obviously all of you lovely viewers at home got the full 6 games to be able to watch through. But the desk had a little bit of a baton pass today, so I got 2 less games than I'm used to, and as well, it feels like everything's just gone so much faster. But I'm super happy that I got to be here, that I got to see GG stepping up to the plate, that the good old EMEA crew representation in Alliance are able to find themselves a little bit of a footing and show that they are able to stand in Nbpl, that they can go toe to toe with some of the best and still come out on top.
But yeah, I'm absolutely so proud of Team Alliance this season. The amount of hard work that they've really put in since Worlds really has shown this season, and it's these steady increments that really start to separate over the the years and the seasons teams that are going to be these sort of top end teams versus teams that are here now but aren't going to be here later. Again, WBG being one of those teams that really needs to step up. I think we kind of hit the nail on the head with that particular team today, being a team that is still just as good as they were day one. The problem being that that's not good enough anymore. This is a team that needs to look themselves hard in the mirror after their performance today and their performance throughout the season thus far for the spring split and go, okay, hi, we can't just continue to ride on our laurels and the sort of performances that we've put out. WBG Sleepwalker used to be one of the best monks in the league. Anymore, we're not in that sort of space anymore. So many players have improved and we haven't improved alongside of them. They need to take a step back. They need to go back to the drawing board, and their coach needs to, kind of ride them a little bit and be like, hey, look, you guys were the best of the best before. You're not there anymore. You're still just as good as you were, but you haven't improved with everybody else. And that's something that, really starts to separate some of the greats, if you will, away from some of the not so greats at the end of the day. I mean, these are teams that are going to have to either grow with the rest of the league or they're going to find themselves being left behind, and that's where WBG is. That's what they're facing right now. And Alliance is a team that has shown the exact opposite of that they're not willing to continue to be a team that always shows up at the bottom of the leaderboard or in the middle of the pack. They want to show that they can, hang with the big dogs at the very top of the pack. And that's the sort of space they're finding themselves in. TE, on the other hand, I also have to give them a round of applause. Consistency was something that they struggled with. They were able to find themselves these big pop-off games and end up at the top of the leaderboard bi-weekly after bi-weekly, and then getting into the bi-weekly finals, not able to have that same sort of performance. Whereas today, not only did they have their big pop-off games, but they were always in top 3. They've been able to find that sort of consistency. And as much crap as we like to give Team TE, that's a drastically big change for them. They still have stuff to work on. We look at the bi-weekly last week where they start to make some very big mistakes in the bi-weekly finals because games don't start to go their way after game number 3. So they're not a perfect team, but they are a much better team than we have seen them be in the past, Moxie.
Yeah, I feel like it's the same TE, like they're still running the same things. When we see that Yoda competitions, they still run the F1. It's just an ever so slight change is that when they drop off of the rip, they're not really taking fights immediately. They're taking just a little bit of time, like even if it's just 20 seconds, to loot around and find some gear before looking for those engagements, before looking for fit parties. And as a result, like you can see 14.6, 30.6, 1.8, a little bit of rough game in game 3, but every team, I think, just runs into a spot of bad luck, unfortunately. 35, 9.9, 26.5, like this is a lot more consistently good scoring than we're seeing from TE. A lot of the time they'll swing between like a 1.8 game or a 30.6 game, or sometimes even like 40.3 that they're able to pick up. But seeing that consistency, I'm hoping that's going to carry through. I'm hoping that same level of aggression, just tempered to the right form for the right situation, is going to be something we continue to see from this team as we head into the next couple of matches, which are going to be groups A and C going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, we're going to be coming in. I'll be back tomorrow for solos as well. I'll be here to bring you guys through these 6 games. Unfortunately, Moxie will not be, but Raven will be joining me as my co-caster tomorrow. And these games are shaping up to be quite well. I think a lot of eyes, including yours as well, Moxie, are gonna be on Master Demo. I think all of us are looking for him to perform well in the NBPL, and he sort of struggled earlier this week to find his footing, and during the bi-weekly last week as well, considering how well he performed during the regular weekly. So hopefully he's made some adjustments, his coach has given him some advice, and we'll see him come in tomorrow and perform much better.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be there, like you said, but I'm going to be back on the 23rd, I believe, for the Trios action. So I'll be once again performing Trios DD, I believe, with Jake alongside me. So we'll get to see whether or not some of these adaptations from some of the teams have carried through, whether or not Alliance are going to be able to continue to play this more aggressive, more consistent style. I'm hoping so. I'm also hoping that we're going to see less Justinas, or less Justinas alongside Monks. Like, I hate that I saw the composition that I wanted to see come through, that shows that these teams still think about last year and the fact that it did work last year. The problem is that, like you said, KZ, like, they identified what composition, what heroes they needed for that composition. They just didn't quite work out how to pull it off. Most importantly, they didn't work out where you need to drop. Like, you need ultimates for that comp, right? You really need the ultimates. And if you're looking for third party, you especially need the ultimates, because the Justina can use the free shell form, but that's only going to save herself. A lot of the time as well, when you use that free shell form, you're putting yourself into more danger. You're drawing attention to the fact that you just use your best defensive toolkit, and that you are going to be essentially extremely vulnerable the second you fall out of that form, because if you time it right, like, even if you try and cancel it early, a lot of the time you just go straight into a charge up blue from some of the other teams that I've seen. Oh cool, you're a mobile, great, well, we're all just going to cluster around you, and all three of our players are going to stagger lock you into absolute oblivion.
Yeah, you know, and the other thing, you know, we mentioned talking about the hot drops, and you mentioned specifically Secret Tunnel. One of the other big things about running Justina and why Secret Tunnel is such a good drop is not only the ability to land those hits much easier, but the fact that it forces the other teams to be grouped together. And if you're running the V1 version of that Justina ult and you're able to hit multiple targets with the freeze, you actually get a reset on that F ability, and every single time you can hit multiple targets with it, you can find that reset. We've actually seen in the past, in old seasons when Justina was meta in trios, teams getting locked down in Secret Tunnel to, you know, 7, 8, sometimes 9 charges coming out of that ultimate and just keeping them locked down and frozen in place. I don't so much mind the Justina pick coming through for these monk comps. I think they need to make that adjustment where they drop the Temi. They're too worried about running into these sort of other comps that are running Temis and it shutting down the Justina, but that comes with decision making, right? At the end of the day, you need to look at other comps. You go, okay, they have a Temi, you need to bait the Temi ult out, or find a way to engage on that team once the Temi ult has been baited out by another team. So Justina, yes, she might have weaknesses into the Temi, but you can't just lock another Temi to try to shore that up at the detriment of not bringing in a healer for these monk compositions. But ladies and gentlemen, that is unfortunately going to be it from me and Moxie tonight here at the NBPL. It is time for us to call it quits here. Thank you to all the players and the viewers for the great games here today. We're going to see you guys tomorrow. Till then, keep being amazing, and make sure you're following us here on twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT, because you're not going to want to miss any of these games. We'll see you guys next time.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring